Tales of the Reincarnated Lord. Chapter 276 Carmen. Here's the fourth release of the week. Enjoy the read while I torture myself over my upcoming tests. Smiley face. A large number of people could be seen at the plaza next to the port in the distance. However, when Lorist rushed over there, the group of people merely stirred slightly before stepping aside to make a path while looking with an odd gaze of wonder and envy. Their tattered rags made their identity clear: they were slaves. Lorist found it weird that so many slaves were gathered at the port and wondered why they had done so. However, Lorist was a little slow to arrive. The guards of the port, who had been busy frightening the slaves at first, had cast away their armor and entered the inner walls of Nupit before hurriedly closing the gates. It didn't take long for another wave of pained cries and moans and a few streaks of smoke coming from the distance to take Lorist's attention. A large group of enslaved women and children were despairing on the bridge near the port, where another 17 to 18 small speedboats could be seen carrying huge linen sacks that were set aflame. Lorist quickly understood the reason for the women and children's cries. Those slaves had been chained to the port and were unable to move away from where they were. They could only stare as the linen sacks burned brighter and fiercer and await their death with despair. Some of the slaves wore expressions of grief while others looked as if they were finally going to be liberated from their life of suffering. There were also those who were coughing non-stop for inhaling too much smoke. One huge, scarred man seated at the frontmost part with a burning sack behind him called out to his family and implored them to stay strong and live. Like a huge bird, Lorist dashed his way to the burning speedboats. The moment he set foot on the deck, a waft of smoke rushed into his nostrils. Good soul, these sacks have all been doused with oil. No wonder the fire's so strong. Without hesitation, Lorist used a long stick he picked up by the side of the port to push the sacks into the ocean, causing one cheer after another to resound along the bridge. A few other soldiers and knights made their way to the bridge and helped their lord save the slaves. The household knights easily cut the slaves' chains with their silver blade glows, allowing those who had barely just survived to reunite with their families. "Sir, good sir." Lorist turned around and saw the man with scars all over his body holding two children around 10 years old come to him and prostrate himself as he said, "Thank you, sir, for saving our lives." Lorist stepped back and said, "Stand up, you don't have to thank me in this fashion. House Norton forbids slavery. You are free." On Grindia, prostrating oneself with all limbs flat on the ground was one of the most extreme forms of submission. It was normally reserved for sacrificial ceremonies to the gods. It just so happened that the Hanayabarta kingdom mandated that the slaves show them the same degree of respect to sate their egotistical cravings for power. The huge man looked flabbergasted as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. We're free." Lorist nodded. "That's right, you are free. However, you will still have to be monitored temporarily so that you don't cause trouble for our operations. We are in the midst of a war, so you will only regain true freedom once I defeat the slavers and slave traders." The huge man straightened his back and hugged his two children, crying, "We're free! We're finally free!" Lorist took a good look at that man and his two children. The older one was a boy around the age of 12 while the younger child was a girl of around 7. She was dressed just like a boy, however. Her hair was incredibly messy. Lorist assumed it was a protective measure to ensure her safety. "Sir, apologies for showing you my unsightly form," the huge man said after a good long sob. "Can you tell me your name, sir? I will definitely not forget my debt to you." "We are House Norton from the Northlands, also known as the Roaring Raging Bear," replied a guard beside Lorist proudly. "Northlands. Norton. Raging Bear." The huge man mused, "Ah, I know. You're here to exact revenge. No wonder your armor looks so familiar. A fight broke out over one of your armor sets and some people even died as a result." "Oh, what are you called?" asked Lorist, raising an eyebrow. "I'm called Carmen, sir. I come from the Roman Empire," replied the huge man respectfully. The Roman Empire? Wow, that's quite far. Stand up. Tell me how you came to be a slave in the first place, said Lorist. Thank you, sir, said Carmen as he stood up. I used to be an apprentice attendant to Count Bilup. The Count angered the Prime Minister and was stripped of his dominion and attacked by the Empire's army. After the attendants and guards were captured, of which I was one, we were sold off as slaves. It happened about 19 years ago. I was just 15 at the time. You've awakened your Batla force. That's right. Had it not been for that, I wouldn't have been able to stay alive for so long. It's only because of my Batla force that I was considered in a much better light and even allowed to bear 2 children, replied Carmen. Then, why were you chained up over here? Asked Lorist. Look, Carmen said as he pointed at the windstorm near other sunken ships in the distance, is that ship one of your families, sir? Lorist nodded. That ship's far too powerful. The 10 of the royal family's patrol ships were sunk in mere moments. The remaining ones don't dare to engage it. So, one of the people in charge came up with a ploy to dump flaming piles on the speedboats and have them sail towards your ship. They wanted us slaves to paddle the boats in exchange for the safety of our families. Lorist felt a chill run down his spine and relieved that he had made it in time to stop the enemy's plan. Over 30 flaming boats ramming into the windstorm would be something terrible to behold. Search all the ships around the port and capture anyone on board and bring them here. Kill anyone who resists, instructed Lorist to the guard nearby. Sir, the crews of the Royal Patrol Fleet have already retreated behind the inner walls. Their ships have long been evacuated, said Carmen. Aren't there still people on the other merchant vessels? Everyone must come here to be screened, said Lorist with satisfaction. The 200-odd ships would become his property soon. They alone were easily worth more than 1,000,000 gold fords. Carmen, tell me more about the incident regarding the armor of our troops. Did the slavers attack your dominion 3 months ago, sir? Asked Carmen. That's right. They attacked one of our island dominions. Sir, the garrison troops of your dominion were really amazing, Carmen praised. I still recall that more than 20 guards from this port joined that attack and only 3 of them came back. Even though they managed to gain quite a bit of coin, they only managed to get 1 breastplate from your troops. After they returned, the 3 fought over who should take possession of the breastplate without end. Due to being excessively drunk, a fight broke out and it ended with 2 dead and 1 heavily injured. The injured one died 2 days later from excessive blood loss, so the leader of the guards took the breastplate for himself. I was among the slaves who were tasked to deal with the corpses, so I got a good look at that breastplate. The moment I saw your troops wearing armor of the same design, I knew you were here to take revenge. However, my lord, there seemed to have been lots of people who were captured during their attack. I recall seeing tens of thousands of enslaved people. We were wondering where they came from in the first place. Only a part of the people captured were subjects of my dominion. Most of them are refugees who were brought in to develop our dominion. It was precisely because of their presence that the slavers decided to attack us. Carmen, many of our troops were captured as well. Do you know where they are being held? Asked Lorist. I seem to have heard something about it before, said Carmen in deep thought. Bali. Bali, come over. Carmen called out to a slave behind him. A thin young man around the age of 17 came forward timidly and asked, You called for me, Uncle Carmen? Yes. Bali, do you remember seeing a group of weird-looking slaves at the port 2 months ago? Bali nodded. Carmen continued, Think hard about this. Why did those slaves strike you as weird? Also, where were they taken? Oh, they looked a little too prideful to be slaves. Many of them were injured and some were even outright cursing, saying that their lord would come to save them and kill all of the slavers without question. The leader of the guards here was present at that time and attempted to use his whip to teach them a lesson. But the slavers said that those slaves were for the Hamida's dueling grounds and that the guard leader would have to pay for the losses should the slaves be injured. In the end, the guard leader took his anger out on us and even gave me a few whips, explained Bali. Hamida's dueling grounds, mused Lorist with dread. What Carmen said proved Lorist's fears to be right. Sir, perhaps, only a few of your soldiers are still alive. The Hamida's dueling grounds is nothing short of hell. That place hosts the crying souls of the dead slave gladiators. The slavers love performances like those the most. They love to see magic beasts tear helpless slaves apart and pit one group of slaves against another until one side is completely wiped out. There is usually a show once every 10 days, but those shows are relatively small scale with only a little more than 10 dying each time. Every month, however, there would be a large-scale battle with more than 100 slaves participating for the slavers' entertainment. Last month, they held one of those shows to celebrate the founding of the kingdom. I heard that up to 1,000 slave gladiators died during the fights. Lorist fumed. He said with bloodshot eyes, "Very well. For every one of our troops that died at the Hamida's dueling grounds, I will have 10 slavers buried with them. If one of my household knights die, I will sacrifice 10 of those slaver nobles to appease their souls." "Milord," a heavy armored soldier called out as he rushed over, "we have already sealed off 4 of the city gates, but there are lots of ballistae on the walls that caused us a small number of casualties. Blade Master Englich sent me here to ask you when we will begin the siege." Lorist raised his head and looked at the distant inner walls upon which many people were gathered. "Are there that many ballistae up there?" "We estimate at least 100, replied the soldier. Even though Lorist was still feeling seething anger after finding out where his troops and knights were sent, he didn't let his emotions affect his decision to order the troops to attack the walls immediately. "Order our troops to retreat to a safe distance. Form a defensive line to stop anyone from escaping. Order the wheelbarrow ballista units to keep firing at the walls around 4 gates to put pressure on the enemy troops on the walls operating the ballistae. Since we've occupied the port area, have Ovidis's Thunderbolt Brigade come ashore for now. We'll let the enemies in the inner walls live for another day. We'll launch our attack tomorrow," instructed Lorist. "Yes, milord," said the soldier before he ran off. "Milord," said Potter Fang as he came over. "What's up with your situation?" asked Lorist. "Yuri and Jisk have already begun operations with the Light Cavalry Scout Brigade. Apart from the ships that have docked, we had the remaining ones come over to the port over here. I've already had the battlefield cleaned up. We have around 300 casualties and more than 2,000 dead enemies," replied Potter Fang. "Good. If Fierce Tiger Lows, Malak and the rest managed to conquer the 8 islands, order them to bring their men here. Have all the slaves and captives brought over to the main island and leave a company of troops to defend each of the islands. Make sure to light a smoke signal the moment any enemy movement is noticed. Also, get Senbod's Oceanic Legion to increase the patrols around the islands. Assign 1 brigade of heavy armored troops and another brigade of wheelbarrow ballista to him to deal with the remaining 19 islands. Have the slaves and captives brought over here as well." "Understood, milord," replied Potter Fang. "Sir, sir!" Carmen called out. "What's wrong?" asked Lorist. "Sir, can you give us a chance to aid you in any way? You've saved our lives and have given us our freedom. We are willing to form up and help you attack the walls. Sir, we are not afraid of death. As long as you give us some weapons, we will be more than willing to revolt and pay the slavers back for all the pains we've suffered." Lorist shook his head. "Carmen, I appreciate your sentiment, but to be honest, you guys are not well trained and have quite weak constitutions. It's not that I'm looking down on you guys, but sending you to attack the walls is nothing short of suicide. It is a sacrifice that will not bring us any benefit at all." Carmen's gaze dimmed as he understood that Lorist spoke nothing but the truth. "However, there is a way that you can help me out," Lorist said as he pointed at the slaves gathered up near the port. "Organize them properly. We will need guides to show us the way to the palace's food stores so that we can get something prepared to feed you. I heard that there are more than 400,000 slaves here in the kingdom. If I merely liberate you and leave you to your own devices, a food crisis would surely ensue. Find some more talented and trustworthy ones among the slaves and gather them up. I believe that you are more than capable of this. Form a temporary settlement to help us organize and deal with the slaves we rescue. Only after the slaver nobles are exterminated can we transport you lot back to the mainland and return you to your homes. Also, there's a lot of things I will need your help with. You guys can help us screen the slavers and determine which are worthy of death and help us find their hidden warehouses. You can also help with cooking. Support the injured instead of charging to your deaths. If you are willing, you are also free to follow us back to the Northlands to our dominion and start your lives there. Carmen, are you willing to help me out? Carmen bowed deeply and said, "My lord, it is my greatest honor to be able to serve you. I trust that the other slaves are more than willing to do so as well." Chapter 277 Hector and the Slave Camp. Here's the 5th chapter of the week. I'll be taking a test early next week, well, tomorrow, to be exact, so expect updates to come around the latter part of the week. See you again soon. Carmen did not disappoint. He quickly gathered up the slaves at the port and began to set up camp. He also sent some slaves who were familiar with the islands and terrain to serve as guides and aided with the occupation of the warehouses in and out of the walls. He also managed to recruit other slaves to his cause and set up tens of youth slave squads numbering around 100 men each to keep the camp in order. Not only that, he also had the women and children help out with other chores such as cooking food and making soup, greatly contributing to the Norton forces. Being the most well-known slave trading area, Nupit was considered a rather large city, even though the inner walls weren't that large. Ever since the founding of the kingdom, the city's walls had never once been assailed by enemies, so the slavers and slave traders turned complacent and began expansive development at the outer part of the cities away from the defense afforded by the inner walls. They built mansions, manors, warehouses, and trade areas, all of which had fallen into Lorist's hands. Countless slaves gathered together joyfully and the newly set up camp continued to grow in size. The slavers and traders cried and cursed from the top of the walls as they watched one warehouse after another pried open and stripped bare. At 3 in the afternoon, the guards on the inner walls began to throw flaming torches down to light up the houses built along the sides of the inner walls. Perhaps they had intended to use the flames to torch all that was outside the walls, but Lorist reacted quickly and had the slaves aid the family forces to set up an isolated area beyond which the fire could not spread just shy of the ballistay on the walls range, thus foiling the enemy's plan. He had his own ballistay firing at the walls all the while, inflicting severe casualties on those atop them. In the evening, a group of soldiers Lorist sent out to scout brought some good news. They had found Hector, the chief secretary of Silaoz, much to his surprise and delight. The slave camp they had built held around 80,000 people, but that number was still shy of a third of the total slave population on the archipelago. There was little doubt that the population in the camp would grow explosively over the coming days, so Lorist was glad to hear that Hector would be able to return to his service and manage the area. Lorist had much else to do. When the slavers attacked Silaoz, Hector could have retreated to Farama village first. But just as he was leaving Whitebird town, a group of slavers was on their tail and Mayor Hugo brought 10 or so youths with him to keep them at bay. Hector, on the other hand, was busy evacuating the panicked town folk, which had cost him the time he needed to escape, leading to his eventual capture. The only thing Hector could find solace in was the fact that he had moved his family members to the Northlands back when he thought that the Chictor Merchant Guild would attack the island. He was glad he wouldn't have to worry about his family's safety. He had witnessed more than a few tragic moments, of families being broken apart, during his voyage to the kingdom. To Hector, the slavers were nothing but uncultured beasts wearing the skin of men. They did not contain a single shred of humanity. Putting aside the slaughter of the elderly and injured before leaving the island, during the 10 odd days of sailing back to the Hanayabarta kingdom, they violated every single woman on the ships save a few noble maidens picked and saved for the slaver nobles. Hector, on the other hand, was rather lucky as his captors had noticed his talents during the voyage. Upon knowing that he was the chief secretary of Silaoz and graduate of the Christian Empire's Mober Academy, the slavers did not treat Hector as they did the other slaves. Instead, they had him become a bookkeeper to handle the miscellaneous matters of a company at Nupit. When the Norton forces took over one warehouse after another, Hector was flabbergasted. He had thought that Lorist would at most send a representative to ransom him and the rest of the knights. He didn't think that Lorist would be able to mount a full-scale attack in just 3 short months. During the day, Hector continued his work in the warehouse as usual without knowing about the situation outside. It was not until he saw the troops dressed in Norton standard issue armor that he announced his identity and was brought before Lorist. After some consolation and pleasantries, Lorist quickly assigned Hector some tasks. Hector felt his head numbing when he saw the thick stack of documents on the table and started to miss his job back at the warehouse. "My lord, you've given me so much to handle, but do you have anything you want me to focus extra effort on?" asked Hector. Lorist realized that he shouldn't have asked Hector to take care of every single matter, trivial or not, and said, "How about this? Just deal with the matters of the slave camp. The main priorities of the house are to rescue our knights and officials that were captured and avenge the deaths of our good folk during their assault. As an aside, we're going to glean as much wealth as possible from the kingdom to solve the lack of funds our house is facing. To be frank, this deployment is an incredibly risky endeavor. Apart from a few select high officials of the house, the rest are not aware that we only had little more than a week's worth of supplies before we took over the resources here. In other words, our fleet wouldn't have enough food for a return trip. Had we encountered misfortune on the way here, the tens of thousands of troops would very possibly perish. That's why, the forces will have to rely on this place to get our supplies, and it is crucial that we get the help of the slaves for this. I have declared that we came to take revenge on the slavers as well as to liberate the slaves of the archipelago, with the condition that they must first be organized. Otherwise, the whole situation would fall into chaos with vengeful slaves messing up our plan and causing a huge fiasco. The Hanayabarta kingdom has more than 400,000 slaves, with more than 100,000 located at the plains near Hamidas. The other 200,000 are most likely located around the area of Port Nupit. Today alone, we have taken in more than 70,000 slaves. Countless more are due to arrive in the next week. The key of your task is to manage them well enough so they can aid our forces in our expedition." "My lord, I understand. I will definitely make sure that they're in good order," said Hector. Lorist shook his head and said, "Hector, don't treat these slaves like normal refugees, that will be to your detriment. You can't allow the slaves to spend long periods of time in the camp with nothing to do. The key is to keep them occupied. The thing I'm most worried about is that these slaves will launch a revolt against the slaver nobles right away the moment they are freed, setting fire to the manors and mansions if they are unable to find their tormentors. This situation is so volatile that it may erupt at any moment." Lorist handed Hector a document. "Read through it," he said. "We have 2 warehouses worth of linen cloth from our spoils. I have already instructed for it to be sent to the slave camp to be made into clothes for the slaves. I want to gain their trust and confidence, and show them that our efforts to liberate them are sincere, not some ploy to trap them. Doing so will also keep the slaves occupied instead of letting them dilly-dally around the camp with nothing to do. The latter is just a recipe for disaster. Some of the more ambitious slaves could use this chance to rally some minions and push the others in the camp around. The moment that happens, it will become a huge pain for our house. You should be aware that there are over 300,000 slaves on the whole of the archipelago while our forces only number around 40,000. When you manage the camp, put your efforts into these few things. First, form a smith camp and have slaves with any sort of skill in crafting assigned there. Second, form a few patrol brigades from a few strong reliable youths to keep the order of the camps. Third, screen the slaves and pick out any bad apples, especially those that have oppressed other slaves on their master's behalf. Kill those who have blood on their hands and put the others into a camp for hard labor. Those are the ones who will cause the most trouble. Additionally, make sure to pay extra attention to our captives. I will assign 2 heavy armored brigades and 1 wheelbarrow ballista brigade to you that will be in charge of watching the captives in our supply stores, and as a precaution against any form of revolt or chaos breaking out in the slave camp. Should that ever happen, mobilize those 3 brigades to quell any resistance. We must ensure that the slave camp is kept in order at all times. I've already instructed the Oceanic Legion to scour the surrounding islands. They will bring more captives and slaves here over the next few days. The population of the slave camp will easily shoot past 300,000. As it's already the 9th month and the harvest season, we should not waste the food planted around the island. You may organize some slaves to help out with the harvest, and if there are any who wish to stay on the island after this whole ordeal to make a life for themselves, we can promise them farmland here. They can settle down here as our subjects and enjoy a life of bliss and stability. My lord, are you saying that you are going to make this place a dominion of the house? Asked Hector. That's right, Lorist nodded and said, I intend to exterminate the Hana-Yabarta kingdom and make this the overseas dominion of our house. After screening those slaves and rooting out the troublesome ones, you can assign those who are willing to stay back here on the archipelago to help us out. The house will provide them with living necessities as well as farmland and houses. What about the captives, my lord? How should we handle them? Let them work hard labor. Hard labor? Hee. Only in their wildest dreams. They aren't even qualified for that, Lorist said as an insidious smile surfaced on his face. Ask the soldiers of the house whether they're willing to let those murderers off after seeing the state of Silawas. Only humans serve hard labor, not animals. Let me be honest with you, Hector, I'm not going to spare a single soul of the citizens of the Hana-Yabarta kingdom, whether they be nobles or commoners. I will kill every single one of them to make an example for the rest of the world to see. Hector felt a chill down his spine from the seething killing intent radiating from Lorist. My lord, I understand that the slavers and slave traders are deserving of death. Their soldiers that have committed so many atrocities are no different either. But you can't kill the commoners, especially those innocent women and children. They of all people should not be your target to vent your rage on. Lorist smiled while shaking his head as his gaze turned ice cold. Hector, I know you are a good man. But you've forgotten that the Hana-Yabarta kingdom is a nation built on the suffering of countless slaves. The commoners, including their women and children, are guilty by birth. While some of them did not personally take the life of a slave, it doesn't change the fact that they're benefiting off the blood and tears of the slaves. Now, the time of retribution is upon them. They will not be able to escape it. My lord, we have more men than women and most of them are young and fit. Can't we draft the female captives into a harlot camp to serve those slaves that serve our house? Also, if they wish to settle down here, they may take those captives as wives. Our soldiers will also need an outlet for their lust after all the killing, right? I think that at the very least, taking the female captives into the harlot camp as atonement for their sins is far better than killing them off just like that, suggested Hector as a compromise. Lorist fell into deep thought and finally said, You're right, Hector. I'll leave this matter in your hands. Remember, maintaining the order of the slave camp is of paramount importance. Understood, my lord. I will start working right away, said Hector before he bowed. Take these documents with you. Also, I will have Carmen, who's in charge of the slaves right now, come see you. He's a slave himself but has a 3-star Iron Battla Force rank. He's a trustworthy one and you can make him the leader of the slave patrol squads after they are formed. Tell him that if he manages to break through to the silver rank, I will take him in as a household knight. Understood, my lord. Hector left hurriedly and would be busy for quite a while. Lorist sat down in his chair and breathed a relieved sigh. War was not just about charging into enemy formations and slaughtering away. It was a complicated intertwined web of logistics, food supply, casualty management, defensive patrols, and stationing troops. Only when all those aspects are taken into consideration would the end result be a favorable one. While 40,000 elite troops were more than enough to wipe out the Hanayabarta kingdom, managing the 400,000 slaves was the key to realizing the goals of House Norton. Potter Fang entered the tent and said, "My lord, your instructions have been fully carried out. More than 2,000 captives have been decapitated and their heads are already in the process of being embalmed. The headless corpses are being buried by the slaves. Also, the cremation of our dead troops by the pyre is also complete and their ashes have been gathered up." Potter Fang hesitated for a while before he continued, "My lord, I don't understand why you gave that kind of order. What would you do with the heads of the enemy? You also instructed Fierce Tiger Lows to do the same and bring the heads with him when he comes over. What good will this do?" Lorist smiled and was just about to speak when a guard rushed in from outside the tent and reported that an ambassador carrying a white flag had been sent from the inner walls of the city. "I'll answer your question later, Pog. Let's see what those ravenous wolves have to say for themselves." The ambassador representing the slavers in the inner city was an old man, who introduced himself as a viscount of the Hanayabarta kingdom with no hereditary dominion. In other words, he was merely an honorary noble who had been picked to be the ambassador after drawing an unlucky lot. Lorist and Potter Fang were seated within the tent and the old man began to make his objections heard. "Do you know that your mobilization in our territory is an affront against peace in our kingdom? You have brought blood and fire with you and caused us nobles of the kingdom to sustain severe losses. This is not something we are willing to forgive and put behind us." Lorist laughed heartily before he stood up and said, "I'm sure you know very well who I am, where I'm from, and why I came. I'll get straight to the point. Since you lot were daring enough to attack my house's dominion, you better be ready to accept our retribution. Don't tell me that you're willing to reimburse us for our losses. To be honest, there's nothing you can do to make up for our losses unless you can revive the poor people you killed on Sai Laoas." Lorist patted on the shoulder of the old ambassador in a friendly manner. "We are reasonable men. Since you're here as an ambassador, we won't harm a single hair of yours. Even though we're at war, we will treat ambassadors well, so you don't have to be so afraid. We'll definitely see to it that you'll make it back safe and sound. Tell those in the inner city to have a good meal and enjoy the night, since it'll be their last. It's best if you bathe yourselves properly too. That way, the weapons of my soldiers won't be dirted when they cut you down tomorrow." The old man shivered uncontrollably and forced himself to stammer out a response. "We will not submit. We still have SI6 Blade Masters. We can hold on you until the F forces of the K Kingdom are reinforce us." "Ah, wonderful," Lorist said gleefully, "just this noon, I killed only 3 Blade Masters, but it wasn't satisfying enough for me at all. I hope that your 6 Blade Masters can last longer and not let me down. As for that king of yours, don't worry, he will be buried alongside you soon enough." The ambassador collapsed and burst out into tears as he made his way back whence he came. "Pog, bring some men with you and head to an empty lot of land outside the inner walls. Stack the embalmed heads into a pyramid. As for the heads of the 4 Blade Masters, put them up on a stake and display them in front of the head pyramid. Make sure to put some torches there so the pyramid can be seen clearly even at night," said Lorist. "My lord, you intend to?" "Don't ask, you'll understand it when it's done." 100 meters from the walls of the inner city, Potter Fang cleared a piece of land and began to stack the heads on one another. Even though the plot of land was within range of the ballistay, and orders could be heard barked on the walls, they never fired. The threat of return fire from the wheelbarrow ballistay was too great. The guards could only wait to see what the Nortons were up to. It didn't appear they would be attacking any time soon. When the few carriages worth of heads were sent over, some of the Norton soldiers with more courage than the others began to build the head pyramid amidst the silence of the night. It was so quiet that Potter Fang was even able to hear the chattering of his own teeth. During the deathly silent hour, the construction of the pyramid took, not a single arrow was fired from the walls. Ah, so this will terrify the enemy and greatly lower their morale, figured Potter Fang. At 2 in the morning, a guard rushed into the tent, woke Lorist, and reported, "My lord, the enemy has breached encirclement. All of them charged out from the rear entrance towards our defense lines without regard for casualties and attempted to escape. Our troops stationed there were unable to handle the sudden surge of fleeing people." Blade Master Englich also called for reinforcements to help hunt down the escaping enemies. Good soul, to think that the structure would actually scare them shitless to the point of reckless escape, thought Lorist frustratedly. Chapter 278 Lorist finally understood what it meant to have everything go wrong because one underestimated one's enemy. He had considered the people hiding within the inner walls nothing but mere cattle waiting to be slaughtered. He thought all he had to do was wait for Ovidis's Thunderbolt Brigade to arrive and obliterate the ballistae on the walls before launching an attack when the enemy was deprived of their ranged defense. After that, he could occupy the 4 inner walls and begin dealing out retribution to the slavers and slave traders. However, he didn't think they would as desperate as they evidently were. They were willing to risk everything for their lives. They gathered up all the slaves in the inner city, modified a carriage by nailing some doors onto the push handles, and forced the slaves to push the shielded contraptions straight towards the Norton soldiers' line to draw their attention. Following that, tens of thousands of people rushed out of the gates and continued their charge without regard for their casualties in a desperate struggle to push past the defensive line and head into the wilderness before making their way to the royal capital. Lorist suddenly recalled a joke from a show in his past life about a baldhead reprimanding his subordinates for being inferior to pigs, as the rabbits had to spend more than 2 days and 3 nights to capture tens of thousands of pigs, whereas his tens of thousands of subordinates were captured within an afternoon by the rabbits. 1. Even though the enemies rushed out in droves like a bunch of pigs, real pigs only knew to escape, but those enemies would resist when they had to. When they saw that there would be no escape, they would make their last stand against the Norton soldiers. Some silver and gold ranks went all out before their moments of death, inflicting huge casualties on the Norton troops. Lorist could do naught but order the rest of the soldiers to regroup before giving pursuit later and avoid enemies that they weren't able to handle in the interest of minimizing casualties. They were under orders to stall the enemies as best they could until more household knights arrived. On another front, Lorist himself was busy heading all over to give his assistance, all the while instructing Malak and Loz, who had just arrived and were going to rest up, to help him out. It was only in the afternoon that Lorist gave the order to cease pursuit. During the night, when everyone else was gathered in the tent, Lorist felt like slapping himself after hearing the casualty report. There were more than 2,900 casualties, of which 824 were dead. Almost an entire brigade had been rendered incapable of battle. Most of the dead died during the enemy's frenzied charge. While it didn't show on his face, Lorist felt extreme remorse and thought that he should have pretended that he had the intention of negotiating with the old ambassador, if only just to stall for time and let them feel safe for the moment behind their walls. Why did he have to tell the enemy about his clear intentions to kill every single one of them? After scaring the old man away, he even had Potter Fang erect the terrifying monument outside the walls, which was definitely the straw that broke the camel's back. That went horribly. Lorist sighed and felt humbled after realizing that it had been his own overconfidence, his own hubris that had led his men to their death. While the port was heavily defended, only a single brigade of heavy armored troops and another brigade of wheelbarrow ballista troops were stationed at each of the 3 other gates of the walls. Lorist had believed that 500 ballistae were more than enough to secure each of the gates, but he did not take into account that his troops needed to rest. The midnight when the enemy charged out, less than 100 ballistae were fully manned and able to fire, which was one of the main causes for the enemy's successful escape. "My lord, we've run the estimates," said Potter Fang as he walked into the tent. His left arm was bandaged. He had been the first to rush to the troops' aid. Fortunately, he arrived in time to save Angelika's life. The old blade master had been forced back by 3 other blade masters and would have been in a huge pinch had Potterfang not arrived in time. Compared to blade masters, Potterfang was a bit lacking. But his swordsmanship was strongly defense-oriented, so he was able to keep the enemy occupied without trouble. Fierce Tiger Lows later rushed over and changed the situation completely. One of the blade masters who was fighting Englich saw that the situation was taking a turn for the worse and ran. One of the other blade masters was killed by Lows and Englich. As the second blade master was struck down, the third, occupied with Potterfang until then, attempted to escape as well, but Potterfang, in exchange for a blow to his shoulder, foiled his attempt. Luckily, Lows and Englich made it in time and killed him before he could do more damage. "Speak," said Lorist, clutching his head. "Milord, there are 7,432 enemy corpses at our defensive line. 5,000 of them were found near the city gates. Over 1,700 of the dead were slaves. After a day's pursuit, we managed to capture 35,000 prisoners, most were women and children. So over 70,000 enemies were within the inner city and we only managed to capture and kill around 40,000 in total. Most of the 30,000 who escaped must have been youths who were willing to leave the elderly, women and children behind." Lorist only hoped that Jisk and Yuri's scouts would be able to hold the enemy back. They mounted and equipped with longbows and crossbows, so they should be able to deal quite a bit of damage. But the number of horses available was not enough. Each scout at most had 1 mount to themselves instead of the usual 2. It was just not possible to bring enough horses along on such a rapid response expedition, one which had to cross a vast ocean no less. Even Ovidis's Thunderbolt Brigade assignment of 2 horses per siege engine had to be cut down to 1. Their mobility was halved as a result. If they had another cavalry brigade, the escaped enemies could easily have been surrounded. However, only Lows brought his beloved steed with him. Lorist didn't even have a mount. "Well, for our captives, have Hector pick out the women to serve in the harlot camps and let the slave patrol squads use the rest as target practice. Allow them to vent their anger or exact their vengeance, but make sure to cut the heads off for embalming. Lows, I trust that you will be able to see it's done." "Yes, milord," said Lows, standing to attention. "Malak, I'll leave clearing out the inner city to you. After that, keep all the spoils we have within the inner city and make sure not to forget to assign food and other supplies to the slave camp once every 3 days, understood?" "Yes, milord," replied Malak. "Pog, reorganize our family forces and leave behind 2 heavy armored brigades and 1 wheelbarrow ballista brigade to defend the inner city and monitor the slave camp. The rest will rest for 3 days before marching towards Hamidas," instructed Lorist. "Roger." At that moment, a guard entered the tent and reported, "Milord, Tarkal has a report for you." "Hey? Why is Tarkal still on the island?" thought Lorist with surprise. He had instructed Tarkal and Els to infiltrate the Hanayabarta kingdom 2 months earlier. Their mission was to gather information on Nupit and Hamidas, and to find out whether it was possible to ransom the household knights and officials. Until Tarkal's arrival today, however, they had never contacted him. As a result, Lorist had been forced to deploy his forces despite the risks involved. He didn't think that Tarkal would still be on the island. But if he's here, what about Els? At that moment, Tarkal entered the tent. He saluted and began his report immediately. "Milord, Els and I posed as 2 relatives of several high officials in the Peterson Merchant Guild and made our way here. Upon our arrival, however, we discovered things weren't going to go as smoothly as we'd hoped. The Hanayabarta kingdom has close relations with the Chikdar Merchant Guild, but not the Peterson Merchant Guild. The slavers didn't take us seriously, though they treated us with courtesy. They assumed we were young masters traveling around to see the world." Even though he had been ignored by the slavers and slave traders, Tarkal still managed to fit in by getting acquainted with the mid-lower class officials and quickly gained access to large amounts of information, such as how many slaver bands and slaver nobles participated in the attack on Silaoz, as well as the number of slaves dispatched to every location and what they were tasked with. Tarkal even made records of what the warehouses around Nupet had, and also managed to rescue more than 10 captured Icelanders from Silaoz by purchasing them. But just as he was about to send his report, Tarkal realized with a shock that no ships were available to him. The ships had long since finished their business on the island and had left. Some of the friends he'd made during his stay also advised him against boarding the merchant vessels of lesser, unknown slaver bands, especially since half of his slaves were women. Being attacked by the crews of those ships at sea was a real possibility, as they could easily dispose of his corpse without leaving a single trace behind. The best course of action available to him was to wait for another month. By the end of the 10th month, the ships of the Chictor Merchant Guild was scheduled to arrive at the kingdom, and it was far safer traveling with them than with anyone else. So, Tarkal had no choice but to stay at Nupet to await Lorist's arrival. Unfortunately for him, he was forced to evacuate into the inner city at the insistence of the few friends he made, and he only managed to escape when chaos broke out during the reckless escape conducted by the people within the inner city. When he saw the household soldiers entering the city, he revealed his true identity and was busy settling down the Icelanders he had freed and waited for Lorist to return from pursuing the enemy. Why would the Chictor Merchant Guild's fleet be coming here during the end of the 10th month? Lorist asked, his curiosity piqued. I heard that their fleet comes over here routinely during the 4th and the 10th months to engage in trade. During their previous trip in the 4th month, the third young master of the Chictor clan came over for a visit and began telling the slavers about his initial plan to invade Silaoz before the War of Glass threw it out of the window when he was drunk at a banquet. It was he who had revealed that our house brought in tens of thousands of refugees to help develop the Dominion, and it was thanks to this information that the slavers attacked our island, explained Tarkal. Haha! Chictor Merchant Guild and the third young master. So they were indirectly behind the attack all along, said Lorist as he began to understand the truth of the matter. Well, this is a debt that I'll definitely collect in the future. Where's Els? Asked Lorist. My lord, Els has gone to the Hamidas. Over 1,300 soldiers of our house were captured on Silaoz. Apart from 30-odd of them who were tortured to death, they, including Knight Charade and Knight Jim, were sent to the dueling grounds. Tarkal began to cry out of the blue and pleaded, My lord, you have to go and save them quick. Less than 300 of those captured are still alive right now. They were sent to fight against magic beasts and other slaves. Too many good men have died. Last month, they even held a festival to celebrate the founding of their kingdom, and over 500 of our soldiers died. Els and I had to witness their gruesome deaths without being able to do anything. The audience even felt that the show was not exciting enough and even clamored for the injured ones to be killed. Those people within the capital. They have to be killed without question. My lord. Tarkal's words were like oil being poured into a fire. All the knights within the tent cried out to be sent into battle against Hamidas. Lorist waved his hand with a solemn expression to stifle the chatter within the tent. Stop being so noisy. Hamidas is right over there and not a single one of them will escape anytime soon. The house will definitely have its revenge. As much as I'd like to march towards the capital right here and now, think about it. We've only just arrived last night and our troops haven't had the time to rest properly and recover. The soldiers at the defensive line were so tired that they only realized the enemy's desperate attempt to charge out at the very last minute. It takes one day to travel from Nupet to Hamidas on horseback. The charge happened in the early hours of dawn, so Hamidas will only receive word of our arrival tomorrow. I trust that not one of them will be in the mood to watch any more of those dueling grounds shows, so our captured soldiers and knights should be safe for the moment. What we need to do now is to get 3 days of rest before marching towards Hamidas and avenging the deaths of our heroic soldiers. Understood, my lord. Tarkal, why did Els stay in the capital? Asked Lorist. My lord, Els is presenting himself as a swordsmanship-crazed young master and bribed the manager of the dueling grounds to allow Charade, Jim, and the other knights to spar with him. That way, they won't be chosen as the fighters for the shows of the slaver nobles. During the celebratory show, Knight Raffid sacrificed himself to save Knight Charade. Knight Jim and Talk were also injured. What about Charade? Asked Lorist worriedly. Knight Raffid was one of the regiment leaders of the 3rd Local Defense Brigade who had been captured as he was injured and out cold following his reinforcement of Whitebird Town. The thought of him sacrificing himself for Charade was a surprising one. Knight Charade is fine and only lightly injured. However, because of Knight Raffid's sacrifice, the boss of the dueling grounds feels that he is some kind of big shot and refused Elsa's attempt to purchase him. Els has no choice but to visit him on the pretense of sparring. Els, on the other hand, intends to organize a revolt at the dueling grounds and fight his way out of Hamidas. It will prove very difficult, however, given there are 2 blade masters standing guard. Also, the slave fighters are not armed. There's no way the plan will work, replied Tarkal. Upon hearing that Charade was still alive, Lorist breathed a sigh of relief. Englich stood up and said, "My lord, why don't you let me sneak into Hamidas and rescue Knight Charade and the rest?" As the matter concerned the happiness of his beloved granddaughter, Englich was willing to give it his all. "You won't do," Lorist said while shaking his head. "You'll surely be recognized by many who escaped from the rear gates of the inner city since you were stationed there. The moment you appear at Hamidas, the Blade Masters will definitely come for you. It's fine if you want to kill yourself, but don't drag Charade and the rest down with you." The old man sat back down, fully understanding that Lorist spoke naught but the truth. "If anyone's sneaking in, that would be me. Apart from the old ambassador yesterday, most of the people within the inner city don't know how I look. Later, make sure to check the corpses and captives and see whether that old man managed to escape. If he didn't, I will make my way to Hamidas and find some way to rescue Charade and the rest," said Lorist. "My lord, you can't take this risk," advised many of the knights in the tent. "I've made up my mind, so don't bother dissuading me. You guys just focus on allowing the troops to rest and reorganizing them for the next attack. Remember, launch the attack 3 days from now. Don't worry about me. I'm pretty confident that none of the Blade Masters at Hamidas will be able to take me on. Perhaps, I might even be able to cause them some trouble," said Lorist with a laugh. "Tarkal, work with Malak to sort the valuable spoils we have and keep them well stored behind the inner walls." Tarkal saluted and said, "Yes, my lord." 1. The author is referencing Your Hair Affair, which is an allegorical Chinese webcomic that's also been made into a web animation that can be found on YouTube with English subs, about China's take on modern history. Chapter 279. Jisk and Yuri returned the next day. Both looked incredibly haggard. Well, anyone would look like they did if they only just managed to escape being chased by 3 Blade Masters for a whole night. The order Lorist had given them was to lock down the route between Nupit and Hamidas so the news of the port's assault and fall wouldn't spread to the capital. During the afternoon of the day before, they arrived at the target location with their scout brigade and began to set up their defensive line after picking a place to set up camp. They even managed to capture a number of messengers heading for Hamidas. All seemed to be going well. But a day later, Jisk and Yuri noticed the appearance of a convoy of carriages guarded by a substantial cavalry detachment. They were initially able to stop them from advancing, but, as time passed, more and more enemies began to arrive. They easily numbered 10,000. Eventually, they launched a full-scale assault on the brigade's position. Jisk and Yuri believed that the enemies had escaped from Nupit and were prepared to stop every one of them. They had their scouts occupy the high ground around the path for ease of interception. Despite making 2 frenzied charges, the enemy did not succeed in dislodging the scout brigade from their positions and suffered heavy casualties. Their corpses littered the road. They responded to the situation by breaking their forces into 2 units. One was sent against each of the enemy positions whilst their carriages charged down the road once more. In order to prevent a sidestep along the other side of the road, the scout brigade had to spread itself too thin to cover both sides of the road. They were unable to bring their full force to bear on either of the two units and began to waver. Things soon broke into chaos. Jusk and Yuri were targeted by 3 blade masters right away. Jusk's marksmanship could threaten a rank 1 blade master, but it was not able to do the same for those of higher ranks. Unfortunately for the two, the enemy had exactly a rank 2 blade master among their number. The blade master quickly understood the situation and pursued Jusk relentlessly. If not for Yuri's desperate assistance, Jusk might have met his end. The two were quickly separated from their troops and had to spend the whole night running around before they finally shook the blade masters off. When the two regrouped with their troops, they counted 1,000 casualties, and that despite the fact that the enemy had only fought to break through their lines, and not to eradicate or exterminate them. Seeing that their troops were tired and worn, the two of them decided not to give pursuit and instead brought the men back. While it pained Loris to admit it, Jusk and the others knew that his actions had been a grave error. Underestimating the enemy and treating them like a pack of wild dogs, Loris thought that he would be able to overwhelm them by stacking the last proverbial straw, hence his decision for Jusk and Yuri to intercept them initially. Had the scouts allowed the enemy to use the path and employed hit-and-run tactics by attacking from their rear, in which their advantage of ability could be fully utilized, they might have been able to cause huge damage to the enemy, far more than the 8,000-odd kills they had. Waving his hands to dismiss the two of them, Loris began to think with a solemn expression. It seems that this expedition is not going as well as I had hoped. I guess exterminating a whole kingdom was never going to be an easy task. While the enemies at Nupit didn't even stand a chance, the things that happened after the first attack has been one accident after another. With only 8,000 enemies killed, at least 15,000 will make it back to Hamidas, and I'm sure they have quite a few high-tier fighters in their ranks as well. The royal capital is also guarded by 28,000 soldiers of the royal family's defense legion. Taking into account the conscription of the slavers who make it back, it is extremely possible for them to cobble together over 40,000 men. Should that be the case, their military might will rival my own. After a rough estimation of his troop numbers, Loris concluded that the 2 heavy armored divisions and 1 wheelbarrow ballista division each had 15,000 men left. Given that he left 2 heavy armored brigades and 1 wheelbarrow ballista brigade back at Silaoz, he only brought around 36,000 men with him. Coupled with the Thunderbolt Brigade's catapults, the Scout Brigade, his 2 guard regiments, and Senbad's Oceanic Legion, he had 46,000 men. However, Senbad's Oceanic Legion could not participate in land battles, unless Loris no longer wanted to return to his dominion. The post-landing casualties so far amounted to 5,000 men. This meant that he only had 38,000 able-bodied men left. After assigning a heavy armored brigade and a wheelbarrow ballista brigade to Senbad to sweep the other islands, that number decreased by another 6,000. Add to the fact that he left a company of 100 heavy armored troops on each of the 27 islands to stand guard, up to another brigade's worth of men were no longer available. Additionally, the 2 heavy armored brigades and 1 wheelbarrow ballista brigade he would be stationing at Nupit meant that Loris only had a little over 20,000 soldiers for the march to Hamidas. Though Loris felt like crying from his frustration, he was not able to tear up. With only 20,000 men available to him, forget about taking Hamidas, it would already be fortunate for him to not be encircled by the enemy midway there. If he were the king of the Hanayabarta kingdom, he would forcefully conscript another 60,000 young slaves and mount a suicide attack on his camp. He would use the assault to exhaust the enemy's ammunition stores and take things from there. He would likely not win the battle, but it would definitely severely wound the enemy. Not only would the capital be safe, the kingdom might even stand a chance at retaking Nupit. No, this won't do. I'll have to reorganize the distribution of my forces. Attacking Hamidas will require at least 1 complete heavy armored division and 3 wheelbarrow ballista brigades as the vanguard. Coupled with my 1,000 guards and another 2,000 scout cavalry troops as well as the Thunderbolt Brigade, I will have close to 30,000 troops. If I can form another 5 police brigades with the slaves, we should be just a little shy of 40,000 men. Lorist sighed and reminded himself that war was no children's game and that describing military might by only approximating numbers was incredibly unwise. Despite that, he had to consolidate the number of his veteran soldiers. Only by being able to do so could he obtain victory and minimize his losses. Using untrained slaves on the battlefield was a double-edged sword. While he could superficially inflate his numbers by doing so, the first troops to collapse into disorder when the battle broke out may very well be those slaves. The chaos that would inevitably ensue thereafter might also cause them to turn back in an attempt to escape and disrupt the formations of his main forces. Forcing the slaves to act was no great feat for the Hanayabarta kingdom. If they refused to comply, they could simply put some to death to scare the rest into submission. However, there was no way Lorist could employ such a method. He had justified his attack with the liberations of the slaves. Doing such a thing would go against his stated goal and undermine his position. A simple mistake during the first conflict had cost Lorist so much. If the enemy could be wiped out when they were within the inner city itself, then the Norton forces would be able to show up at Hamidas without anyone noticing. Even if they weren't able to wipe out those in the inner city all at once, they could still keep the enemy trapped within and slowly claim the land around the capital with the help of the slaves' support and gradually deal with Hamidas. But now, he had to prepare for open field battles. The Hanayabarta kingdom would definitely mobilize their troops. The fact that so many people were able to escape from the inner city was a testament to the low number of troops the Nortons had brought with them. Even idiots would not sit around helplessly and watch their doom encroach upon them. The next step the Hanayabarta kingdom would take would be to conscript more soldiers and send out some troops for reconnaissance as well as attempt to drive the Norton troops back to sea. Lorist summoned his guards and instructed them to pass the order down for a few gold-ranked knights and Blade Master Englich to go to the city hall of the inner city for a meeting on revising their strategy. During the night, the main hall of the building was illuminated by candlelight. Lorist pointed at the map of the Hanayabarta kingdom as he briefed his subordinates on the current state of affairs. Potter Fang asked, "My lord, do you mean to say that we're no longer able to attack Hamidas head-on with our soldiers?" "Pog, if you're the king of the Hanayabarta kingdom, what would you do when you receive reports of our invasion?" questioned Lorist. After giving it some thought, Potter Fang said, "I would mobilize my troops immediately to conquer the hilly area between Nupit and the capital and set up defensive lines there to prevent our forces from entering the plains where the capital is located. After that, I would send out scouts to gain an understanding of the might and distribution of the enemy forces, all the while conscripting more soldiers to aid with the war effort. If the enemy forces are not enough, I would choose to drive them back to sea and take back Nupit." "Not bad, Pog. Your hypothetical is spot on. While we don't know for sure whether that's what the enemy will do, it's best if we no longer act carelessly and give them the benefit of the doubt. Tomorrow morning, the 5 reorganized heavy armored and wheelbarrow ballista brigades will have to march to the hilly areas to set up a line of defense before the troops of the kingdom do so. This unit will be led by Fierce Tiger Lows with Malak as his vice. Pog, since you're injured, stay here to guard the port. Jusk, Yuri, take 2,000 mounted scouts and keep an eye on the enemy's movement, patrol the supply routes to Lows and Malak as well. Also, send some troops to the plain slave farms and free as you can. Cause as much trouble as possible. Don't allow the enemy to harvest their crops, we need to keep our siege as short as possible, understood?" asked Lorist as he thumped on the map. "Understood, my lord," replied Jusk and Yuri in unison. "Preserve as many of your men as you can, don't clash with the enemy if you don't have to. Your advantage lies in the fact that you are light cavalry, meaning that you can easily escape enemy pursuit. Since the Hanayabarta kingdom doesn't breed horses, and they only have around 1,800 cavalry, they're greatly inferior to us on that front. If you have a chance, wipe them all out in one go. Another thing, if you do manage to cause chaos at the plains near the capital, the enemy will definitely hate you to the bone. They might just send out blade masters to wipe you out the moment they spot you. Knowing that you can have Malak and Lows set traps for the enemy blade master and deal with them using our steel ballistæ. Don't use our scouts to engage the enemy head-on like you did yesterday, warned Lorist. Yes, my lord, we will definitely pay attention to that, said the both of them with a slight flush of embarrassment. Pog, it is really important for you to stand guard at Nupit. The house only mobilized 8 heavy armored brigades, but we've already got more than a brigade's worth of incapacitated troops, not to mention the other 1,000 cavalry scouts and 2 regiments of wheelbarrow ballista troops. I've already ordered Senbad to stop sweeping the neighboring islands for now to consolidate our forces. When he sends the rest of our troops here, reorganize 2 heavy armored brigades and 1 wheelbarrow ballista brigade and deploy them to the front lines to reinforce Los. Other than that, order Ovides's Thunderbolt Brigade to head out at the same time. It will become our main force against Hamidas. Gather all the injured in the inner city and leave a brigade of heavy armored troops and another regiment of wheelbarrow ballistae to guard them. I will also have 500 of my personal guards stay behind. That way, the remaining heavy armored brigade can be disbanded, reassign the men as senior officers to the police slave brigades. I will give you 5 days. After the formation of the 10 police slave brigades, send 5 of them to bolster our ranks at the front lines where they can also receive preliminary training to get them into shape. Senbad will be assigned 2 of the remaining 5 brigades as well as another regiment of wheelbarrow ballista troops to continue the island sweeping operation. The other 3 brigades will be in charge of helping out with supplying the front-line troops and will be our rear guard. We've already conquered Nupit and the supplies here, including the food and equipment, are quite plentiful. So far, we've no need to worry about being unable to sustain our troops. The 10 new slave brigades may take as many supplies as they need. So, you must be vigilant in the selection of the slaves that join the ranks. They will be treated the same as proper soldiers of the house, and their family members will also be allowed to enter the inner city to help us with various tasks such as caring for the injured. Make sure to compensate them for their work, understood? Potter Fang nodded and said, "My lord, I got it. I will make sure to turn their allegiance to us as soon as possible and make them feel proud to be House Norton's soldiers. However, after we form the 10 police brigades, who will keep the order? As of today, we have more than 30,000 of them here. I've already instructed Hector and Carmen to aid you however they can. After the formation of the 10 police brigades, more slaves will be recruited to form some defense units. After each island is swept, leave behind around 100 to 300 men from the defense units to stand guard. 2 additional defense brigades will also be formed from the slave camp. The rest of the men will fish, harvest, and transport supplies. We have to keep them occupied. Also, Jusk, Yuri, before you 2 leave tomorrow, head to the slave camp first. Carmen has assembled a group of slaves who are familiar with the layout of the terrain around the capital. They also have quite a number of other acquaintances there. With their help, the slaves at the plains will be able to trust that we've truly come to rescue them." "All right, my lord," replied Jusk. "Englich, I suppose you should leave with Fierce Tiger Los and the rest to guard the front lines. That will be all for now. Does anyone have any other opinions?" asked Lorist. Englich stood up and said, "My lord, the attack on Hamidas has been delayed, and the arrangements you made will take quite some time to complete. The Hana Yabarta kingdom has ample time to be aware of the real reason for our invasion. Won't they take vengeance against our captive knights and soldiers? Oh, I see that the old fellow is worried for his grandson-in-law's safety. I suppose I can hardly blame him for it." Lorist smiled and answered, "I've just received some good news this afternoon. Some guards that were surveying the results of the battle involving the scouts informed me that the ambassador that had been sent to meet me is dead. So I'll be leaving with Tarkal tonight and head to Hamidas to rescue our knights and soldiers at the dueling grounds. If the Hana Yabarta kingdom deploys their troops, the longer you can drag the battle at the hilly area on, the safer my mission will be. Also, make sure not to be too hard on them and cause them to turtle up and retreat. We will be trapped within the capital and that would be horrible. Make sure to pretend to be unable to resist their onslaught and let them take a few areas that are not crucial to our overall strategy. Put them under the impression that they still stand a chance to win if they give it another push. Everyone within the tent erupted in laughter, with Jisk saying, "My lord, should I follow you to the royal capital as well?" Lorist laughed and said, "No, you can't. The 3 blade masters that chased you down will definitely be able to recognize you. Not one of you should follow me there. The sudden presence of a gold-ranked swordsman will bring suspicion to me. The enemy aren't idiots, you know, so only Tarkal and I will be going. That's final. It'll get really busy tomorrow, so make sure to fulfill your respective duties and not let me down." "Understood, my lord." Chapter 280 Encounter. Here's the 3rd release of the week. Enjoy the read. The rumbling of horses' hooves broke the night's silence. About 100 light cavalry rode forward at breakneck speed. They came to a halt at the edge of a valley. The leader waved his arms. Shortly after, a squad of 10 broke away from the group and headed off into the area. The main unit dismounted and began to feed their horses. An hour later, the men mounted up once more and continued heading towards the plains near the capital. Nobody noticed that only 8 men rejoined the main unit. Lorist and Tarkal had snuck into the woods. After they were unable to hear the sound of the galloping, they began to make their move. Had they travelled by carriage using the route directly from Nupit to Hamidas, they would arrive at the capital about 14 hours after their departure. A messenger that travelled quickly on horseback would only need about 10 hours to cover that distance. It would take at least a day and a half, however, to make one's way from Nupit to Hamidas on foot. Lorist and Tarkal could not use the main route, it was under Norton control. Even idiots would suspect someone who reached the capital with that route. Thus, the 2 prepared to make a detour around the hills and pretend to be one of the enemies from the inner city that managed to escape capture at Nupit. After walking for 2 hours and resting twice, the skies were gradually beginning to brighten. Lorist, who was walking at the front, ceased his steps and pointed forward before sneaking in the direction. Tarkal was by his side. They were in a dense forest. Not far from their position was a small hill where sounds of flowing water could be heard. Right beneath the hill was a small, busy stream, next to which a few people were resting. They seemed to be some nobles who had escaped from the port. A hugely built, tanned, half-naked man with one battle scar after another visible on his unclad back could be seen standing in the middle of the stream, crouching and attempting to catch some of the fish with his bare hands. Unfortunately for the man, he did not have any experience catching fish. His endeavors bore no fruit despite getting himself wet, his prey eluded his snatches one after another. A glamorously dressed noble could be seen leaning on a boulder near the stream. He appeared in his 30s with a pale look on his face. He wore a tired gaze and sat slumped over the boulder. An old man was massaging the noble's feet as he cursed the huge man in the river for being so useless. Beside the nobleman knelt a middle-aged man, in his 40s. Another huge man wearing shiny silver chainmail could be spotted lying on the ground not far away, using both his hands to prop his head up as he stared absent-mindedly at the commotion going on nearby. Tarkal signaled to Lorist with his hands. Upon seeing Lorist nod, the 2 walked out from the woods towards the river bank. "Who goes there?" called out the mail-wearing man. He appeared to be the most alert of them all, given that he leaped upright and drew his sword right away. With a flash of light, a golden blade glow covered his sword, revealing his level. But, while the mail-wearing man was of the gold rank, his stance was rather laughable. His front foot stepping weakly on the ground and his weight centered around his rear. It was the stance of a person ready to make his escape at any moment. The kneeling middle-aged man and the nobleman turned silent at the sight of the newcomers. As the middle-aged man drew his sword in preparation to guard the nobleman, his master kicked him in the back and said angrily, "What are you waiting for? Put the shoe back on me right this instant." The huge man in the stream also looked towards the woods cautiously. "Don't be so tense, Kalik, it's me," said Tarkal as he got closer to the stream. Upon realizing that it was indeed Tarkal, the middle-aged man said, "Oh, Tarkal. Good riddance, I was completely damned by the lot of you. You forced me to enter the inner city saying that the place would be properly defended, yet you made your escape even before the enemy made their attack. Had it not been for my miraculous luck, I might have died as a result of your actions, cursed Tarkal as he stepped into the stream and walked towards the middle-aged man. Being able to see clearly for himself, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Ah, so it's you, Tarkal. I thought that Klimo would be with you as well." "Kilmo? He's long dead. We were still together when we left the city, but a stray ballista bolt nailed him right back on the walls. You don't know how terrified I was. I ran and ran only to notice that I had somehow lost Balop and Feline. Right after, though, the enemy cavalry troops started closing in on me," said Tarkal as he spun a story while approaching the middle-aged man. "So you're saying that you made it here alone?" asked the wary gold-ranked knight. "Come on, there's no way I would be able to pull that off," he complained as he sat down in a tired manner. He continued after he took a few swigs from the stream. "Had it not been for the 3 guards that the guild sent to protect me in the shadows, I would have long been captured or killed by those cavalry troops. Locke, it's okay now. Come out, they're friendlies," called Tarkal towards the woods. Lorist emerged from the trees and approached slowly. "He's one of the guards sent by your guild? Why haven't I seen him before?" asked the middle-aged man, Kalik. "They were tailing me in secret, mainly to protect Els and me and to report our trip back to the guild. Had it not been for the emergency, they wouldn't ever have appeared," explained Tarkal. It was enough to convince the rest that Lorist's untimely presence was fortuitous. It was quite common for huge noble families to send someone to watch over their descendants secretly as they traveled around. By doing so, they would also be able to understand the temperament of their descendants better and evaluate whether investing money and effort in training such a heir was going to be worth it. "Didn't you say that there were 3 of them?" asked Kalik as he eyed down Lorist. Tarkal cursed out, "Sheesh, I don't know how the hell I ended up deciding to come to your island just in time for a war to break out. Didn't you say that you don't have any sort of enemies? Gosh, they even came knocking at your doorstep. Had I been allowed to stay in the outer city, I might have been treated as a VIP and wouldn't have to worry about my life. But after I was brought into the inner city by you lot, I was forced to run for the whole night, only to meet up with more cavalry troops who wouldn't bother to hear my explanation at all. Had it not been for my guards' help, I would have been long dead. In the end, 3 of the cavalry troops died at the cost of my 2 other guards. It was far from enough to stop the rest of the cavalry from giving chase, however. Had it not been for Locke here, who's adept at navigating the woods, I would have had to toil hard and scale the hills just to be able to survive." Kalik stroked his nose in embarrassment and said, "Tarkal, I only brought you there for your own safety since you're a friend of mine. I didn't think that the enemy would actually be that powerful." Tarkal waved his hands dismissively and shook them dry as he said, "How in the world did you offend someone as mighty as them? I think I heard some people from the guild mention that they recognize the bear insignia of the enemy, but I just can't recall their names." Kalik kneeled back down and said, "I'm not too sure either. I only heard that around 3 months ago, some slaver nobles and slaver bands got together and sent a few people to Silauaz, an island in the Andanak kingdom, to hunt for more slaves. The operation didn't end too well. I believe the island was the dominion of a house called Norton." "House Norton!" Tarkal exclaimed, "Good gods, how did the lot of you get the courage to offend them? It's no wonder they came all the way here." "Oh? You know about House Norton?" asked Kalik. "I've only heard rumors. They are known as the Roaring Raging Bear of the Northlands and are a house of the former Chrisen Empire with sizable military achievements. Before I left to travel, I heard the Nortons defeated the 100,000 strong army of the Iblia Kingdom's king. How brain-dead were you to provoke people like them willingly? Gosh, a military-oriented noble house like them will persist until they settle the grudge completely. Wasn't the dominion of the Nortons in the Northlands? Since when did they own Silauaz? Honestly, I don't know much about this either. I heard that Silaoz also belonged to the Nortons and that they'd brought up to 60,000 refugees there to begin development. That's why the higher UPS decided it was a good idea to target them. I heard during one of the meetings that our kingdom has been lacking slaves as of late, so it's no surprise they got greedy when they heard about all those refugees, explained Kalik. Are the nobles of your kingdom all idiots? Even if you want to attack, you should at least research the background of your target. Why didn't you use your brain a little? Is a noble house that's capable of recruiting more than 60,000 refugees that easy to target? Normal nobles won't even be able to sustain 60,000 of their own subjects. With your slaves dying because of your reckless use, it's no wonder that you are lacking in them. Why don't you guys understand that slaves are not expendable objects? They will continue to create wealth for their owners if used right. Can't you give them a little more care for that? The death of a slave is naturally a loss for the master. It's just that simple. Criticized Tarkal. Kalik, where is this friend of yours from? It sounds like he has strong opinions on us, the nobles of the Hanayabarta kingdom. Should we have him educate us on how to train and discipline our slaves? Asked the noble who was still leaning on the huge boulder. Ah, Lord Viscount, I forgot to make the introductions. I'm truly sorry for that. This is the eldest son of the Peterson Merchant Guild's vice president. The guild is one of the union's big seven. The other young master that's not present with us is called Alibuk, and they've come to visit our kingdom to learn more about us. That over there is his guard, what's his name again? Asked Kalik. He's called Locke, a guard of the Peterson Merchant Guild. It's my pleasure to be made your acquaintance, respected Lord Viscount. Tarkal of the Peterson Merchant Guild pays respect to you, greeted Tarkal respectfully to the pale-faced noble. However, the nobleman merely humphed without bothering to answer the greeting. Not minding it one bit, Tarkal headed to the stream and asked Kalik quietly, "Who's that?" "That's Viscount Timba. His ancestor was one of the 17 dukes who founded the kingdom, but his title has since degraded after being passed down for 3 generations. However, his elder sister is the consort of the current king, Lud III. She just gave birth to a male heir for the royal family. It's quite possible he'll be made a count soon," explained Kalik with a similarly quiet tone. The 17 dukes were in fact 17 pirate bosses with greater influence than the rest. Given that pirates ran the kingdom, it was quite expected for things to be run a little differently. A regulation was made in the early days that if the duke's successor was not able to pay a healthy sum to inherit the title, it would be downgraded by 1 rank when it was passed on. While the territory of the dominion would not change, the lesser rank did sound less than pleasing to the ears of many. It seemed that the predecessors of the current viscount were rather frugal, to say the least, willing to have their rank downgraded rather than paying the inheritance sum. "What about that person?" asked Tarkal as he gestured with his gaze at the gold-ranked swordsman lying on the ground behind the boulder. "That's one of Duke Gufman's gold-ranked knights. He's called OSS or something. We only just met him yesterday, and the Viscount paid a good price for him to be our escort to Hamidas," said Kalik. Kalik was one of the few close friends Tarkal managed to make at Nuput. He was a junior supervisor working for the city hall. He was in charge of the security and management of the warehouses. After being treated to a few drinks, he found himself treating him as a good friend and was even willing to share the warehouse's details and information about the resources stored near the city. Tarkal had promised him that if the Peterson Merchant Guild formed a trading post in the city, he would give him 10% shares. That was why Kalik was so insistent on bringing Tarkal to safety in the inner city the moment the Norton troops defeated the 3,000 or so slaver fighters. Being a frequent visitor of the city hall, the junior supervisor was actually acquainted with the Viscount. During the city's evacuation, Viscount Timba escaped on a carriage but was unfortunate enough to be one of the first to make his way to the hilly area where Jisk and Yuri are camped, waiting. In the end, all of his servants and guards were killed, only 2 slaves were still by his side. The first was a grey-clad middle-aged man, and the other the huge man currently attempting to catch some fish in the river. In his rush to escape, the Viscount encountered Kalik. The latter was forcefully brought along to be his escort. Later, Duke Gufman's men showed up, but they didn't bother with Viscount Timba for he had lost all his troops and servants. Afraid that he would be drafted into their forces as enemy fodder, Kalik encouraged Viscount Timba to take a small detour to avoid the main route, which required crossing the hills to arrive at the capital. Kalik suspected that gold-ranked Knight OSS was a deserter as he was traveling on the same route as their group. Kalik had no choice, however, but to allow OSS to tag along. The former was only an iron rank and didn't have much of a say in the matter. Kalik continued to whisper quietly into Tarkal's ears, "This gold-ranked Knight OSS is not trustworthy. Given that he was able to disobey his lord's order and desert, we are no doubt nothing but ants in his eyes. Had it not been for Viscount Timba's promise to pay him after they arrive at the capital, I suspect that he wouldn't risk his life being with us like this." Kalik was also glad to meet Tarkal as he was a silver-ranked swordsman. At the very least, he would be able to take a few hits for Tarkal when the latter tried to escape for his life should some misfortunate incident come to pass. "So, what are you guys up to right now?" asked Tarkal curiously. Chapter 281 Setup. Here's the fourth regular chapter of the week. The fifth is coming shortly after. "Well," Kalik said with a bitter smile on his face, "from yesterday till now, all we've had are 2 pieces of wild fruit. We filled our stomachs with some stream water last night." In the morning, Viscount Timba could no longer resist his hunger and ordered his slave to catch something for him to eat. "But he's been going at it for more than an hour now and hasn't gotten anything for us yet. Why's that Viscount barefoot?" asked Tarkal. "Ugh, well, the Lord Viscount has never experienced a journey this grueling. The walk yesterday caused 2 blisters to form on his feet, so he's been riding that slave on the way ever since," Kalik said, before he turned to look at the fish-catching man. "But when he was let down yesterday during the night, he cried out in pain. It seems that the old slave seemed to have solved that temporarily by giving him a massage." Tarkal said, "Oh no, if the blisters aren't treated quickly, they will take quite a while to heal. Don't you know this?" "Well, what else can we do? The Lord Viscount is sensitive to pain, and we don't have the tools to pop the blisters. Apart from this sword of mine, I don't have anything sharp." The Viscount also left with only 2 slaves and nothing else, and slaves aren't allowed to carry weapons. "As for that gold-ranked knight, he's been behaving rather weirdly for a while now and doesn't really seem to care about us," complained Kalik. "Well, then perhaps you want to join us on the journey? With a burden like the Viscount with you, you won't be able to escape should anything bad happen. It's better if we leave as soon as possible," Tarkal whispered to Kalik. He felt that having Kalik by his side would be more than enough to enter Hamidas. There was no need for him to put up with the young noble's antics. One look and he could tell that the noble youth had been spoiled from his birth. All he could worry about was how troublesome this journey to the capital would get, especially with that suspicious gold-ranked knight tagging along. Kalik shook his head and said, "No, that won't do. When we arrive at the capital, we will need someone to back us up. Without money or influence, the soldiers at the capital won't let us in. If we do manage to send Viscount Timba back to the capital, however, we will have earned quite a good merit. After all, he's the only younger sibling of the king's consort. Their parents passed on quite early and he was raised single-handedly by the consort herself. As long as we can bring him back safely, we no longer have to worry about anything. With Viscount Timba backing you, you'll be able to start the business you talked about without any problems." Tarkal stroked his bearded chin in thought. "Do you mean that we have no choice but to bring that Viscount back to the capital?" Kalik nodded. Standing up, Tarkal said, "Then, let's get to know each other better." Moving closer to the boulder where the Viscount was resting, he bowed and asked, "Lord Viscount, I brought some medicinal supplies with me. Do you need me to help treat the injuries on your foot?" "Oh, you have medicine that can help my foot heal," exclaimed the Viscount with joy as he stretched his foot out to Tarkal right away. Quick, treat me immediately. My foot hurts so much that I'm unable to even step on the ground. Seeing the left foot whose skin is as smooth as a baby's, Tarkal understood why it pained the Viscount so much. It was apparent that he had not worked so hard since the day of his birth. From the looks of the two large blisters, the Viscount must have been traveling for more than a few hundred meters. Lord Viscount, it will hurt a little when I pop the blisters, but it'll feel cooling and refreshing right after I apply the ointment. However, this is the best medicinal product our guild offers for sale and we only need a little bit to stop the bleeding on your foot. In 12 hours, your wound will scab up properly and you'll be able to walk just fine. As he said that, Tarkal brought out a small silver box. When it was opened, a fine hooked needle could be seen embedded in the cover. Tarkal used it to pop the two blisters and remove the fluid within before wiping it clean with a white cloth. He used the scoop end of the needle to take out some ointment and gently apply it to the wounds. The moment Tarkal popped the blisters, the Viscount let out groans of pain. But when the ointment was applied, he breathed a relieved sigh. That feels rather nice. It doesn't hurt anymore. Using a thin linen strip, Tarkal bandaged up the foot. Lord Viscount, even though the treatment is complete, you will still have to avoid stepping hard on the ground in the next 6 hours to let a scab form. In 12 hours, your foot should be fully healed. Viscount Timba gingerly sat down on the floor and looked at his foot as he said, thank you. I will definitely reward you greatly when I get back to the capital. There's no need for that, Lord Viscount. We are partners in this journey now, so we'll have to help each other whenever we can. It's my pleasure to be able to be of service, said Tarkal flawlessly. His skill with words was one of his characteristics that allowed him to get along with almost anyone. All of a sudden, Knight OSS appeared before Tarkal, stretched out his hand, and demanded, "Let me see that ointment of yours." Tarkal on the other hand didn't mind it and handed it to the knight. The knight opened the lid and took a whiff of the smell before saying, "Not bad, this is good stuff," and pocketed the silver box before leaving. Tarkal, Viscount Timba, and Kalik were left stunned. What's going on? Is this daylight robbery? Lorist stepped forward into the knight's path, with his hand on the hilt of his sword, just like how a real guard would behave. "Scram!" ordered Knight OSS. "Knight OSS, what's the meaning of this?" said the Viscount, finally. Turning around, the knight said with a solemn look, "My lord, I am your personal bodyguard and the only gold-ranked knight around. If we encounter an enemy, I'll be the first one to jump into the fight, so I have to take into consideration how I can best be of service to you. With this medicine in my possession, I'll be able to stop bleeding in the middle of the fight so that my performance won't be hindered. It's best for me to be the one carrying it." The Viscount was speechless. While he was spoiled from his birth, he was no idiot. He turned to look at Kalik and saw the latter shake his head in helplessness. "Well, Tarkal, I feel that the knight has a point. Just let him have your ointment. I will definitely make this up to you when we reach the capital," said Viscount Timba a little apologetically. "It's all right, Lord," said Tarkal with a smile before he waved to Lorist. Lorist stepped back expressionlessly and cleared the way for the knight. Despite that, Knight OSS still spat in front of Lorist before going back to lie down on the rock. The atmosphere at the riverbank then was tense and awkward. No one bothered to speak up and break the silence. "Curses, Hanu, can't you catch any fish at all? I'm already starving over here," mumbled Kalik as he looked at the slave in the river, changing the subject as he did so. Tarkal sighed as he looked at the fruitless efforts of the huge slave. Shaking his head, he said, "He's only working a fool's errand. Have him come back up to go pick some firewood. I'll let Locke catch you some delicious fish. We ourselves haven't had anything to eat yet, so it was fortunate for you to be able to join us. Locke, go get us some fish." Lorist did not say anything. He simply nodded before he headed to the river and waved for the huge man in it to get on shore. The slave called Hanu looked back at the Viscount, who scolded, "Didn't you hear me call you back up? Go get us some firewood." Lorist stepped onto the two huge rocks in the river and held his sword in his right hand. He stared at the stream in complete silence. Kalek asked curiously, "Will he be able to catch anything without getting into the water?" Tarkal smiled and said, "Don't worry, Locke's great at surviving in the wilderness. With him around, we won't have to worry about having an empty stomach." The moment Tarkal finished his sentence, the long sword in Lorist's hand pierced the stream like a lightning bolt. After the splashes of water dispersed, a black patterned fish could be seen dangling on the end of the sword. Lorist flicked his sword. The fish flew in a neat arc before it landed in front of Tarkal. Laughing out loud, Tarkal shouted, "Get us some more so we can have some nice fish soup." Lorist nodded and continued doing his thing. Kalek recovered from his stupor and said, "Tarkal, it's already enough for us to roast the fish. We don't have any pots to make soup in the first place." Snickering, Tarkal said, "Kalek, to be honest, I'm a silver rank in name only. My swordsmanship is a total mess. But my silver-ranked Batla force on the other hand is good for this." Tarkal took out his dagger and infused it with his Batla force, causing a silver blade glow to manifest. He then took up a large cobblestone, dug the dagger into it and turned it around once or twice, causing the powdered stone to fall out. Before long, a rough approximation of a bowl was left in Tarkal's hand. "Look, after breaking through to the silver rank, you'll no longer need to worry about not having anything to eat within the wilderness," said Tarkal. Kalek and Viscount Timba looked shocked to realize that there was such a benefit to being a silver rank. Splat! Yet another fish fell in front of the two. Tarkal brought out a small blade and handed it to Kalek. "Clean this fish up while I look for a rock large enough to make into a pot." Kalek looked at the blade in his hand, then at the fish, before he tossed it to the grey-clad slave. "Yanyu, clean this fish up. I'll set up a cooking station." The fish in the river was plentiful, but the largest ones were only as big as the palm of one's hand. Lorist managed to catch around 30 of them without much trouble before he headed into the woods and returned with some wild vegetables and mushrooms. Tarkal also finished making a large stone pot. After cleaning those up, they placed the pot on the wooden cooking stand set up by Kalek and began boiling some stream water. Lorist put 10 fish into the pot as well as some of the mushrooms and vegetables he picked before taking out 2 bamboo containers from his waist. One of them contained salt, and the other, spices. He sprinkled some of each into the pot and waited for the soup to cook. Tarkal and Kalek, on the other hand, were using a heated stone plate to grill some fish. At that moment, Kalek was flabbergasted by the bottles laid beside Tarkal. "This one contains some oil, and that contains butter. Look, all you need to do is to apply some of it using the brush over here. Also, hand me that small silver box, there's some salt in there. That silver container over there has a mixture of my favorite spices which will make the fish taste doubly as good," said Tarkal as he introduced Kalek to his seasonings. "Wait, Tarkal, why do you carry so much things with you? I thought you didn't manage to bring any luggage when I dragged you into the inner city," said Kalek with surprise. "Hee, Kalek, you may not know this, but the Peterson Merchant Guild has long made preparations for these situations," Tarkal said as he pulled open his robe. "Look, this belt of mine is called the treasure pouch, which I can use to store many useful things. There's medicine over here and some fish hooks over there. Even though we're relying on Locke to catch fish right now, there won't be a problem for me to survive in the wilderness alone even if he were not here given the things I have in the belt." Kalek praised, "Wow, as expected of one of the big 7 guilds of the Union. You're prepared for everything." Tarkal laughed and said, "Kalek, this treasure pouch belt of mine is specially made. Locke's own belt is not as good as mine and doesn't have nearly as many things prepared for emergencies. There's also a secret compartment here where more than 10 gold fords and some gold ford notes are stored. So, I would have some money to spend by the time I reach the capital, unlike you, not having even a single copper with you. When he finished, the fish was already cooked. Kalak carefully moved it into a small stone plate and prepared to serve it to Viscount Timba. The Viscount looked incredibly happy when he received the fish. He had spent almost the whole day hungry. The moment he smelled the pleasant fragrance of the fish, his mouth salivated like never before. But before he got his hands on the plate, a large hand stretched over and snatched it away. "Milord, since I'm your bodyguard right now, I have to taste test the fish for you to make sure it isn't poisoned," said Knight OSS, before he began to wolf down on the fish. "Not bad, it's rather decent," said the knight when all was left was nothing but bone. Knight OSS then came to Tarkal and took the 2 other fish that were almost done cooking and began feasting on them. "You!" growled the Viscount with his face flush with anger. Just as he was about to rebuke the knight's behavior, he saw Kalak shaking his head in discouragement. Having no other choice, he stifled his complaints with a sour look. After the knight finished his fish, he tossed the stone plate away, pointed at Tarkal, and said, "You, give me that belt of yours." Tarkal took 2 steps back and said, "No way." Knight OSS then drew his sword and manifested his golden blade glow. Revealing an insidious smile, he threatened, "Are you sure you want to cross swords with me, a gold-ranked knight? I don't wish for that nice belt of yours to be bloodstained, so hand it to me and I'll spare your life." Loris dashed between them, much to the knight's amusement. Knight OSS laughed and said, "A mere iron rank wishes to resist me? I see that I'll have no choice but to make an example out of you for the rest to see." The gold-ranked knight swung his sword horizontally without much care as he thought that the iron rank guard would no doubt be felled by a single strike of his. Clang! The sword covered in a golden glow was knocked away instead, causing the knight to have a look of astonishment on his face. The figure in front of him blurred and in the very next moment, he saw a fist enlarging before his very eyes. With an audible pow, Knight OSS's face caved, his nose bled and his head wrung, even his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The fist pounding him again and again, hits struck him in quick succession. All of a sudden, the knight felt his right hand twist. Viscount Timba and Kalak could clearly see the guard called Locke pull the knight's right hand down to meet his left kneecap. With a loud snap, the knight's arm was broken and he loosened his grip on his sword, allowing it to fall to the ground. "Arg!" cried Knight OSS in pain. But before he could react, he felt a knee digging its way deep into his torso. He stopped screaming and slumped to the ground. Everyone present looked at the iron-ranked guard, Locke, who had just treated a gold-ranked knight like a sandbag, with fear. They had never imagined that an iron rank could fight such a one-sided battle with a gold-ranked knight. By the time Tarkal snapped out of it to stop Lorist, Knight OSS was already at his last breath. Lorist raised his leg and stomped down, breaking the knight's left leg. The poor knight was momentarily woken from his slumber by the sudden pain, but fainted shortly afterwards for the very same reason. Lorist crouched to retrieve the silver box he had stolen and stripped the knight clean, not even leaving behind any undergarment for the knight. In the end, he brought his spoils and placed them in front of Tarkal and proceeded to taste the soup as if nothing had happened at all. He added some more firewood to the pile. The soup could use some more cooking. Kalak and Timba looked at the naked knight, before turning back to stare at Lorist. Both wore the same expression of disbelief. Tarkal. Don't you think this is weird? Your guard is only an iron rank, said Kalak to the man who was busy rummaging around the spoils on the ground. Tarkal didn't even bother to turn his head as he replied, "What's weird about that? Even though Locke is only an iron rank, his unarmed combat capabilities is top-notch in our guild. Nobody can beat him on that front. None of the silver-ranked swordsmen in our guild can beat him, and even gold-ranked swordsmen have lost to him for being careless. He's known as Iron Locke, the silver undefeated in Moronti." It was then that Viscount Timba and Kalak realized that the first move Lorist had taken was to disarm the knight. Only thereafter did he proceed to dismantle him piece by piece using his 2 fists. He never bothered to use his own sword. This is weird. Kalik, why were you guys starving in the first place? Knight OSS carried with him quite a lot of stuff. Look, there's salt, jerky, and even a small bag of flour. Can't you make some gruel by cooking it with water? That'll be more than enough to fill you up, no? Asked Tarkal as he stood up with a few bags raised in his hands. Viscount Timba and Kalik turned to look at the fallen knight and thought back to the time they spent starving, lying against each other's back for support, and hatefully thought, no wonder the knight didn't complain about his hunger yesterday. He was keeping the food for himself all along. Viscount Timba found himself wanting to give the darned knight a few stabs with his sword. Lorist's mouth curved slightly as he thought, not bad, Tarkal, you lured him into our ploy hook, line, and sinker, giving me a good excuse to waste him completely. With Knight OSS around, the Viscount wouldn't rely on Tarkal enough. But with him gone, the Viscount will be forced to rely on Tarkal and will come to have a good impression of him. With Viscount Timba backing us, it'll be far more convenient when we enter the capital. Chapter 282 Arrival. Here's the 5th release of the week, enjoy your double release. Also, for our dear patrons, you'll be able to read, and comment on, early access chapters on the Liberspark site itself. All you have to do is to create an account over here and link it to your Patreon account through the Profile tab. Do note that it takes up to 1 hour for the initial sync between the two accounts, but after that, you'll be able to access the early chapters according to your support tier. I hope this feature will be helpful. Viscount Timba and Kalik both finished the whole pot of delicious fish soup in almost an instant. Lorist tossed the remaining fish into the stone pot for a second serving before he left to pick more wild vegetables and mushrooms. Viscount Timba asked curiously, why are you cooking again even though we've already finished? Lorist pointed to the pair of slaves, Hanu, the huge one, and Yanu the old one. Kalik said unconcernedly, they're both slaves, so you don't need to feed them. We can just give them the remains of the fish head. Tarkal smiled while shaking his head as he said, Kalik, we are currently on the run. This is not a simple field trip. Taking care of everyone in our group is actually the key to our safety and survival. Look at Hanu. Though it displeases me to say this, he is somewhat like your mount, Viscount Timba. Even mounts have to be fed water and food, right? Otherwise, they will collapse midway and cause us much trouble. If we don't feed him well, he won't have enough energy to carry you around and there's no saying when we'll be able to leave our dangerous predicament. Viscount Timba nodded in agreement and said, Tarkal's right. Well, isn't it quite fortunate for you slaves to be able to have the same food as us? Since they had to wait for the two slaves to finish eating before they could resume their travels, Tarkal got hold of the sack formerly belonging to Knight OSS and took out some dough Lorist had stuffed in it and began making small biscuits as rations. By the time they wrapped everything up, it was already afternoon. Not one of them bothered with the moaning, pleading Knight. It was as if they didn't notice him there. With his limbs broken, and stripped naked as he was, the former gold-ranked knight was nothing more than a cripple that could do nothing but wait for his death. Before they continued their journey, Lorist stopped the Viscount from climbing up on Hanu's shoulders and only made some hand gestures. Confused, the Viscount asked Tarkal, what's he up to? Tarkal said, Lord Viscount, Locke feels that it is not adequate for you to be riding on the slave's shoulders. It's a little too eye-catching. You'll easily become the first target the enemy sets their eyes on. He feels that it's better if you get carried on his back instead. Viscount Timba asked, why didn't he just say so? Tarkal replied, Lord Viscount, Locke has always been the quiet type. He doesn't like to speak unless he has to. In the meantime, Lorist had used the knight's clothes to make a soft hammock-like back sling for the Viscount. The Viscount was rather satisfied with the makeshift sling and asked Tarkal whether he would be willing to give Locke away, saying that he would be more than happy to pay a high price for him. Tarkal shook his head and said, Lord Viscount, Locke is not a slave, and I'm not the one employing him. He's one of the rare talents cultivated by my guild for more than 10 years and he only answers to the president. Don't misunderstand, while he obeys my orders on the surface, he has all the right to escape by himself if the situation is dangerous enough. The Merchant Guild can afford to lose me, but not someone like Locke, on whom they're willing to spend huge amounts of money to train into a blade master that would serve as the martial foundation of the guild. Oh, then how are they trained? Asked the Viscount interestedly. Lord Viscount, apart from us, the Peterson Merchant Guild, all other guilds of the Big Seven basically do the same thing. They take in young orphans and train them according to their talents, be they academic or martial, so they'll be the cornerstones of the guild in the future. By the time they become a gold rank or a blade master, the guild would have spent more than 10 or 100,000 gold fords on them, replied Tarkle. Why can't you just hire blade masters instead of cultivating them yourselves? Asked the Viscount in confusion. Lord Viscount, while we do hire blade masters, it's exceedingly rare. Unless we're very well acquainted with the person and their background, Tarkle said solemnly, our guild is not like noble houses such as yours. We have lots of trade secrets that we have to protect, so we find it hard to trust the loyalty of blade masters that are not raised as our own. If, by any chance, our trade secrets are revealed, that would cost us quite severely. Ah, I see, mumbled the Viscount, nodding, that's right, hiring blade masters could prove to be quite troublesome as well. I've spent a huge price to hire blade masters before and all they care about is money. A couple of times they even gave me an unpleasant look when I asked them to do something. And to think they would be that useless when deployed. Not one of them returned to me after they were deployed. While the Viscount was complaining, Tarkle secretly asked Kalek about what he said and quickly found out the truth. When Lorist was leading his troops on shore, the rank 2 blade master hired by Viscount Timba brought 4 of his gold-ranked knights and 300 slavers to join the battle. However, all of them were crushed, not even a messenger managed to escape and report their defeat. The Viscount had lost all his high-tier fighters and, as a result, he had to escape with his 2 slaves. Lorist stifled a laugh when he heard about how the rank 2 blades master, who had been giving Englich trouble during the initial fight, was actually the Viscount's man. In the end, that blade master died from being impaled by multiple ballista bolts. Viscount Timba, on the other hand, began to show more interest at Tarkle's description of the orphan raising program and hoped that his own house could employ the same method to garner loyal supporters. There would be no shortage of orphans for him to raise either, he could simply use the progeny of his domestic slaves. Domestic slaves? Tarkle didn't understand what that term specifically meant and asked Kalek about it. Domesticated slaves, you see, are children of 2 slaves that had been intentionally allowed to breed. Well, some of them may be the result of female slaves getting pregnant after being forced by their owners. Given their status as slaves upon birth, they aren't nearly as rebellious as captured slaves and most often accept the status quo without question. Yanyu over there is a 2nd-generation domestic slave while Hanu is one of the 3rd generation. His parents are also 2nd-generation domestic slaves like Yanyu. Domestic slaves can easily sell for double the price of captured slaves at the port. While Viscount Timba's idea of using domestic slaves is sound, there's a crucial problem with it. In the Hanayabarta kingdom, slaves aren't allowed to carry weapons. While they are allowed to awaken their Batla force, they can in no way be given a weapon to carry, they would pose too much of a threat to their masters. As they traveled, Tarkle, Viscount Timba, and Kalek chatted rather heartily, which allowed Loris to gather quite a bit of information about Hamidas. From how King Lud was actually a 1-star gold-ranked knight, to the fact that the 3 blade masters of the royal family were leaps and bounds stronger than those hired by the nobles, Loris heard it all. During the night, they feasted on the wild hares and cockerels Loris managed to catch. Grease smudged all over their faces. According to Kalek and the Viscount, they were already near the border of the hilly area. They would only have to scale 2 more small hills from morning to noon the next day before arriving at the plains where the capital was located. Viscount Timba mentioned that he had hunted at those plains with his brother-in-law, King Lud III, before. It was the reason for his ability to recall the terrain of the area roughly. By the time they leave the hills, they would only have to travel for another half a day to arrive at a manor belonging to the royal family. After that, they would be able to take a carriage back to the capital. The travels on the next day proceeded smoothly without incident. It did not take them long to travel across the two hills to arrive at the border between the hilly area and the plains. After a few more hours of walking, they could finally see the manor in the distance as they walked past a wheat field. Lorist, who was leading the whole troop, suddenly stopped in his tracks and made a gesture to listen, before he turned around and made some hand signals. Quickly, he jumped into the wheat fields and disappeared from view. Tarkal tugged on the Viscount's clothes and asked Hanu to squat down a little. "Stop walking." Locke said that something is wrong with the manor up ahead. "Let him go there to check first," warned Tarkal. "I don't think anything's wrong with that." "Aren't you being a little too paranoid?" asked Kalek suspiciously. Viscount Timba joined in and said, "If we travel faster, we might be able to make it in time for a good meal before taking a nice bath and having some much-needed sleep. By tomorrow, we'll be able to take a carriage to the capital as planned, so please don't mess around right now." Tarkal said in a serious tone, "Lord Viscount, Kalek, I trust Locke deeply on this one, and he mentioned that he feels danger up ahead. He told me that even though the wheat was already ready for harvest, we didn't see a single slave working in the fields for the whole afternoon we were traveling. There's definitely something fishy about this, don't you think?" Upon giving it some thought, Kalek's expression changed and he said, "That's right. Milord, if everything was as usual, we would have seen slaves working on the harvest along the way here. But not a single one is in sight. It's possible that something's happened to the manor up ahead. Have you forgotten about the enemy's cavalry? I suspect that they've already made their way to the plains. If we go to the manor now, we might just walk straight into their hands." The Viscount was finally convinced. He beckoned them to hide behind a pile of dirt by the road as they waited for Lorist to return. After an hour or so, Lorist came back and signaled Tarkal with his hands. The latter went over and the two exchanged a few sentences. Kalek and the Viscount couldn't hear what was being said clearly, but they caught enough to turn them pale. Among the phrases they heard were words like cavalry, hangings, and revolt. Tarkal gave the two a clear explanation upon his return. "It appears that we are in trouble." Locke checked out the manor and said that there are more than 10 cavalry soldiers over there. Based on their gear, it seems they are Norton scouts. Gallows have been erected and the supervisors and slave managers all hanged. That's not the worst of it though. The slaves are going to revolt and take up arms to encircle Hamidas for an attack. Viscount Timba's face paled. "Then, should we still head to the capital?" asked he. "Don't panic, Lord," Locke said that they seem to still be planning the whole affair. He mentioned that they are going to the other manors around the plains to gather more slaves before they'll take action, so it should be quite some time before the revolt actually starts. All we can do now is wait here till nightfall. The soldiers here should have a hard time spotting us in the dark. It's best if we travel straight to the capital. I estimate we'll arrive by noon tomorrow at this rate, cautioned Tarkal. Kalek added hatefully, "That's right. Lord, we have to wait here patiently until nightfall. Only by doing so can we rush to the capital and warn them about the impending revolt. His Majesty, the King, will definitely put these foolish slaves to death so this never happens again." With Tarkal and Kalek's urges, the Viscount finally calmed down. They rested for an hour before the sun set and gave way for the night. Traveling single file, they snuck away from the bustling manor and headed straight for the capital instead. Having traveled without rest in the following 4 hours, they stopped by a stream for a short rest. Kalek asked, "Lord, I recall that there is another manor of the royal family not far from this stream. Should we check that place out as well?" The Viscount had already been frightened enough once, however, and objected to the idea right away. Given that the manors were not too far away from each other, within an hour or so on horseback, the slaves at the other manor might have been liberated as well. He was far from willing to take the risk of being hung at the gallows. "Lord Viscount, are there many royal family manors like these around the plains?" asked Tarkal. Kalak was the one who responded, saying, "Initially, these plains didn't have a name. But with the passage of time, we began to call them the capital plains. During the founding of the kingdom, the pirates who didn't know how to produce their own food and fought frequently for territory only relied on fishing for a living. That's why they initially attacked the Golden Coast so often. However, the coastal nations began to strengthen their defenses, causing the cost of procuring food by raiding to rise. When the second king, Ludi, came to power, he pledged to no longer raid those coastal nations and managed to establish new trade routes. Only thereafter was the food problem solved. Directly following this, Ludi began to develop capital plains fervently and built dozens of manors around the area. He effectively made these plains the main food producer for the kingdom. They're able to supply the whole kingdom. Currently, over 130,000 slaves work at manors such as the ones we came across all over the plains. If all of them are roused by the Nortons for a revolt, the consequences would be unimaginable." Kalak shivered as he said the last sentence. The group resumed their journey after another half-hour rest. By the time dawn came, they were all tired beyond their wits. Another manor could be seen in front of them. Lorist again went ahead to check the manor out. He returned soon after. According to his report, the manor seemed to be untouched. The slaves and their supervisors were all fine and going about their business. Timba and Kalak were gladdened by the news and rushed toward the manor without any reservation or hesitation. The manor's tenants immediately recognized the Viscount and they were received hospitably. The Viscount's visit, in spite of his haggard condition, was still a good omen for them, at least according to the supervisor. The Viscount didn't bother to listen to the supervisor's flattery. He hurriedly called for a carriage to be prepared for their immediate departure towards the capital. He only bothered to inform the supervisor of the impending threat as he stepped onto the carriage. The manor's alarm bell could be heard signaling for the return of the slaves as the carriage drove away. Dawn was upon them once more when they were about an hour from Hamida's. The carriage was already on the highway and was no longer at risk of being pursued. After another half an hour, a loud horn could be heard up ahead and the coachman stopped the carriage at the side of the road to make way. A group of soldiers dressed in earthen yellow garb could be seen lined up like a huge snake. They marched out of a huge castle in the distance, with more than 100 cavalry leading at the front. Kalak cried out with both his hands in the air, "That's our Royal Defense Army coming from the capital! Hurrah! They've deployed! Praise be our King and Royal Defense Army! Hurrah!" Chapter 283 Royal Capital. Here's the first release of the week, enjoy! The manor's carriage was a simple two-wheeled wooden cargo carriage. Each side was covered with but 4 wooden boards. It had, however, been cleaned up pretty well on the supervisor's instructions since it was to be used by the Viscount. It had even been loaded with a couch. The vehicle looked rather awkward. Viscount Timba was fast asleep on the couch, and Kalak and Tarkal sat on 2 short stools on either side of it. Lorist, on the other hand, kept guard beside the coachman. Hanu and Yanu had to walk beside the carriage. Their social status didn't allow them to ride in or on the same carriage as free people. The Hanayabarta kingdom, being on an archipelago, didn't produce any of its own horses. As a result, imported horses sold for a high price, whenever any were available. The risks associated with dealing in horses were rather high as well. They were quick to get sick on ships, for one. They couldn't deal with the swaying. It wasn't strange for only half, or even just a third, of them to survive to journey to the islands. They were sold for a far higher price than normal so their merchants could make up for the losses suffered on the journey. The carriage was being pulled by a Northlands horse. Its posterior was branded with the royal family's crest and the number 19. The coachman was another slave manager. He'd had to promise his colleagues quite a few benefits to get the position he currently occupied on the carriage since everyone knew what reward awaited him upon their arrival at the capital. The coachman stopped the carriage at the side of the road when he saw the mobilizing soldiers. He planned to wait for them to pass before moving ahead once more, but Kalek's loud cheers caused the knights at the front to notice them. A few of the knights rode towards the carriage. "Who goes there?" they asked. "Why are you making such a fuss?" The coachman informed the knights of his passenger's identity as the Viscount, roused from his sleep by the calls, sat up and yawned drowsily. The knights, having learned of the high status of the carriage's occupant, left for guards with it and sent 2 men back to report to their lord. A short while later, a large group of knights arrived with a luxurious 4-wheeled carriage. Their leader was a mustachioed man in his early 50s. He gave the Viscount a hug and laughed heartily. "My poor little Timba," he said, still holding the Viscount in the air, "you're finally back. Did you know how worried your sister was? Before I left, she implored me to bring you back safely. Haha, quick, get on. I've arranged for you to be sent to the palace to see your sister immediately." Viscount Timba left thusly without so much as a farewell to his companions. Hanu and Yanu quickly stood on the side skirts of the carriage. The mustachioed knight recognized the 2 slaves and allowed them to leave with the carriage. Tarkal, Kalek, and Lorist were ignored completely. As the carriage left for the capital, the knight ordered his men to continue leading the army. Kalek was completely flabbergasted. He had not expected the Viscount to abandon him so easily. Currently, he had no status at all and would not be able to find a place to stay even if he got to the capital. The coachman, on the other hand, cursed out loudly at the departure of his potential benefactor. His trip had been for naught. Without the Viscount, he would not be paid, and he didn't know how he would explain it to his colleagues back at the manor. As his rage built up, he began to vent it on Kalek. He said that he should not have caused such a commotion to bring the knights to them and allowed them to notice the Viscount. He even said that he was going to strip Kalek of his sword and belongings as compensation for how far he had brought them. Kalek remained in his corner of the carriage without making a sound. He was so crestfallen he looked like a castrated chicken. In terms of status, he was inferior to even the coachman. The coachman was a slave manager working for the royal family, whilst he was only a small-time supervisor working at the Nupit City Hall, a place, mind you, that had already fallen into enemy hands. Lorist gave Tarkal a look. The latter quickly understood his intention and took out a single gold ford and gave it to the coachman. "I am the eldest son of the Peterson Merchant Guild's vice president. I promise that you will be rewarded duly if you bring us to the capital," he said, smiling. With the gold ford in hand, the coachman began to act incredibly friendly and amicable. He answered all the questions Tarkal had. He told Tarkal that the mustachioed knight was the current king's uncle and was a 2-star gold-ranked knight deeply trusted by the king. He added that, given that the Royal Defense Army was mobilized, Nupit would be taken back from the enemy soon. Lorist observed the troops that were praised so highly by Kalek but was quickly disappointed. He could see that the armaments they were given were not uniform and their ranks rather disorganized. The royal family's soldiers could be heard complaining as they marched by. One even boasted about their nighttime sexploits with multiple female slaves and other tall tales. Some of the soldiers around him asked for more details out of curiosity. Lorist snickered as he thought, so that's what they consider elite? They're far from comparable to just our garrison forces, much less our elite troops. They've only just deployed even though I've been here at this hilly area for more than 2 days. I believe Lowe's is already waiting for them as well. I can only hope that he doesn't overwhelm the Royal Defense Army and cause them to run back and turtle up in the capital. If that does happen, my plan to rescue everyone will fail. It took the army most of the afternoon to pass by, but right behind them followed their supply train. Each carriage had only 1 horse pulling it, but 10 slaves could be seen pushing each as well. A carriage was rather hard to move with only 1 horse, especially given how heavily they were loaded. There stood a soldier every couple of carriages that whipped those he deemed to be underperforming. The whip cracks were frequently accompanied by spats like "lazy idiot." Another 2 hours had to pass before the road was clear and the carriage could proceed. When they finally arrived at Hamida's, Lorist was shocked by the sight before him. He never expected to see such a magnificent castle, even larger than the one at the imperial capital on an island kingdom built on the slave trade. The coachman proclaimed proudly that in the founding days of the kingdom, the capital was at Nupet. But at the start of the second king's reign, the castle before them's construction was started. It took a full 18 years and 300,000 slaves to build. After its completion, it was named the new royal capital, Hamidas. Lorist's head ached. He had not expected the royal capital to have such a large castle. The castle's design felt like a copy of the Maplewood Bastides. The Bastide was built on a large hill, and the only avenue of attack was the small road that led up to the gate. Hamidas, too, was built on a large, excavated hill, though it was about 10 times bigger than the Bastides. From a distance, it looked like a city built on a platform. The only way to get up to it was a kilometer-long road flanked on either side by a steep cliff at least 30 meters tall. The cliffs surrounding the castle itself was at least that tall as well, and on top of them were 20-meter-tall walls. The 50-meter climb was the only way to attack the castle directly. A castle like that could only be brought down with a long siege. It had to be starved out. No assault using current technology could breach its defenses. This wasn't something that Lorist and his forces could do, most certainly not given that according to Viscount Timba its food and water stores could last it a full 3 years. Nobody would be able to have an army surround a city for 3 whole years. The food cost alone would be astronomical. Lorist also realized that his wheelbarrow ballistae and catapults would not be of much use given that the castle had been built on elevated ground. The ranged weapons could only fire when it was brought close enough to the castle to be able to take out the defenders on the walls, but the cliff rendered that tactic unusable. Additionally, the castle walls were bound to be equipped with lots of ballistae themselves. Even Nupet's walls had more than 100, so Hamidas would definitely have more. Lorist felt a strong urge to curse out loud. He had never imagined the island nation's capital would be that hard to take. He had expected it to be defended more or less the same as the Iblia kingdom's capital, Windbury. How could a pirate nation, not recognized by most of the other nations on the continent, be so powerful? Lorist was extremely relieved that he had changed his tactics and had instead focused on defending his foothold at Nupet whilst trying to bait his enemy into attacking him first. Had it gone according to his original plan, where he would attack Hamidas right after taking the port city, he would have been caught completely off guard by the capital's strong defenses. The coachman sitting beside Lorist realized his silent mumbling and asked, "What's going on?" Lorist replied, "Nothing, my balls just hurt." Balls hurting? The coachman could not comprehend what Lorist meant. Just when he was about to ask, they arrived at the castle gates. Entering the city cost a small silver per person. Additionally, given that the nation was in a state of war, the checks at the gates were stricter than usual. If Viscount Timba had still been around, they would not even need to pay and would be allowed to enter the castle without much trouble. The Viscount's absence brought trouble for Kalik. Lorist and Tarkle both had identification documents from the Peterson Merchant Guild and passed the screening process with relative ease. Kalik, however, only managed to have his sword with him after his escape from the city. Additionally, the coachman stubbornly refused to back Kalik's claims he was the one that lost him the reward for bringing the Viscount back. In the end, Kalik was searched harshly from top to bottom. It was already fortunate that they did not insist on probing his rectum to see if he'd hidden anything there. In the end, Tarkle offered the coachman another gold ford, and 1 large silver for each of the guards. The coachman was finally willing to testify that Kalik had come along with them from the royal family's manor. The guards were only willing to let Kalik into the city after they heard the coachman's testimony. Hamidas was split into 5 sectors. The gate where the carriage entered was located in the east and was connected to the eastern sector, which was the city's largest commercial area. It was also a residential hub. More than 30,000 citizens lived there alone. Most of the royal family members' defense forces lived there. Including the slave population, roughly 60,000 people lived in the eastern sector. The city's southern sector was reserved for nobles. All the kingdom's nobles had their mansions there. The western sector was a heavily guarded warehouse area where the food and armaments were stored and was the smallest of the lot. The northern sector itself was divided into 3 districts, namely, the slave district, the tournament district and the army headquarters. The slave district was the closest to the northern walls and was tightly packed with huts. The tens of thousands of slaves who lived there were mainly in charge of the waste removal and maintenance work at the city. The tournament district, on the other hand, was where the dueling grounds were located. There was also a cockfighting ring which also doubled as the city's largest casino. The nobles would often spend thousands of gold coins betting on the lives of the slave gladiators. The northern sector's middle district was the Royal Defense Army's base of operations, which also served as a buffer between the slave district and the rest of the capital. Should an insurrection occur, they would be able to react quickly to stomp down on any insurgents so that the safety of the rest of the capital wasn't compromised. Apart from the 4 sectors, the royal sector located at the center was where the palace and court were. It was surrounded by tall walls which separated it from the 4 other sectors. According to Viscount Timba, apart from the Royal Defense Army's 28,000 soldiers, there was another Royal Guard force of 2,000 men stationed in the royal sector. The 4 other sectors each had a 1,000-man garrison to maintain order and patrol the walls. In total, the city was garrisoned by more or less 34,000 people. The address Tarkal asked the coachman to head to was where an inn called the Blood and Flame was located. Els had picked it to be his residence due to its proximity to the dueling grounds, a convenience for him as he went there almost every day to spar. After the carriage drove for some 10-odd minutes, it finally arrived at the Blood and Flame. Tarkal paid the coachman 5 gold fords, much to the latter's surprise and delight. He praised Tarkal incessantly as he left on the carriage. The Blood and Flame was not as comfortable as the Red Grace Inn. The guest rooms upstairs weren't as clean despite the much higher price 1 gold ford per night. Tarkal booked 3 rooms in total, 1 for each of them, before asking the inn's servants to prepare bath water. Initially, the middle-aged maidservant of relative beauty had wanted to bathe alongside Lorist. But after a long period of arguing, she gave up after some stern warnings. Cursing out loud and slamming the door behind her, she entered Kalek's room next door, and it did not take long until the loud noises of promiscuity could be heard. After Lorist finished his bath, he went to Tarkal's room, only to discover the man was not there. Going downstairs, he saw Tarkal chatting happily with the owner of the inn, so he took a seat at a table nearby and ordered a bottle of fruit wine while he waited. After a while, Tarkal came over and ordered some food from a maidservant. Taking a few looks around, he whispered to Lorist, "My lord, Els is not in his room. I've asked the owner about it and he said that he hasn't seen him for 2 days. According to him, Els left the morning the day before, as usual, to spar at the dueling grounds, but didn't return that night. He hasn't returned yesterday either. The owner thinks he might have been invited as a house guest by some noble." Lorist's gaze stiffened as he asked, "What do you think actually transpired?" "I suspect that he's encountered some misfortune. There's no way that Els would attempt to socialize with the slaver nobles. He's pretending to be a young master who's crazy with perfecting his swordsmanship, so he won't bother with anyone else. Let's head to the dueling grounds after dinner. We've already made an arrangement to leave a sign outside the grounds for meet UPS, said Tarkal quietly. All right, we'll do that, said Lorist, nodding his head in agreement. Chapter 284 Drunken. Enjoy the second release of the week. Check out our Patreon page if you haven't already and support us if you are able to. Kalek only went downstairs after Lorist and Tarkal finished their meal. Tarkal ordered more food for Kalek and told him that he would go out for a stroll with Lorist a little bit later. Kalek could put anything on his tab if he needed something. It was already evening by the time Lorist and Tarkal departed for the dueling grounds. The Blood and Flame was quite close to the tournament area. After passing through a small alleyway, they arrived at the Royal District's main road where the Royal Defense Army's camp was located. Even though the army was mobilized, the campsite was still bustling. Flags of various colors and patterns were flown at the entrance of the camp, with many people equipped with armor, swords, and spears, entering and leaving incessantly. Before they passed through the main road, a few people from the camp came over and surrounded the two. "Hey, you two must have come to answer the king's call to arms, right? I'm the Senbak mercenary band's vice leader, Jason, and I welcome you two brave warriors to our band with open arms," said a thin man in old and torn leather armor. "Go back to your crummy old mercenary band. Your men number less than 50, and most of them are injured fighters anyway. These two might as well jump off a cliff. Brothers, we are the Tigashark slavers, subordinates of Duke Guthman himself. We have more than 300 members. Joining our team is definitely the wiser choice," interjected a tall and proud-looking man. Another huge red-faced man called out, "Join us, the Kalir slavers, and you'll be provided with weapons and equipment. Friends, they're all free, so don't miss out on this chance. We're the mercenary band of Duke Hawk. Even though we've just formed, we treat our recruits well. You'll be treated to a bottle of sweet wine every day," said a middle-aged man in mail. "Oh, so all of these people are here to recruit and expand their forces. My deepest apologies to you great warriors," Tarkal responded with a smile on his face. "The two of us work for the Peterson Merchant Guild and we've come to the kingdom to deal with setting up a trade route and other affairs while learning more about this place. We only came over because we spotted the busy campsite over there. I'm very sorry to have disappointed you gentlemen." The moment they heard that, many turned around and returned crestfallen. However, a few people remained. "I recognize you," said a man, looking at Tarkal. "Who may you be?" asked Tarkal, scratching his head. "You're one of Balop's friends. I've seen you drinking together with him," said the man. "Oh," Tarkal muttered with relief, "pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm Tarkal. Do you know what happened to Balop and the rest? We lost sight of each other when we rushed out of Nupit. I haven't seen any of them since. Balop's dead. I saw him collapse with a few arrows in his back when we were rushing the enemy lines," replied the man. "What about Feline, Crinando, and Kulwar? Do you know them and their whereabouts?" asked Tarkal concernedly. Shaking his head, he said, "I don't know them, but I think I've heard Kulwar mentioned somewhere before. He should be in the camp over there. Do you want me to take you to have a look? How may I address you?" "The name's Dree. I used to be one of the supervisors in charge of shipments at the port. Just recently though, I was forced to enlist as a soldier of the Snow Shame Army," replied he. "The Snow Shame Army? What's up with that?" asked Tarkal curiously. "It's nothing surprising. Ever since we escaped the city's encirclement, the king blamed us for losing it to the enemy. Even Duke Guthman and Duke Hawk were put under house arrest so they could repent for their mistakes. As for us, we were forcefully drafted to form the Snow Shame Army. Once we have 24,000 men, we'll be sent to aid the Royal Defense Army's recapture of Nupit. All of those people were trying to recruit scapegoats for their own men." "Scapegoats? That's right," Dree replied. "Many mercenary and slaver bands incurred huge losses during the escape from the port, so they are trying to recruit more people to bolster their ranks. When we reach the front lines, they will send out their new recruits to take the brunt of the enemy's hits to prevent actual harm from coming to their long-time members. Consequently, the new recruits' sacrifice will also show their bands in a good light and they might be rewarded. Do you think that will fly?" "Of course it will. Since the king has already declared a call to arms, those who wish to join the army's forces will come over here and be split up among the slavers and mercenaries. Once our ranks fill up in another couple of days, we'll move towards Nupit. We'll have to rely on Singway's protection to be able to survive," said Dree with a pained smile on his face. "I believe you'll easily live to your hundreds. Perhaps, you might even be able to score a huge achievement in the coming battles and be made a noble," Tarkal consoled before he pointed at Lorist and continued, "This friend of mine hasn't been in this area before. I was just going to show him to the dueling grounds to expand his horizons. We'll come visit you once we're done and take you for a few drinks at the Blood and Flame. Dree nodded and said, very well. I'll help you locate Kulwar and the rest in the meantime. When you reach the camp, just mention Dree of Thunder's Fire. They'll know what to do. Lorist and Tarkal arrived at the dueling grounds shortly after bidding Dree goodbye. The dueling grounds was the second most impressive building within the capital, after the royal palace. From the outside, it seemed like two oranges squished against each other on the ground, a little similar to the sports stadiums in Lorist's previous life. There is a mulberry tree in the left alley near the entrance, Tarkal remarked. Look, it's over there. The alley was incredibly quiet and the air there carried with it a displeasing stench. Perhaps, it was used by the showgoers as a makeshift toilet of sorts. The walls were stained to a yellowish-green and a vomit-inducing stench seeped into the air from them. However, the wall itself was marked with more than 30 strange markings that looked to be children's doodles. Pinching his nose, Tarkal said, "My lord, every time Els goes inside, he would leave 2 horizontal markings on the walls, and when he comes back out, he'll add a vertical strike through the horizontal lines. Others think that he's only here to take a piss and wouldn't imagine the markings to be anything but the works of children." 31, 32, 33, 34. Tarkal stopped. The last marking didn't have a vertical line through it, meaning that Els did not leave the last time he made his visit. "Come on, let's go ask around," said Lorist. The soldiers they met were not aware of what Tarkal was talking about. It was only after Tarkal snuck a large silver down all of their pockets that they called their company leader over. However, the company leader denied that Els had come over and insisted that he'd left after sparring 2 days earlier. He thought it was weird for Els to not visit for 2 days. Lorist tugged on Tarkal's clothes and the two took their leave. On the way back, Lorist told Tarkal confidently, "Something must have happened to Els. The company leader was averting his gaze without daring to meet yours. We should come again secretly during the night to find out more about this." Tarkal said, "But that would be rather risky. Why don't we wait until we visit Viscount Timba tomorrow and have him ask around with us?" Lorist merely shook his head. Just as Tarkal was about to make another objection, someone called out to him loudly out of nowhere. It was Dree. He brought with him a few other men. Kulwar was among them, a friend Tarkal made at Nupat. Kulwar came over with a brilliant smile and gave Tarkal a big hug, congratulating him on his successful escape to Hamida's. He wanted Tarkal to treat him to a meal because he had nothing to eat apart from the black bread and vegetable soup they served at the camp due to losing his official documents during his escape. Now that he had met with the rich Tarkal, he would not hold back. Throughout their conversation, he introduced his friends. "Oh great, here comes another freeloader like Kalik," thought Tarkal, though he did ask the rest of them to go to the Blood and Flame for a good meal nevertheless. On the way, Tarkal gave a brief account of their travels to Hamida's and breathed a long sigh. "What's wrong, Tarkal, my brother? Why are you sighing? Are you blaming us for feasting at your expense?" asked Kulwar with dissatisfaction. "It's not that. The two of us just went to the dueling grounds just now and realized that one of our friends staying there has gone missing. I'm just worried about his safety. I wonder how I will inform my uncle," said Tarkal in a wistful tone. "What's wrong?" asked Dree. "Kulwar, you should know that there was another person called Els that travelled to Nupat with me. He's my uncle's son. Being a martial maniac, he only occupies his time with swordsmanship training. Didn't you bring us to the dueling grounds to watch a show once? Els said that he wanted to spar with the gladiators afterwards and chose to stay here at the capital. But when I got back to the inn earlier today, the owner said that Els hasn't been back for the past 2 days. When I went to the dueling grounds to ask about it, they said that they haven't seen Els either. Everyone knows that the two of us came here representing the Peterson Merchant Guild. This trip of ours also involves starting a new trade route and choosing a place to build our office. Naturally, we had a secret method of contacting each other, and I just realized that Els didn't make a mark when he left the dueling grounds last time. The soldiers we asked over there, including a company leader, also told us they haven't seen Els. You're saying that Els is missing? Kalwar exclaimed with surprise. Forget about the meal, let's head back. I'll gather a few people to search the dueling grounds with you. There'll be no need, Tarkal hurriedly said as he stopped Kalwar. I am more than happy with just the sentiment. However, you can't do something like this. We can't afford to offend the king by causing trouble at a time like this. He doesn't scare me. We're already going to battle in a couple more days, so it makes no difference whether I die now or on the battlefield. There are only fewer than 200 people at the dueling grounds, so now's the perfect time to cause a commotion. Perhaps, we won't be sent to the battlefield after some chaos breaks out, said Kalwar. Hey? Didn't you tell me that there were more than 1,000 royal defense soldiers stationed there? Why are there only 200 all of a sudden? What are they going to do if the slaves revolt? Hehe, the Royal Defense Army already sent out 25,000 men. They've left behind less than 3,000. Those who remain also have to deal with the safekeeping of the warehouse sector, so there won't be that many left at the dueling grounds. All of the gladiators are locked behind bars anyway, and there are no weapons or equipment there. So, there'd be no point for them to revolt. Additionally, we of the Snow Shame Army are gathered nearby the tournament area. If something does happen at the dueling grounds, we'll be there to stop things from getting out of hand. While I can't speak for our abilities against other fighters, we'll have no problem suppressing some slaves. Don't worry, the capital won't fall into chaos. Also, I heard that the king is preparing to host a huge show at the dueling grounds on the day we mobilize. More than 1,600 slaves will be split into two factions for a fight to the death as a sacrifice for the war god so that we can gain his blessing for a victorious battle, Dree informed resourcefully. Oh, then the show on that day will definitely be an amazing one. I love watching those gladiator shows. Kalwar, make sure you don't do anything rash at the moment. I will visit Viscount Timba tomorrow. I trust that he'll accompany us. Let's stick to the plan for a nice drink tonight. Tarkal Kalwar told. All right then, it's a deal. We won't go home until we're dead drunk, exclaimed Kalwar cheerfully. They arrived at the Blood and Flame soon and Dree, Kalwar and the rest ordered one delicacy after another. Tarkal asked the owner whether Kalik was upstairs, but the owner said that Kalik left after drinking 3 bottles of fruit wine and had yet to return. Kalwar patted on Tarkal's shoulder and said, "Stop worrying about Kalik. I think he mentioned that he has a cousin brother living here in the capital. Perhaps, he went there for a visit. Friend, book me a room, will you? I haven't laid with anyone for a long time." Tarkal turned around only to see that Kalwar had already begun flirting with one of the maidservants of the inn. Smiling, he told the owner, "Boss, I'll be booking all the rooms upstairs for the night. Friends, if you'd like to let loose, just bring whoever you like up to those rooms before coming back for a feast. The bill's on me." When he finished, he placed a gold Ford note on the counter, garnering cheers and praise from all those present. Dree didn't bring any maidservant into a room and only stayed to drink. Upon finishing his 4th bottle, he looked at the silent Lorist with interest and challenged him to a drinking game. However, Lorist refused the challenge on the pretense of being Tarkal's guard. Despite that, Dree was insistent on challenging Lorist to a drinking match. In the end, Tarkal had to order Lorist to accept a match so that his friend didn't lose face. Lorist said with a distressed look, "Young master, I'm not good at holding my drink." But under everyone's pressure, Lorist downed 3 bottles of fruit wine before spitting his last mouthful out and collapsing on the table unmoving, much to the rest's amusement. Tarkal complained, "Sheesh, you guys. You didn't have to force a non-drinker like him to get drunk. Someone, help me carry Locke up to the room for some good rest. I'm afraid he'll rat me out when we get back to the guild." Downstairs, as Tarkal and his friends were just beginning to make merry, Loud humping sounds along with the moans of the maidservants could be heard from the room next door. The drunken Lorist, on the other hand, opened his eyes wide and quietly sat up straight. Chapter 285 Dueling Grounds. Here's the third release of the week, enjoy. Lorist pushed the window of his room open lightly, confirmed that nobody was at the small alley behind the inn, before silently making his way down to the ground and disappearing into the darkness. The buildings along the alley to the rear of the inn all had their windows closed, perhaps because the Blood and Flame was frequented by noisy patrons. Lorist looked around to see if there was anything amiss before he headed in the direction of the dueling grounds. The Royal Defense Army's camp was still busy. Sounds of cries and loud laughter could be heard. The Snow Shame Army's slavers and the mercenaries partying made a mess of the camp. Countless people could be seen coming and going through the camp gates. Even the guards of the camp's gates abandoned their posts. They sat down in groups and drank, completely oblivious to the people passing through the gates. Lorist currently donned the disguise of a haggard mercenary. Alcoholic fumes drifted up from his clothes, he had a messy head of hair, and a bottle of rough liquor dangled by his side in one of his hands. He approached the campsite gradually, mumbling and fumbling along. One of the lookouts noticed him and walked over. His eyes were fixed on the bottle in Lorist's hand all the way. "Hey friend, I'm sure you've had enough to drink. Are you all right?" asked the lookout. He helped Lorist stand and reached for the bottle with his other hand simultaneously. Lorist refused to let go of the bottle, however. "This is to celebrate our king's retaliation. We're going to battle soon. I want one more bottle." "Erg!" Lorist muttered. The lookout patted on Lorist's back and said, "Friend, if you want to puke, do it in that alley over there. I'll hold your bottle for you while you do so, all right?" Lorist finally loosened his grip on the bottle and let the lookout leave with it. He looked quite happy that more than half the liquor had yet to be consumed. He pushed Lorist forward. "Quick, go on," he said. His focus had already left Lorist completely. He cleaned the bottle carefully before taking a swig. Lorist slumped over to the alley beside the camp, making sure to sound like he was struggling to hold his portion of the bottle's alcohol in. As his steps brought him to the mouth of the alley, he was shocked by what greeted him. Dozens of drunk men lay strewn about like broken teeth, and the stench of vomit and bile, stained with a hint of alcohol, billowed out of its dark depths in waves like the breaths of some gigantic beast. He pinched his nose and disappeared into the mouth. On the other end of the darkness, the dueling grounds lay in wait for him like a beast slumbering in the night. It was a large, black mass of shadow looming domineeringly in the distance. As opposed to the alcohol and vomit of the alley now behind him, it billowed the sickeningly sweet and iron-like malodor of blood. It was indeed a monster, and a hungry one at that. It devoured tens of thousands of slave gladiators and spat out that stench in return. The darkness inside growled silently as Lorist approached. At least a dozen distinct sounds of bestial hunger could be heard. The dueling grounds' main entrance was locked. 4 torches gleamed like 2 pairs of eyes inside, illuminating the interior in a stuttering, pale yellow glow. 2 guards approached the gate, yawning incessantly. Lorist noticed their approach and quickly circled around the beast, taking care to remain hidden in the shadows. The 5 other entrances were completely closed off. The ground offered no way into the beast. He spat on his hands, rubbed them together and began the arduous climb up the sides. Like a lion clawing its way up the calves of a giraffe, he made his way up the walls and arrived at the elaborately decorated roof. His body flipped, and he was in the belly of the beast. The arena was circled by floors of villa-esque seats. More than 10 levels rose into the night sky, chaining the space above the arena. The middle of the building was the lowest, and there was a huge tower near the main entrance, which probably served as an alarm tower. Opposite it were the priority seats and cabins from where the nobility and those of status viewed the shows. Right in the middle of the dueling grounds was the main stage, 6 meters below the lowest rings of villae. Unlike the stone walls that Lorist climbed on, the inner walls around the main stage were pasted with green clay like gall covering the inside of a giant stomach. It was exceedingly smooth, nothing could scale it to escape. Anyone that entered had no choice but to be digested by the carnage inside. The main stage had a glint like a black eye staring at the poor souls about to be swallowed whole. The smell of blood dripped off it into the air as though the stage itself was made of blood. The breeze blew through the building. It screamed in terror around its interior corners and clashed metallically with walls and other obstacles. Charade, Jim, and the other soldiers of the house were forced to fight on those grounds with other slave fighters to the death for the entertainment of their spectators. Even though the pirates had founded their own kingdom, they had passed down their savage and dehumanizing practices. They had never once viewed the slaves as fellow humans and had them fight for their lives just to humor their masters. Since that's the case, I shouldn't have to treat them like humans either. Lorist's eyes blooded like the stage. Death and the desire to kill beamed from them like the rays of a blood moon. Looking at his surroundings, he realized that the alarm tower was not manned, possibly because not one of the guards were willing to soak in the chilling night breeze. He hurried to the tower and with a flash of his blade, severed the cord. Once on the ground once more, he dropped the rope to the stage. A silent alarm was useless to his enemies, and he could continue on for quite a bit of time more after being discovered without fear of reinforcements coming to his victim's aid. Behind the alarm tower was a gate leading to the inner sections of the building. According to Tarkle, the path led to the underground sections of the dueling grounds where the slave fighters were kept. It was said that there were at least 5,000 down there. The gate was bolted shut by a huge iron rod that was chained up and locked securely. It was no obstacle to Lorist, however. Stretching out his short sword, he circulated his internal energy and cut the chain and bolt cleanly. The gate opened with a slight creak. Lorist entered with utmost caution and closed the gate behind him. He restored the severed chain and continued on. After walking for a few moments, Lorist arrived at a junction. He picked the left path after some deliberation but arrived at yet another three-path fork not long after. Darn, I still haven't got underground and there are already so many splitting paths. I might get lost if I'm not careful. Lorist put his ear to the wall. He could hear the voices of people conversing coming from the left path. Thus, he entered the tunnel, feeling the walls as he walked on in darkness. Not long after, light could be seen from the other end of the tunnel. The source was two lit torches that hung on the walls. Beyond the tunnel, two half-naked guards were rubbing their bodies with a linen cloth soaked in a basin filled with water. It's fine, there's no need to rub it that clean. Get some sleep, we both have shifts early in the morning, said one of the guards. No, that won't do. When Blade Master Benak killed and tortured that slave, some of the blood got on my neck. It feels absolutely gross. If I don't wipe this off, I won't be able to sleep soundly. Heck, I might even get nightmares, said the other. The first guard laughed and said, haha, who asked you to suck up to him so much by staying so close to him? I knew that nothing good would come of it, so I chose to watch from a distance. You should know that the Blade Master has a weird temperament. Even if you get on his good side, you won't benefit much. It's not like I want to ask a lot of him. I only need him to get a word in for me. You know I've been serving in the Royal Defense Army for 7 years. I should have been promoted to a vice squad leader long ago, but that cursed company leader kept me from doing so to let his brother-in-law climb the ranks. But his brother-in-law is a bronze rank and has 3 years less experience than me. He doesn't qualify, complained the guard. Forget it, Stam, it's your fault for antagonizing the company leader in the past. Given how petty he is, he won't let you off that easy. I heard Suraid, the one who guards the main entrance, say that someone came over during the evening to look for that sword-obsessed punk. The company leader insisted that the punk had left when they asked to see him. But Suraid says that he didn't look like the sort to give up that easily, so he might come back with a noble in a day or two for an inspection. If you leak the news, the company leader will definitely be in trouble and become the scapegoat. That doesn't sound like a good idea, Stam replied. You know that the sword-obsessed punk got the attention of Blade Master Benak, but I just don't get it. Even though he's a 3-star silver rank, his comprehension abilities are lacking and he isn't ruthless enough. He never deals a killing blow to the slaves he spars with. If he's so soft, there's no way he'll be able to grasp the essence of the sword. Haha. The first guard laughed. You don't get it. What Blade Master Benak has his eyes on is the punk's family. He comes from the Peterson Merchant Guild, one of the Big Seven. If the Blade Master manages to be appointed as his swordsmanship instructor, he'll definitely be paid at least 2,000 or 3,000 gold fords a year apart from other benefits. Think about it, the kid spends around 30 gold fords a day just to come here for a spar or two. If you add the tips he gives us, his monthly spending is easily higher than 1,000 gold fords. It's his ability to spend that much without batting an eye that caught the Blade Master's attention. Lorist surged with joy. He finally had a lead on Elsa's location. In the distance, the two guards finished cleaning their bodies. Right after they entered the room behind them, Stam stepped out again and mumbled something along the lines of someone snoring too loudly as he headed for another room nearby. When the place quieted down, Lorist snuck out of the tunnel for a quick glance and realized that he was at a barracks. There were at least 70 soldiers. Lorist walked up to Stam's room and entered it. "Who's this?" mumbled the guard. Even though the room was not illuminated, Lorist could roughly see some 10 beds. At the moment, however, only Stam was in the room. It seems that Dree's intel is accurate, there are only 200 guards left. Without a sound, Lorist made his way to Stam's bed with his sword drawn and pressed on the guard's neck. With great terror, Stam muttered, Who are you? What do you want?" Lorist said, "You don't need to know who I am. I just want to know where my young master is." "Your young master? How would I know where he is? Are you sure you have the right person?" asked Stam. "I recognize you, you're the one who opens the gates for my young master when he comes here to spar. I also recall that he's tipped you on occasion," said Lorist. "Oh," said Stam. Exhaling in relief, he said, "Friend, are you the Peterson Merchant Guild's guard for the young master? You've come to the right place, but I'm not the person who can help you. It's not something you can solve either. All you can do is have a noble or blade master from the capital come over. Your young master is indeed here, but he's caught the eye of Blade Master Benak, who wants to take him as his disciple. Your master has been refusing stubbornly so far and it's infuriated the Blade Master. He's locked him up in return." "Then why did the company leader deny that my young master was here when the people from the guild came over earlier to ask about it?" asked Lorist with a hoarse voice. "Hey, friend, that's none of my business. All I know is that Blade Master Benak has an odd temper. If he snaps and something happens to your master, the company leader will be able to push the blame elsewhere. If somebody dies over here, all we have to do to erase any trace of it is to toss the body into the magic beast cages. No evidence will be left for anybody to place any blame," said Stam. Given how much he hated the company leader, he took the opportunity to badmouth his superior. He understood that a young master with a personal guard secretly protecting him definitely was not someone to be trifled with. "Perhaps, this is the end of that darned bastard, and my time will come soon. Get dressed and bring me to my young master. I need to be sure that he's safe," Lorist said as he tapped on Stam's face with his sword. "If you help me out, our guild will definitely reward you heavily. Here's the down payment." With a glint, Lorist brought up a torch in his hand to brighten the room. When Stam recovered from the sudden flash of light, he saw a gleaming gold Ford note falling before him. "You have two choices. Either you bring me to see my young master and be rewarded for it, or you refuse and be silenced. I can simply find another person who's willing to cooperate. There are more than 60 people here. I'm sure one of them will help me out," whispered Lorist in a rough voice. Stam grit his teeth and held the note in his hand. After checking its authenticity with the light from Lorist's torch, he kissed the note and said, as the saying goes, men die for money. I'll give you a tour, but you can't remain dressed like this. The others will notice. Lorist pointed at the bed next to him where a set of gear lay. I've already made preparations. I'll look no different after putting this on. This bronze helmet also has a visor that's ideal for masking my face. We'll look just like any other patrol. All I need you to do is to bring me to my young master. I only need to know that he's alive and well. Chapter 286 3 Floors Underground. Here's this week's 4th release. Join us on our Discord for a chat if you're free. The Royal Defense Army's equipment was rather bare bones. They only had a bronze helmet, a bronze breastplate and leather pauldrons, falds, bottoms, and wrist guards. The bronze helmet, in particular, had an ancient design. It reached down to the shoulders and had a T-shaped opening at the front for the eyes, nose, and mouth. It was rumored that there was a copper mine somewhere on the archipelago. The pirates did not manage to find any other source of metals on the islands and, given the embargoes levied on them by the other nations, King Ludai was not able to provide any metal armor for his troops during his reign. The suggestion to use refined bronze for the armor emerged only after the king's death. Decades had passed, but given that the kingdom never faced any wars in that time, and at worst had to deal with a few slave uprisings, their equipment had never improved despite eventually having the funds for it. In the end, under the guise of honoring the traditions of their ancestors, they chose to simply continue using their old equipment indefinitely. Stam brought Lorist through a dim corridor as any patrolling soldier would. In Lorist's left hand was a bronze semicircular shield, his right held a bronze-tipped pike. Those were the standard weapons of the Royal Defense Army. Stam, on the other hand, wore no helmet. He only had a bronze-plated vest and a long sword dangling at his waist. He explained that, since he was a regular there was no need for him to dress up fully. He was also carrying the same pike and shield as Lorist. The corridor's walls ahead had 2 lit torches, and beyond it, 2 pike and shield-wielding guards could be seen. Hey, Brother Stam, didn't you go back to rest already? Why are you back here? One of them asked when they saw the 2 approaching. Stam pointed at the ceiling and said, that bastard said that we have to pay extra attention to security since we're so understaffed. They've forced us to do another round of patrols. The 2 soldiers snickered, before the one who spoke up shook his head and said, you're starting to get singled out by that company leader more and more often, Brother Stam. Why don't you transfer to another company instead? Stam replied nonchalantly, let's have this discussion some other time. Changing companies will see me being the rookie for a couple of years again. After taking a turn, 2 iron gates, one behind the other, could be seen. 4 soldiers stood guard between the 2. However, with Stam leading him, Lorist was able to pass by them unobstructed. After going through the 2 gates, Lorist realized that there was a stairway that headed deeper underground. After descending another floor, they were greeted by another twin gate set up with 4 soldiers stationed in the middle. Stam once again used the excuse of being forced to go on a patrol by his superior to bring Lorist across. Beyond that was an empty hall which Stam explained to be where the slave fighters would be rewarded. They were allowed to frolic with the prostitutes here. The slaves were kept locked up 2 floors further down. Lorist held on to Stam and feigned anxiety as he asked, what's going on? Why is my young master kept locked up here? Didn't you say it was only a house arrest of sorts? Stam shrugged, it wasn't my call. It's not my fault your young master got on the bad side of Blade Master Benak. Originally, he was imprisoned upstairs, but when people from your guild came to ask about him, the Blade Master instructed for your young master to be sent to the lowest floor to experience some suffering. Heck, I was the one who was assigned to bring him down here. After passing through the empty hall, they arrived at yet another guarded twin gate, beyond which lay the stairs to the lower floor. The second basement was different from the first, however. The sides of the hall were barred into separate small cells. Each individual bar was as thick as a fist. Some of the cells were empty while silhouettes could be seen in others. They all seemed to be the slave fighters of the dueling grounds. 10 fully armed guards walked out of another corridor further down the hall. The leader was a little surprised to see Stam and Lorist. So, he came over to ask about the situation. Stam used the same excuse as he pointed harshly at the ceiling, causing the leader and the rest of the guards to laugh at his misfortune. "Stop it! As if I'm not unlucky enough already. I'm going to go down for a spin before finishing up this stupid old task. I really need to go get some sleep. Won't you guys go down with me for a look?" replied he. The leader shook his head and said, "You go down yourself, I just got back from there. Also, Blade Master Benak is down there, so you better be careful not to piss him off." "Oh!" Stam said with surprise, "What's the Blade Master doing down here so late at night?" "He's here for the sword training kid, obviously. I heard that someone came to look for him earlier today. The Blade Master must be anxious, so he's back here to force the kid to take an oath to be his disciple," said the leader. Stam looked at Lorist, only to see him nod slightly. "Whatever, it's none of my business. I'm only going down there to finish up my patrol. What happens down there is none of my business," said he finally. When they got down to the third basement, Lorist found it was far smaller than the floor above. Stam explained, "The third basement of the dueling grounds is used to keep the most dangerous or disobedient slaves. The security here is also the tightest. Friend, I didn't know that the Blade Master would be here tonight. If you have a chance, try to convince your young master to submit for now to preserve his life. Blade Master Benak is one of the 2 Blade Masters guarding the dueling grounds. Not only does he have a weird temperament, he's also lustful, greedy, cruel, and petty. There was once a regiment leader that got into some kind of disagreement with him. It ended with the Blade Master killing 100 slave fighters to vent his frustration. He then reported that the slaves were revolting to justify his senseless killing and blamed the regiment leader for inadequate management. The poor man was demoted and transferred to the regiment manning the walls. So, whatever you do, don't be reckless in front of Blade Master Benak. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave here alive. If something bad happens to your young master, please endure it for now. Send some word back to your clan so that they'll send some Blade Masters here. If you do that, you'll be able to ask the king to sanction a duel between your Blade Masters and Blade Master Benak. That's the best way you can resolve the situation. Do you understand?" Lorist nodded before Stam felt assured enough to continue leading the way. Lorist could see a thick black rope dangling in the corner. Passing his pike in his right hand to his left, Lorist took a few steps back and took out a triple-edged blade from his waist. Infusing it with internal energy, Lorist swung his right hand lightly, throwing the blade right up and nailing it flat at the ceiling. He then moved the pike back to his right hand before catching up to Stam, who did not appear to have noticed what Lorist had just done. That was already the 5th triple-edged blade Lorist used to nail the black ropes unmoving on the way. Originally, Lorist did not know what the rope was for, he only realized that it was connected to a small alarm bell after he passed through the twin gate on the first basement. If some incident happened at any of the basement floors, patrolling soldiers only had to pull on the black rope to sound the alarm on all the floors. That way, they could wait for reinforcements to hold back any slave violence or respond to any accidents swiftly. Stam was correct about the third basement being heavily defended. Apart from the 4 guards at the twin gate near the stairs, there was another twin gate crossing point further ahead also stationed with 4 guards. Only after they passed through the second crossing point was Lorist able to hear some echoes of conversation. The third basement was different from the second basement in that the corridor between the 2 rows of cells at the side was rather wide. There were also a few rectangular-shaped pillars along the corridor. The basement was illuminated mainly by the 2 torches which were hung on the pillar in the middle. As they approached the center, they could hear a rough voice saying something in a mocking tone. "Who goes there?" said a high-pitched voice. It was apparent that the speaker had heard Lorist and Stam's footsteps as they approached. "Sir Blade Master, it is I, Stam. We've received orders from the company leader to patrol the area," announced Stam as he saluted. Lorist mimicked his salut. "What's wrong with Pabula? Is there really a need to be that thorough with patrols?" the man with the high-pitched voice complained. It appeared that Pabula was the company leader's name. "Sir Benak, I also didn't understand why the company leader had me patrol once more, but he said we should be extra careful today since the regiment is away, leaving only 2 squads of troops behind here. So, he said there was a need for increased security," explained Stam. "Whatever, come over you two. You're just in time to help me out with something," the Blade Master said with his sharp voice. As Lorist moved forward along with Stam, he felt himself getting more agitated the more steps he took. He was able to see the 2 cells in which his soldiers and guards were kept. While he could not remember every one of their names, he did think their faces looked familiar. By the time he arrived at the brightest part, he saw Els, Charade, Jim, Talk, Torin, and some other household knights. Charade was half naked with only short and tattered trousers to wear. His chubby figure was no more, replaced with a toughened-up build bereft of fat. Bloody lacerations could be seen all over his exposed torso. Both his hands and legs were in chains. At that moment, he was seated cross-legged right in front of the thick iron bars, staring at the glamorously dressed old man in the middle of the hall. Jim was seated next to Charade. However, there was a dirty bandage wrapped around his body and looked to be recovering from his injuries. Further away was Talk, Torin, and the rest. Els, on the other hand, was in a cell adjacent to Charade's, but he was still properly dressed and was not chained up like the rest. He was currently seated with his back against the moss-covered walls. He didn't bother to look at the old fancily dressed man in the hall. Lorist gave the old fellow a look. The man was Blade Master Benak. Under the illumination of the torchlight, his face looked exceedingly insidious. "Kid, I'll give you one more chance. As long as you sign this agreement and put down your fingerprint to take me as your master, I'll make sure that you end up as a gold rank within 3 years. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving the dueling grounds," said the Blade Master with his raspy, high-pitched voice. Els spat on the ground without bothering to turn his head to look the Blade Master in the eye. "Ha ha ha ha, that kid made the right choice. Gigantic rat, you'll only be able to take him as your disciple in your dreams. Breaking through to the gold rank within 3 years? Ha! He would be easily able to reach that rank without your tutelage. And to think that you want him to pay you 2,000 gold forts annually for your teachings. You're seriously blinded by money," exclaimed a rough voice from behind Blade Master Benak. "Oh, Blade Master Benak does indeed look a little like a giant rat, given his oddly shaped eyes." Turning back to look, Lorist saw 5 to 6 other slaves laughing in the cell at the opposite side where the sound originated from. The chains that bound them seemed much thicker than those that bound Charade. Blade Master Benak puffed angrily and forced himself to ignore what the slaves had said before continuing to address Els. "Kid, are you really going to be that stubborn? Fine, I will let a few of your friends here come out to die by my blade. I'll see whether you'll agree to it after I skin them alive." Lorist's gaze cooled as the Blade Master pointed at the cell Charade and the others were in when he made his threat. The voice from the opposite cell resounded again, "Big ol' rat, shame on you for being a Blade Master who only picks on iron and silver ranks. If you dare, let me out. I'm only a gold rank, unlike Brother Shus here, let's see you take me on if you dare. Stupid rat-faced bastard." Benak turned back and scolded angrily, "What does this have to do with you lot? Do you want a beating?" The slave fighters laughed mockingly and echoed, "Yeah, we'd love one. Come in, stupid rat. We're itching to be beaten." The Blade Master was so mad that he almost seemed to fume. However, he was not able to offer any rebuttal, so he turned back to Lorist and Stam and barked, "Did you two not hear me? Get the guards to pass me the silver keys. Stam turned back and said, Roger, I'm on it, before taking Lorist with him. Along the way, Stam said, Darn, we're rather unlucky tonight. Blade Master Benak will be torturing the slaves to vent again. We will have to clean up after him later, and trust me, it's the grossest thing you'll ever see. Lorist asked curiously, who were those people who mocked the Blade Master just now? Why doesn't he just vent on them? Hee, that big rat won't dare. Oh, I meant the Blade Master. Those are gold-rank slave fighters. The one who spoke out first was a Blade Master called Shus. He's practically a living legend in the dueling grounds. 17 years ago, he managed to break through to become a Blade Master during one of his fights. Even though the royal family attempted to recruit him, he simply refused. It's said that he was still kept at the dueling grounds so that the rank 3 Blade Master of the royal family can spar and train with him, said Stam. But apart from Shus, aren't the others just gold ranks? Why doesn't Benak go teach them a lesson? Asked Lorist. Stam angled his nose up high and said, Humph. Would he dare? The first time Blade Master Benak wanted to punish a gold-ranked slave fighter, he ended up injured heavily himself. Even though he was rescued in the end, he lost his right ear from the gold-ranked fighter's bite. In terms of swordsmanship, Blade Master Benak definitely had the advantage. However, he still wasn't a match for slave fighters who survive on a fight-to-fight basis. Ever since then, Blade Master Benak only dares to pick on iron and silver ranks. The two had arrived at the heavily guarded twin gate by the time he finished. Stam told the guards that the Blade Master had requested for the silver key and they handed it to him promptly, but they did not fail to add that they could not leave because they had to stand guard over there. Tui. I know you shits just don't want to help with the cleanup. Your third-rate act doesn't fool me. Snapped Stam before he took the key and turned back with Lorist. Go, open the 3 cells over there and bring a few of them to me, Blade Master Benak said while pointing at Charade, before he turned to Els and said, Kid, let me show you how it's really done. Your stupid sparring sessions are only filled with circling around him without ever aiming for the killing blow. I'll show you what it means to deal a fatal strike. After my performance, you'll definitely be impressed by my skills and take me as master. Ha ha ha, far from learning swordsmanship from you, I think you'll teach us how to burrow like a rat far better. That's what you're really meant for, said a voice from the opposite cells. The Blade Master took a few deep breaths to suppress the rage in his mind before he turned to Lorist and Stam and said, What's going on? Do what I say quick. Stam gulped audibly before he stammered as he pointed at Charade's cell. That time he supervisors suspected that those slave fighters have different statuses from normal people. Didn't he ask us to check up on their backgrounds properly first? Sir Blade Master, if you bring them out and kill them just like that, it won't be too appropriate. Background check my arse. The Blade Master exclaimed angrily, they are going to die in the dueling grounds in a few days anyway. It's only a matter of time before he dies, so just do what I say. All right, said Stam as he tugged on Lorist, beckoning him to head towards the cell. Chapter 287 Taking Action. Enjoy the 5th and last release of the week. Chapters will resume updating on next Wednesday because next Tuesday is test day for me. CYA then. Charade, Jim, and Talk were dragged out of their cells. Charade stood in the middle. He did not say a word and merely stared coldly at Blade Master Benak with eyes full of scorn. Jim wanted to stand in front of Charade but was stopped by him. Talk was already cursing. Being an ex-pirate, his choice of expletives was not of the mild variety. From the moment the cell was opened to when he was brought out, Talk had already laid with more than 17 generations of the Blade Master's female descendants, and he was already making his way to the 18th. The Norton knights and soldiers kept within the 3rd basement all cussed and jeered, banging at the iron bars behind which they were locked. Els jumped around angrily and demanded that Blade Master Benak spare them, saying that he would consider taking him as his master should that be the case. "Shut up!" cried Charade to Els. His voice carried a hint of scolding, much to Stam's surprise. Charade pointed at the Blade Master and yelled, "Are you really going to take that darned big rat as your master? You're going to embarrass the whole of the house. Look at that pathetic excuse of a man. Do you think you'll be able to live this shame down even with the rest of your life? The moment you take him as your master, your life is over. I don't care if I die, but you must never take this kind of shame upon yourself. When the house's forces arrive, I trust that our Lord will not let this stinking rat off and will exterminate all his kin alongside him." The reason Charade was so emotional was because apprenticeship was a huge deal on the continent. The relationship between a master and apprentice was far closer and significant than how it was in Lorist's past life. Choosing a master was a serious deal filled with lasting implications. The apprentice had to see his master as a second parent. They were obligated to obey their master for the rest of their lives, and serve in some capacity to further their goals. In the case of the Blade Master forcing Els to be apprenticed to him, the moment Els signed the agreement he would have to look at the rat-like Benak as his master. Not only would he have to pay his dues for the guidance, but he also had to abide by his master's every whim. Blade Master Benak could have Els solve every one of his problems no matter how trivial. Should Els go back on his agreement, the Blade Master can use the contract against him and spread word of his disobedience. No one would care why Els took the man on as his master. It would only matter that he was indeed the Blade Master's apprentice, and he would receive appropriate criticism for his bad behavior. It would be a lifelong stain on his reputation. Even the Peterson Merchant Guild, with which he claimed affiliation, would have their reputation sullied. The other reason Blade Master Benak wanted to forcefully take Els as his apprentice was because he wanted to be affiliated with one of the largest guilds in the Union. At that moment, Els's face was already covered with tears. He cried wildly, "You freaking big rat, I beg you to spare them. As long as you do so, I'll give you all the money you could ever want. 10,000? How about 20? If you kill them, I swear that I will use the cruelest methods to put you and your family to death, ending your line once and for all. Mark my words." "Oh, is that so?" Blade Master Benak mused with his face flush with anger, before his expression turned calm as he said, "Since you're not willing to take me as your master, I will kill these 3 filthy slaves in front of you. If you do decide to sign this agreement, I'll agree to give them a swift and painless death." Everyone present could hear the venom infused in the Blade Master's threats. Even his high-pitched voice turned deep and dark as he uttered them. He had already made up his mind to kill off Charade and the other 2 no matter what, given how they berated him and stopped Els from agreeing to sign the agreement despite being only silver ranks. "Humph, stupid filth who's not even a gold rank. Since you dare to behave like that in my presence, I will make sure that you die in the most excruciating way possible. I'll show you what horrors a Blade Master like me is capable of." Blade Master Benak drew his sword. Under the illumination of the torches, the blade glowed subtly like the reflection of the moon in calm water, an indication that the sword was of good make. "Very well. You filthy slaves! Did it feel good to berate me? If you kneel and prostrate yourself to that punk and ask him to take me as master, you'll be graced with a painless death," said the Blade Master with his sword pointed at the 3. "Tui!" All 3 of them spat on the ground and at the same time, rousing yet another round of mocking laughs in the opposite cell. "Big rat, aren't you a Blade Master? If you dare, remove their chains and give them a weapon to fight you fairly. You're a freaking Blade Master and they're only 3 unarmed silver ranks locked up in chains. If you kill them as is, it'll be nothing but shameless slaughter. Give them weapons and remove their chains to give them a warrior's death," said a rough voice. The gold rank slaves began to chant, "Give them weapons, remove their chains," incessantly. The Blade Master deafened himself to the chants and walked over, raising his sword and slashing down savagely. The flash of the blade was akin to lightning. The strike seemed slow but was horridly fast. It carried with it a seething vibe of poison. The trajectory it traced would split Charade's face in half, severing his lower jaw from the rest of his head and revealing his tongue if it hit. With another loop, the Blade Master could easily cut off the tongue itself. Charade shut his eyes and rushed straight towards the incoming strike. Jim and Talk, on the other hand, leaped forward as well, dragging their chains with them. The rough voice resounded again angrily, "Big rat, you better not give me a chance in the future. Otherwise, I'll definitely skin you alive and remove every gram flesh from your body." Clang! A bronze pike suddenly appeared, blocking the long sword strike. Even though the pike was cut clean in half as a result, the long sword was deflected to the side. Blade Master Benak didn't expect a guard from the Royal Defense Army would actually manage to parry his long sword. During his moment of stupor, he saw a semicircular bronze shield smashing towards his face. "What the heck are you doing?" roared the Blade Master in rage. With a sweep of his legs, he managed to avoid the shield bash. But he did not predict that Lorist would be right in front of him. Perhaps, he had moved to face Lorist inadvertently while avoiding the strike. Lorist lowered his head and head-butted the Blade Master right away with his bronze helmet. The latter stumbled and fell to the ground. A massive lump quickly formed on his forehead. There were even a few cuts all over his face. Even a Blade Master would not be able to resist having his unprotected face smashed in with a bronze helmet. Stretching out his hand, Lorist grabbed onto the Blade Master's outstretched wrist and gave it a harsh twist. The sword the hand was holding fell and Lorist caught it. With a few casual slashes, he severed Blade Master Benak's arm and leg, causing him to fall unconscious from all the screaming in pain. The others in the basement looked on in absolute silence. They never thought that such a complete reversal would occur in those few moments. It was as if time itself stopped flowing. Els continued to stare with tears all over his face and his mouth agape. Charade maintained his forward-rushing posture with a shocked expression. Jim and Talk were already prepared to take the strike for Charade, but the scene stopped them in their tracks completely. The gold-ranked slaves in the other cells stared wide-mouthed, seemingly unwilling to believe that a mere foot soldier was able to so easily take out Blade Master Benak without any traces of using battle force. Stam was the first one to snap out of his stupor. Shivering all over, he turned tail to run. Lorist gave the broken pike a light kick and caused it to pierce through Stam's undefended back. The poor man fell face first into the ground and didn't move again. "Good thing I arrived just in time to save you lot," said Lorist with a smile as he removed his helmet. Given the force he used during the headbutt, Lorist's forehead was slightly bruised as well. "Me my lord." Charade, Jim, and Talk all knelt in relief, having survived in the face of certain death. The imprisoned soldiers and knights of House Norton began to chant "my lord" in the same fashion. Lorist moved his index finger to his mouth and hushed them. "Shut up! I still need to bust you guys out of here. Stop making so much noise." He moved to help the three to their feet and hugged all of them tightly. "It must have been tough on you guys. I'm proud that our house has such unrelenting and strong-willed knights." Talk mumbled, "My lord, I'm still not a household knight yet." "Shut up!" Lorist exclaimed, "If I say you are, then you are. See that corpse over there? Drag him over here and take the keys to the cells." Charade laughed and said, "Talk, my lord means to say that he's accepted you as one of his household knights. He'll give you the badge and admittance gift after we escape." "Oh," said Talk before he turned to loot Stam's corpse. "Come back here," Lorist called out. With a flash of his sword, he cut off the chains binding them. Els was the first one to be let out. He kneeled right away in front of Lorist while giving himself 2 harsh slaps on the face. "My lord, it's all my fault. I almost caused Charade and the others to lose their lives." Lorist helped him up. "What's your problem? There's no need to slap yourself like that. This is not your fault. It's all because of that greedy rat. He's the one that tried to prey on you." Lorist pointed at the fallen blade master who had just regained awareness and was screaming in pain again. He clutched the stump of his arm with his other hand. Els leapt over to him and gave him a harsh walloping before finally stomping down on the blade master's chest. The man fainted once more. "How many of those here are men of our house?" asked Lorist. "Milord, there are 257 remaining. That stupid rat killed 5 just this evening alone," said Charade hatefully. "Milord, avenge us. We had 1,300-odd people when we were first imprisoned," called out one soldier kneeling with tears all over his face. Lorist covered his face and tried not to let his own tears flow. "Let's be patient. Our forces have already conquered Nupit and will soon advance to the capital. As long as they are subjects of the Hanayabarta kingdom, they will not escape my wrath. I want a few of you to come here and wake this blade master up with your piss. After that, I'll skin him slowly so that he doesn't enjoy the luxury of a swift death," said Lorist. Blade Master Benak cried out in agony as Els brought a few soldiers and broke his bones with the chains that previously bound them. Every time the Blade Master fainted from the pain, they would piss on his face to wake him up. His cries in the basement prison sent chills down the onlookers' spines. Half an hour later, Blade Master Benak finally breathed his final breath. His corpse had already become an unrecognizable mess of pound meat. By then, the Norton soldiers had all been released and they were resting. "Milord, how are we going to make it out?" asked Charade. "I haven't given it much thought." "Well, we could always slaughter our way out," replied Lorist. "No darn way!" Charade cried out while giving himself a smack in the forehead. "You were so reckless that you didn't even have a plan in mind before you acted." Lorist said casually, "Doesn't this count as an emergency? You were about to lose your lives, you know. I can't stay my hand at that. But right now, we're mostly unarmed and not in prime condition. How will we bust our way out by force?" complained Charade. "Why don't we just make the iron bars into makeshift pikes by sharpening the point? That way, we'll at least be armed," said Lorist as he looked at the iron bars. "It's pointless, milord. The material is the same as those of our chains. They don't conduct battle force and we won't be able to use them as weapons," replied Charade with a bitter smile. "Hey, kid, come here and let us out. We'll be able to help you," said the man with the hoarse voice. "Oh, milord, let me introduce you to him. That over there is Brother Shus, a blade master. He showed us the ropes when we first arrived. I need to thank him for it," said Charade as he headed for the man's cell. The slave was an old man of abnormally large stature with a determined gaze. Wounds from battles long past decorated his body all over. The chains that bound him were at least 3 times thicker than those that bound Charade. However, Charade could not find the key to his cell, which was not something to be surprised about, since the keys Stam took were silver. Lorist remembered seeing another set of bronze keys at the twin gates which were probably those used to open the other set of cells. Lorist infused Blade Master Benak's sword with his internal energy and cut off the thick bars of the cells. When Shus emerged from it, Lorist's long sword flashed past before the chains binding him fell to the ground with loud clatters. "Magnificent swordsmanship!" praised Shus with a thumbs up. Lorist looked at the other 4 gold-ranked slaves' yearning expressions and said apologetically, "Just wait here for a moment. I will go get the keys from the guards to let you out. Cutting the bars will expend too much of my energy." "Milord, won't you alert the guards that way?" asked Els. "Don't worry, those guards know that the big rat frequently tortures you lot to death. That's why they are not willing to approach this hall in the slightest. We can use the excuse of getting cleaning supplies to approach and kill them. After that, you guys will put on their equipment and pretend to be guards, understood?" asked Lorist. "All right, milord," replied Els. Chapter 288 Secret Path. Here's the first release of the week. Enjoy the read. The 4 guards at the entrance looked at Lorist walk over as he mumbled. "Hey, what's wrong?" asked one of them. Don't ask, it's far too disgusting. Blade Master Benak is too cruel, Lorist said as he knocked his wrist on the bars of the gates. Stam wanted me to get some cleaning tools. We'll have to move some corpses later as well. One of the guards said as he opened the gate, Are you an idiot? Why would you do it yourself? Just get a slave down here to do it. After all, the corpses will be fed to the magic beasts anyway. Lorist nodded. That was what I thought should be done as well, but Stam told me to hurry up because the Blade Master doesn't have the patience for me to go all the way up to get one. Another guard chuckled and said, Well, sucks to be the two of you, bumping into the Blade Master when he's in a bad mood. Oh, and, how many died just now? The cries I heard sounded rather terrifying. The slaves must have died horribly. With the door opened, Lorist walked through to a good spot, snickered, and replied, 4. With a flash of his sword, the 4 guards lost their lives. 4 strokes, each making an opening on a guard's throat. They fell one after another without a sound, slipping into death's cold embrace in silence. Waving his hands, Els and 8 other household soldiers rushed over and stripped the corpses bare. 3 soldiers with physiques similar to the guards put on the uniforms. The remaining soldiers dragged the 4 corpses back to where they came from. Lorist looked at Els and the other 3 and nodded with satisfaction. Very well, fortunately, the enemy loadout includes an old-style bronze helmet that hides faces well enough. If the enemy comes and says they want to go in to check because they don't recognize you, let them. Only kill them if you have. We don't want them to report the situation and call for reinforcements after all. Els nodded and said, Understood, my lord. Lorist took the silver key and left. With Els watching over the situation, he was not worried in the slightest. After all, most of the Royal Defense Army's soldiers were of the bronze rank. Only leaders had to be silver ranked and above. On that front, they were not that much different from the Norton's forces. Even if a group of 10 patrol soldiers came over to check, with a 3-star silver rank like Els and a few other iron ranks with him, there would be no issue. Thanks. He's called Jades, and this here is Messin. Over here we have sent Hank and Plum. All 4 of them are gold ranks, so they're locked up here with me. How should I address you, by the way? Asked the Blade Master, Shuss, as he received the keys and opened the cells to release the 4 gold-ranked fighters. I'm Norton Lorist. Just call me Locke, said Lorist before he nodded to the gold-ranked fighters. Our lord is the head of the family of the Raging Bear of the Northlands. He's a count, said Charade as he stepped forward to introduce Lorist formally. However, Blade Master Shuss did not really care for Lorist's title and casually said, Fine, we'll either call you Lord Locke or Lord Count. Jades, Plum, here are the keys. Release the other fellows at the back. Please, call me Locke. My friends all refer to me as such, Lorist said. He eyed Jades and Plum as they disappeared into the darkness beyond the room they were in. Are there more? Asked he. Yes. The 3rd basement was originally only for keeping silver rank slave fighters. There are 27 others deeper inside. Most of your men were kept over here and were made examples for the rest of them to follow, mainly because their loyalty and solidarity were too strong, said Shuss. My lord, did you mention that our forces have already occupied Nupet? Asked Charade. That's right, Lorist said, before he gave a brief description of the current conflict. I snuck into the capital because I was worried about you guys. Fortunately, I got here in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to meet you guys again for the rest of my life. My lord, you shouldn't have risked your safety like this. While it's not a huge deal if we die, you are different. You have to lead the house. If some misfortune befalls you, our rescue will have been in vain, said Jim, as he, Talk, Clinbo and the other household knights teared up. That's right, my lord. You shouldn't have taken that kind of risk, said Charade. Bullshit. Even though I'm the leader of the house, you guys are my friends and brothers. It's because you fought for the house that you ended up in captivity. Would I still be human if I left you to rot like this? Asked Lorist. Nicely said. Naturally, you acted on what you said as well. Nobles like you are rare these days. What are you going to do next, Lord Locke? Asked Blade Master Shuss. Well, Lorist stroked his head, I didn't really come here with a plan. Originally, I only wanted to check this place out to get a grasp of the area. All I wanted was to see them safe. But the urgency of the situation forced my hand. If it's only 1 or 2 people, perhaps I can find a way to bring them out. But I really have no clue what I should do with so many people. At worst, we'll have to fight our way out. It's a possible feat given that the Royal Defense Army was just deployed and the capital is not as well defended as usual. But I can't say how many will survive. Shuss stared into Lorist's eyes. He became curious about what gave Lorist the confidence to say that he would be able to fight his way out of the capital. If all you want is to leave the capital, we don't even have to fight, I know a secret path. Follow me, said he finally. Shuss turned and walked away. Lorist and his companions waited where they were. The sound of metal clattering on stone could be heard from the other side of the dark tunnel. Soon a group of slaves, led by the 3 gold ranks, emerged. They greeted Lorist and the Blade Master as they passed. Shuss brought them to the innermost cell of the floor and stood there for a good moment before having the gold rank called Jades to open the cell. Once inside, he moved aside an old wooden bed and some rotting dried grass and tapped on the stone floor. He removed one of the tiles. A small hole became visible beneath. It was just large enough for a person to fit through. Old Jones spent 14 years digging this tunnel, but just American Samoa he was about to escape. He lost his life on the dueling grounds, he said wistfully. That day, he even told me excitedly that he would sneak 2 pieces of black bread with him before he escapes during the night. Who knew that he would be pitted against 2 sword-toothed tigers on his own that very day? If a slave fighter managed to win a fight, they would be awarded a luxurious meal that included roast meat, potatoes, black bread, and some cheap liquor. They were even allowed to take 2 extra pieces of black bread for supper. Where does this tunnel head? Asked Lorist. Even I don't know the answer to that, the Blade Master said, shaking his head. Jones only told me that he dug until he reached a waterway and left the last piece of rock untouched. He just had to remove the last rock to escape. But since his death 2 years ago, I never managed to enter his cell, so I haven't been able to check it out myself. When he finished, the Blade Master rummaged around the old wooden bed and found a small piece of metal and a thumb-length wire. These were his tools. This here is a piece of metal broken off a sword Jones found and kept. This wire here he got from a broken basket. The most important feature about these 2 items is that they can both conduct battle force and allow a blade glow to form. Old Jones relied on only these 2 items to dig that tunnel over 14 years. Lorist could not help but recall a certain classic Hollywood film he watched in his past life, titled Shaw Something Redemption. The protagonist was sentenced to serve a very long jail sentence and managed to use an iron spoon to dig a tunnel over the course of 10-odd years to finally obtain freedom. Jones was quite similar in that regard, save for his ill fortune. "Milord, let's go down there to check," said Talk, before he jumped right inside. "Hey, wait a second," Charade said before he passed the torch to Talk. "Take this torch down there so that we can see better." After around half an hour, Talk re-emerged from the hole covered with mud. "Milord, this path is not that long, only around 15 meters deep. The only thing is it's a little too narrow. I wasn't able to twist my body around or breathe properly, but there is a bit more space near the stone wall at the end." I knocked apart 2 larger rocks and walked towards where there was an air current and saw the exit. It's gated with iron bars at least as thick as a bowl. Talk gestured to show the width of the bars and said after some hesitance, "After looking around, I found the exit of the waterway had 2 towers to its left and right around 50 meters away. A huge wall connected those 2 towers. If we escape through the waterway, will be detected easily by people on that tower. We won't be able to retaliate if they attack us with crossbows or other ranged weaponry. Tok knelt down and drew 2 semicircles and 2 circles at the 2 ends to denote the 2 towers. At the center of the indented side of the inner semicircle was a dot that represented the waterway exit. What about the other waterway? Where does that head? Asked Charade. I didn't go there, so I don't know. I only know that it leads pretty far away, and I didn't want to make you worry by staying down there for too long, said Tok, shaking his head. You don't need to go all the way to the end just to find out. I know where that leads, Blade Master Shus said. I recall one slave fighter said it leads to the ring road. That path is actually a huge sewer. As storms around the Hanayabarta archipelago typically last 2 to 3 days, the capital built these waterways to help with the irrigation and avoid flooding. There are 4 city sectors with one such waterway underground. Every month on the 10th, some guards would bring us to clear up the waterways. That fighter knew that because he used to be one of those slaves as well. He was sent to the dueling grounds because he got into a fight with a slave manager. Shame he only lasted 3 rounds before dying. What do we do now, my lord? Asked Charade. Lorist considered his options. Even though he would be able to escape the capital safely through the waterway, he had to free more than 200 men, not just a few. It would take them at least 3 hours to make it out, and they were all tired and hungry to boot. According to Charade, they only got a meal of gruel for the whole day when the dueling grounds were closed. While seeing Lorist come to their rescue did improve their mood a bit, that would probably not be able to last them the whole journey out. Additionally, according to Tok's findings, escaping the waterway was no easy task either. The guards on the towers would surely notice that many people coming through the waterway. Without any weapons, it would only end badly for them. While Lorist did want to help them escape, he did not want to lead them to their deaths. Even if he did manage to kill the enemies on the towers and wall first before the rest escaped, it still was not going to end well. While Lorist did not consider the guards a threat to him, they were doubtlessly on high alert, and his ascent up the walls would alarm all of them. As long as the enemy sent a number of blade masters to hold Lorist down while others chased Charade and the rest down, the unarmed household knights would be unable to fight back. There was no way Lorist could save everyone, regardless of how strong he was. Lorist was in a dilemma and was not able to come up with a resolution for a good while as he stroked his chin in thought. Lord Locke, I heard you mention that the Royal Defence Army has mobilized this morning. Do you know how many guards they have left at the dueling grounds? Asked Blade Master Shus, knocking Lorist off his train of thought. I believe there should be around 200 of them. Roughly 2 squads, replied Lorist. That's wonderful. Then, Lord Locke, can you lend us a couple of weapons? I want to rescue the other slave fighters on the upper basement and conquer the first basement as soon as we can, said Blade Master Shus. Oh. Lorist mused, not knowing what the Blade Master intended to achieve. Here's the plan, Blade Master Shus said after seeing Lorist's troubled expression. Actually, the 200 Royal Defence Army guards you mentioned are only responsible for the patrols and supervision. There are another 100 or 200 instructors and supervisors here. They are the ones who pose a real threat to us. Another rank 2 Blade Master, Giluit, is also among them. However, there is only one entrance to where we are locked up. If we strike fast and seal off the sole entrance to stop the instructors and supervisors as well as the Blade Master from barging in, we'll have enough time to plan our departure. Then, do you know where the pantry and armory are? Asked Lorist. They're over there as well, the Blade Master said as he knelt down and drew an oval on the ground with the mud on his finger. Lord, this here is the dueling grounds. The prison for us slave fighters is located a little bit to the right. It's where the magic beasts are kept as well. As for the instructors and supervisors, their dorm is to the left, alongside the pantry and armory. Every morning, some slaves would be sent to collect some food to feed those of us down here. Only after we have our meals will the instructors bring us out for different kinds of training. I see. Blade Master Shus, how do you compare to that rank 2 Blade Master? Is the gap wide? Well, usually I would be able to fight on even grounds with him. Perhaps, I might even win if I fight desperately enough, but I definitely wouldn't be able to walk away with the victory without any damage. There are 10 other gold-ranked instructors and I definitely won't be able to handle them if they come at me at the same time. Don't think that Jades and Messin will be able to hold their ground either. Despite being gold ranks, they have been underfed and chained up like this for far too long. We'll definitely lose if they fight desperately enough. That's the reason I suggested fighting our way up and occupying the entrance while the guards' numbers are low to buy us some time, explained the Blade Master concisely. Since that's the case, why shouldn't I occupy the dueling grounds? Thought Lorist, before an idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. When the enemy is unprepared, we'll deal with the 200-odd guards here first before finishing off the gold-ranked instructors, supervisors, and rank 2 Blade Master while we're at it. Wouldn't this give my soldiers enough time to rest and recover? At the same time, we can have the underground tunnel widened for ease of passage and arm ourselves with the most basic armaments. Only after that and some food and rest will we stand a chance at escaping. I have an idea, began Lorist. Chapter 289 Trap. Here's the second release of a busy week for all of us involved. Sorry for it being slightly off schedule. Blade Master Jilyuit had a grim expression. He brought his 2 attendants Keba and Taxawa as he followed one of the guards, Locke, down to the prison where the slaves were kept. Nobody would be in a pleasant mood if they had to head out just as they were preparing for some pleasant times with their female slaves after a bath. The moment Locke mumbled in fear and reported the situation to the Blade Master, Jilyuit was so pissed that he smashed the wine-filled cup in his hand. Ridiculous, thought the Blade Master. Even though Blade Master Benak was a rank 1 Blade Master who had relied on precious medicines and supplements to attain his current strength, he was still not someone to be lightly trifled with. While it was understandable that he might not be able to fight against a desperate gold-ranked slave fighter, being defeated by 3 mere silver ranks and held hostage was out of this world. Is he really sick of living? While Blade Master Jilyuit was enraged beyond comprehension, he still put on his clothes and followed the guard down to the 3rd basement with his 2 attendants hurriedly. As a rank 2 Blade Master assigned to watch the dueling grounds, it was his responsibility to keep the slaves under control. At the very least, Blade Master Jilyuit was not someone who would skimp out on his duties for no good reason. He had already crossed Benak off as deceased or non-functional in his mind. No matter how the situation turned out, Blade Master Benak would have to leave the dueling grounds, even if he was some distant relative of the king. Blade Master Jilyuit did not wish in the slightest to clean up after Benak again. While the Hanayabarta kingdom had many Blade Masters, only 4 served the royal family. They were rank 3 Blade Master and Swordsmanship Instructor to King Lud III, Loxi Kabia, rank 2 Blade Master Jilyuit, and 2 other rank 1 Blade Masters, Viscount Sakri, leader of the guards that kept order in the capital, and Blade Master Benak who had relied on precious medicines to train. Jilyuit had always looked down on Benak because of the latter's reliance on outside sources to improve. Usually, it meant that the person in question would not be able to improve much further. Benak would stay a rank 1 Blade Master for the rest of his life and would always be inferior to those of the same rank that broke through naturally. The reason Benak, a relative of the king, was stationed at the dueling grounds, was that the king wanted him to use this chance to train his swordsmanship with the slaves so that he could be of some actual use. It was a shame that the king's effort was wasted. During Benak's first duel with a 2-star gold-ranked slave fighter, while he did manage to wound his opponent heavily, he had his ear bitten off when the slave finally managed to lock him down in close combat. In the end, the gold-ranked slave was cut into mincemeat and fed to the magic beasts. However, Blade Master Benak, who had barely escaped with his life, never dared to use gold-ranked slaves for training ever again. He only sparred against silver or iron ranks to bolster his confidence. Jilyuit had warned him before that training against someone of vastly inferior abilities was of no aid to one's swordsmanship, but Benak did not care about his advice at all and tortured the low-rank slave fighters to death to satisfy his twisted desires. Now that something like this happened, Benak would no longer be able to stay at the dueling grounds, even if he is shameless enough to want to, thought Jilyuit gleefully. After all, the dueling grounds used to be ruled by him completely. While the arrival of a relative of the king was not a real threat to his position, he felt that the addition of another blade master was a troublesome thing. This was especially the case with the current situation where he ended up having to clean up after the bastard. It seemed that the 2 squads of soldiers had all been put on alert. There were more than 20 of them fully armed standing at the entrance of the basement. They paid their respects to the blade master as he arrived. Jilyuit stopped at the entrance and asked, "Where's your company leader, Pabala?" The leader of the guards gave Locke a confused look before he replied, "I don't know. He should be down there. The only order I received was to watch the entrance and make sure nobody unrelated to this enters." Not the slightest bit suspicious, Jilyuit marched through the entrance after acknowledging the response. The first basement was still in good order, but many of the slave servants had been roused from their sleep, standing at the sides of the halls as they chattered. The second basement, on the other hand, was much rowdier. Many of the slave fighters knocked on their cell bars and cursed and shouted loudly. More than 100 Royal Defense Army guards used their whips to lash out against some of the slaves. Cries of pains, curses, and more whip cracks sounded out in response. The atmosphere sounded almost like a marketplace. Except in this marketplace, it wasn't wares that were being sold, but pain, agony, and suffering. Jilyuit snorted with dissatisfaction at the scene, but he was far too busy to bother with trivial stuff like this. As long as he finished settling matters at the third basement, he would have more than enough time to deal with the slave fighters here. At most, he just had to make examples of a few of them and the rest would stop making a fuss. Upon entering the third basement, one could see all the guards on high alert as if their archenemy was marching right at them. Each of the cells had just over 10 guards standing by them. When they passed the last twin gate checkpoint, Blade Master Jilyuit asked, "So, where the heck is company leader Pabala?" The guards there did not reply and merely pointed at the depths beyond, before locking the gates up as quickly as they could. Jilyuit's attendant, Taxawa, complained, "Why did you lock it up so quickly? With Blade Master Jilyuit here, the situation will be dealt with in no time." The other attendant, Keba, tugged on the former's shirt and said, "Forget it, they're just small fry. It's only their job to be cautious. Locke, lead the way forward quickly." Locke murmured in acknowledgement before taking the torch from near the gate. When they could see some lights in the distance, Locke said, "Sir Jilyuit, it's just ahead." Jilyuit passed Locke by and marched forward with long strides. His attendants had to scurry to keep up. The lit area in front of them was chillingly silent. Not even the breathing of man or animal could be heard. Then suddenly, the screech of metal against metal echoed out from the darkness. A few moments passed, about enough time for a single breath to be exchanged, and the screech came again. It was steady, even methodical. Jilyuit marched on. Soon he saw a man seated like a proud lion. On his lap lay a slightly curved sword. He dragged a small stone, just about large enough to fill his palm across its blade edge every couple of seconds. The same, desolate screech escaped into the darkness every time he did so. Jilyuit squinted. He felt as if he was being stared down by a huge beast. Stopping in his tracks, he said, "It's you, Shus." Shus, who was sharpening his blade, raised his head and said, "Hee, you're finally here. I've waited for a good amount of time, you know. Over here, we can finally settle this fair and square." "Where's Benak?" "Over there," said Shus as he pointed to the corner. In the dark corner, a few completely stripped corpses could be seen. The empty expression on Benak's rat-like face as it stared at the ceiling was an obvious telltale sign of his death. "You killed him?" murmured Jilliet. Shus shook his head with a smile and said, "Nope, it wasn't me. I had no hand in that stupid rat's death." "I killed him," said a clear voice behind Jilliet. When the Blade Master and his attendants turned around, they saw the guard called Locke put the torch in a rack on one of the pillars before he removed his helmet and revealed his head of long, raven black hair. Standing straight and proud, he no longer seemed like the cowardly guard they thought they knew. Jilliet waved and his two attendants lunged towards Locke. The Blade Master was well aware that he had fallen into a trap, but he did not panic. He believed that the only one he had to deal with was the slave Blade Master Shus. As long as he was able to deal with the man, the slave fighter's plot to entrap him would crumble under his raw might. Just as he was about to turn his head, he caught the flash of a blade in the corner of his eye, followed by the sound of two muffled cries of death. Jilliet's expression changed. The moment he looked back, he was greeted by his two attendants, sprawled on the ground and clutching at their necks as if trying to stop their souls from leaking out of the two gashes in their throats. "Who are you?" asked he, this time with a hint of caution in his voice. "I am Count Norton Lorist," replied Lorist with a smile. "So it's your house's forces that conquered Nupet." While Jilliet spent most of his time at the dueling grounds, he was well informed about the kingdom's situation. "Bingo! Too bad there's no gift for getting the correct answer," said Lorist as he gave a thumbs up. "Why did you invade the Hanayabarta kingdom?" "We shouldn't have any grievances with your house," said Juliet. "Haha, why you ask? Are you actually thick-faced enough to ask me that question? The slaver bands and slave traders of your kingdom actually dared to attack my dominion and capture our soldiers to make them slave fighters over here. More than 1,300 of them were brought here, but now only 200 are left. I have come for vengeance. You will pay your debt of blood, with blood. So that's why you tricked me to come here? Do you think numbers will help you?" asked the Blade Master as he drew his long sword. "I tricked you to come because I actually consider your abilities to be a threat to me. Now that we're here, you won't be able to escape. I was afraid that you'd turn tail if we were out in the open. But don't worry, I won't bully you with numbers. Pick one of us to fight," said Lorist as he swung his sword casually. "I pick you!" roared Jilliet as he launched himself towards Lorist. His sword traced myriad slashes in the air, seemingly filling every inch of the hall with glints of his blade. Clang 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 clang! Amidst the tremolo of clashing swords, Lorist said calmly, "Haha, Shus my friend, he came to me on his own, all right? Don't blame me for stealing your prey. Haha, you chose well." Yet another quick succession of clanging swords resounded before the Blade Master dashed away at an awkward angle, clutching his right chest where a small cut could be seen. Shus looked on with disbelief. He had clearly seen Lorist not even retreating the slightest under the barrage of strikes by Jilliet. He met each and every one of the attacks with a similarly fast response of his own. Not only was Lorist able to receive the storm of strikes with relative ease, he was even able to mount a counterattack of his own and left a mark on the right side of Juliet's chest with his sword. The most peculiar thing was Lorist's arcane swordsmanship style that seemed to have a chilling aura of a snowstorm that caused Blade Master Jilliet's strikes to slow down as if the cold was robbing his strikes of their energy. Shus finally understood why Lorist's subordinates were unquestioningly supportive when he said that he would deal with the rank 2 Blade Master himself. He had wondered whether Lorist's victory over Benak was a fluke and even tried to advise Lorist against taking on Jilliet. He suggested that he be the one to fight the Blade Master instead. He really did not think that the leader of House Norton's swordsmanship would be that impressive. He was filled with admiration for a count like him that was even willing to risk himself by sneaking into the capital alone to save his subordinates. Jilliet was completely drained after his clash. He deeply regretted not picking Shus as his opponent instead. Even though Shus was no doubt a rather good fighter, he was merely a rank 1 Blade Master that Jilliet had fought on occasion before. Even if Shus could stall Jilliet for a couple of hours in a fight, he did not stand a good chance of defeating him. Gilluit felt that Shuss was definitely easier to handle than Lorist. The man kept him constantly on edge. He was not someone he could escape. "Ack!" cried the blade master in pain as he took another cut, this time on the side of his ribcage. Lorist smiled and said, "Not bad, you were able to receive more than 300 of my strikes. As expected of a rank 2 blade master. You are definitely worth your weight in gold." Gilluit on the other hand was not able to muster any energy to make a retort. He felt that his whole body, including even his blood, was slowly being frozen. It caused his movements to slow down more and more. It was as if he could see a snowstorm before him. Each of Lorist's strikes was a gentle snowflake falling onto his body. It seemed that Lorist was not feeling the chilling cold around him. He fused perfectly with the snowflakes around him and floated about freely above the field of pure white. Gawk! Lorist's long sword pierced through Gilluit's throat, but at that moment, the blade master had already lost all consciousness. His eyes rolled back into his head as he collapsed dead on the ground with a sinister smile on his face. "Lord Locke, your swordsmanship is nothing like anything I've ever seen before. It's also rather chilly in here. Even the men around me were sneezing at the cold," said Shuss as he approached gingerly to look at the dead Gilluit. "Well, I had the elemental advantage against him since I often train in the cold snowscape," Lorist said with a carefree tone. "All right. Blade Master Gilluit is already dealt with. Next, we have to handle the silver and gold ranked instructors." Lorist's plan was simple. All he had to do was lure them down to the deepest cells underground and deal with them down there. As for the 200-odd guards, they had already been replaced by slaves who had donned their equipment before Gilluit was lured down. Lorist had settled the biggest problem successfully himself. All he had to do next was pretend to deliver orders from Gilluit so that the gold-ranked and silver-ranked instructors would head to the third basement to stop the slave fighters' revolt. All 13 gold-ranked instructors and more than 100 silver-ranked instructors were ambushed at the third basement. It did not take long for their corpses to litter the ground. The only thing that went wrong was the desperate struggle of one of the gold-ranked instructors that took the life of gold-ranked slave fighter Plum. Even though Lorist and Shuss were both involved in the fighting, they could only do so much and were not able to save Plum and 7 other unfortunate silver-ranked slave fighters from their untimely fate. At dawn, the dueling grounds had completely fallen into the slave fighters' hands. Lorist left the dueling grounds secretly and returned to his room at the Blood and Flame. Chapter 290 The Ploy. Apologies for the late release. This is the third one of the week. Entrance with no exit, the quintessence of the plan Lorist and Shuss had devised. Lorist needed the group to be able to spend 2 days in undisturbed peace. The rest would allow the slaves to rest and recover and allow them to find ways to arm the slaves. There were around 1,600 slaves at the dueling grounds. Coupled with the female slaves and other servants, there were more than 2,000 people. Unfortunately, even after turning the whole place upside down, they only found 400 sets of weapons and armor. Most of them were obtained from the instructors of the slave fighters at the dueling grounds. Apart from Charade and the other Norton household knights and soldiers, only Blade Master Shuss and roughly 100 slave fighters were armed. The rest were completely unarmed. The main reason Lorist left the dueling grounds to return to Blood and Flame was to see whether he could find a way to get his hands on weapons. All 1,000 slaves had already awoken their battle force. They would be a force to be reckoned with if they were properly armed. Lorist felt that the slave fighters could play a huge role in the upcoming assault on the capital. For the time being, however, he did not have the means to put the plan into action. It was already noon by the time Els got to Blood and Flame. When the innkeeper inquired about his absence, he said that he had sprained his ankle and had had to rest for a few days before he was able to return. The guards had also changed shifts, so no one knew of his whereabouts, which had led to the issue. It hadn't been until his morning that he learned that his guild's guards were looking for him, which was why he was in such a rush at the moment. After satisfying the innkeeper's curiosity, Els took Lorist to a corner for some food and a chat. He took out a report from Charade and handed it to Lorist. The report stated that the group was short on medicine, weapons, and food. The slaves were under tight guard despite the state of war the kingdom was in and its recent deployment of the majority of its forces. Of most immediate concern was the shortage of food. The food they had could only feed the roughly 2,000 people for 3 days. On top of that was the fact that the rations were extremely bare. The group only had 2 single-serving meals of porridge a day. It was hardly a proper diet for a force soon to go into combat. The current state of their food stores was only possible thanks to the stashes they found near the instructors' dorms. If not for those, they would have run out of food that very day. Besides the dire state of their food supply, they were also severely wanting for proper medicine to treat the 300 injured slaves. Charade urged Lorist to remedy the situation as soon as possible. Lorist felt quite troubled. They were in the enemy's capital. Even if they could procure all the necessary supplies, it was nigh impossible to get it all into the dueling grounds without raising the suspicion of only every armed individual in the city. Even if everything else went off without a hitch, just the Royal Defense Army alone, camped right outside the grounds, posed a severe problem to the success of the operation. The majority of the army had been deployed, but, even so, around 20,000 men remained. Most of them were the bumbling drunks of the Snow Shame army, but there was bound to be 1 or 2 vigilant people. If he made any mistake, the entire force in the dueling grounds would end up trapped there without any escape route or possibility of survival. "My lord, what if we launch an ambush in the night?" Els asked in a low voice. "Before I returned, I passed through the army's camp. I even went inside for a walk. The food stores and armory are located at the back of the camp, with only a wall between them. If we attack in the dead of the night and catch them off their guard, we should be able to take hold of the 2 before they can react." Lorist shook his head. "Things won't go that smoothly. Our forces might be able to pull it off, but the slaves aren't disciplined. They won't follow orders nearly as easily. If we bring them with us on the attack, there is a good chance they'll run amok, disregard our orders and go on a killing spree. They'd be surrounded by the time they finally snap out of their frenzy, if at all. They'll be completely wiped out. We must not underestimate the hatred they hold for the capital's citizenry. If we give them a chance to vent too early, it'll do us no good." Els couldn't argue. He knew Lorist was right. He had himself heard the slaves clamoring for a weapon and demanding a chance to kill their captors and masters. Some even claimed satisfaction with an equal exchange, their life for one of the enemies. Anything more would be a bonus. It took Blade Master Shuss and his gold-ranked companions quite a bit of time and persuasion to calm them down. If not for their careful work, the Norton soldiers would have long since been robbed of their weapons and equipment. "Ah, Els! You're back!" exclaimed a joyful voice. It seemed that Tarkal had just woken and was glad to see his friend sitting with Lorist as he descended the stairs. "Those bastards spent almost the whole night drinking. I had to accompany them until I vomited twice. Darn, I still feel hungover," complained Tarkal as he walked over. He took an open seat at the table and asked the innkeeper to bring him something to eat. "My lord, did you find Knight Charade and the rest?" whispered Tarkal. There was a glint of sharpness in his hungover expression as he asked Lorist. The latter nodded ever so slightly and waited for the maidservant serving the food to leave before he recounted his trip. At first, Tarkal received the news just fine, but when Lorist came to the part about helping the slaves secretly take over the dueling grounds, Tarkal spat out all the ale he drunk. "Me, my lord. Your excursions always bring unexpected results," resigned Tarkal. "Unexpected my ass. I already have a huge headache and haven't the slightest idea what to do. Even though the 1,000 slaves would be a decent addition to our force, the problem right now is how we'll keep this force hidden until the rest of the household troops make their way over," said Lorist as he knocked his head repeatedly with his wrist. Els described the slaves' situation. Tarkal gave it some thought before he said, "So my lord intends to keep these slaves hidden until the attack, then use them to deliver a crippling blow to the defenders to ease your entry into the city?" Lorist nodded. That's the idea, but we lack the supplies necessary to last that long, and the equipment to make the slaves useful. Even if we manage to procure it, we won't be able to move it into the dueling grounds. Well, it's not that we'd be able to source the supplies so easily anyway. Elsa's idea to ambush the Snow Shame Army's campsite is the best option we have. Tarkal furrowed his brow and spun his mug of ale around. My lord, you've forgotten to take into account another important piece of news. Didn't Dree say yesterday that King Lud III would organize another large-scale show at the dueling grounds during which the Snow Shame Army will pit the slaves against one another as a sacrifice to Singwei? That ceremony marks the boundary of the amount of time we can hide the slaves in the city for. If the Snow Shame Army finishes forming, the current state of affairs will be revealed. Additionally, given that the supplies at the dueling ground are so lacking, there will be a resupply run every 2 or 3 days. We don't know if the guards will be changed either. If either of these things happens, everything will be exposed. It's hard to say whether we'll be able to hide this for another 2 or 3 days, let alone until our forces arrive. You're saying that we should take the initiative? So you also agree with Elsa's suggestion to ambush the slavers and mercenaries? Asked Lorist. I do, my lord, said Tarkal. After all, the Snow Shame Army's purpose is to reinforce our enemy. If we can inflict a lot of damage, we could incapacitate them and it'll be another burden off our minds. Our forces will be able to breach the capital with more ease and fewer casualties as well. The only thing we have to consider is how to preserve the slaves' fighting strength so they can deal as much damage as possible. The scene of the alley where several drunks laid sprawling flashed into Lorist's mind. If we can make everyone in the camp drunk, then everything will work out. The plan sounded wonderful, but it was completely impractical. There were at least 20,000 people in the camp. Lorist had no idea how much alcohol would be needed to get them drunk. The door to the inn opened and 4 garrison soldiers marched in. After they talked a bit with the innkeeper, they came to Lorist and the rest, and one of them asked, "Do you people know Kalik?" "Oh." Tarkal mused as he stood up. "Yes, Kalik was the one who fled to the capital with me. I guess you can consider him my friend. He left yesterday night and still hasn't returned." "Did something happen?" "Well, your friend went to the nobles' sector and threw a drunk fit. He even cursed Viscount Timba for forgetting the kindness he was shown. In the end, he was pummeled badly by the servants and locked up in the garrison. When he regained consciousness this morning, he begged us to deliver this letter to you. He wanted us to ask you to help him get out of there," said the soldier as he rubbed his thumb and fingers together in a wanton gesture. "Oh, so that's the case. I am indeed Tarkal, thank you for your troubles," said Tarkal as he handed the soldier a gold ford before he had the innkeeper cook up some good dishes for the 4. The soldier stared at the coin in his hand with a beaming smile before he hurriedly stashed it into his pocket. "Friend, how should I get Kalik out of lockup?" asked Tarkal. The garrison soldier smiled and said, "You can always spend some money. Otherwise, Kalik will be sent to the dueling grounds. The king has already ordered that those who escaped from Nupit to the capital be drafted into Snow Shame. People like Kalik who haven't reported to their station yet will be sent to the dueling grounds. Any deserters will face the same fate. The more fearful of death they are, the sooner they'll die. Naturally, nobles are an exception. Then, friend, can you help me and take us to Kalik?" Tarkal asked. Seeing the soldier look at his 3 companions enviously as they were served their food, Tarkal smiled and said, "Friend, I will have another table ready for you. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. I have a huge reward waiting for you if you deal with this matter properly." The moment he heard about the huge reward, the soldier felt his waist pocket and wet his lips before he responded, "All right, I'll go with you." Tarkal left with the soldier and returned half an hour later with a haphazard-looking Kalik. He had a bruised and dirted face. At that moment, Dree, Kulwar and a few other mercenaries got down from upstairs and laughed at Kalik's sorry state, saying that there was no way that kissing that Viscount's ass was going to do him any good. Fortunately, Tarkal had interfered and bailed him out. Otherwise, his life would definitely be over. No longer being able to stand the humiliation, Kalak snapped and said, "Is there anything wrong with trying to get on Viscount Timba's good side? After all, I was one of those who accompanied him during our trip to the capital. As long as he put a word in for me, I wouldn't have to give my life." Tarkal hurriedly ordered more dishes for the soldier that had accompanied him before walking over and saying, "Kalak's right. With but a word from the Viscount, he wouldn't have to report to serve the army. But I heard that the Viscount wasn't in his residence last night. He was held back at the palace by his elder sister. That's why Kalak was just a little unlucky last night. He had visited when the Viscount wasn't around and ended up drunk to the point of causing a fit. He can hardly be blamed considering all he went through." The rest continued to laugh. Kalak blushed intensely and shut up. Tarkal shook his head and said, "Well, Kalak still has to report to the army today or he'll be dealt with as a deserter. Kulwar, since you're his friend, make sure to see to it that he doesn't end up too badly. But don't worry, Kalak. I will visit the Viscount's mansion this afternoon to deliver a message to him on behalf of my guild. If he returns and sees the letter, I'm sure that he'll send someone over to invite us there. I'm sure we can ask the Viscount for a favor and get you guys out of snow shame. I only have the few of you left of the friends I've made, so I hope that nothing bad will happen to you." The words made Kalak tear up and also caused Kulwar, Dree and the other mercenaries to praise Tarkal for his camaraderie. Tarkal brushed the praises off before having the innkeeper prepare some more food. In the end, Tarkal ended up reporting to the army camp completely drunk with Kulwar's aid. With the inn finally quieting down, Tarkal returned to Lorist and Elsa's table. "Is this how you spend the funds the house provides for you? What's the benefit of making friends with those hoodlums?" Els said, contempt laced in his voice. Tarkal smiled without giving Els an answer. "My lord, let's visit Viscount Timba after having a change of clothes. The garrison soldier informed me that the Viscount has just returned to his residence. I have an idea that can get us out of our sticky situation." "Let's hear it," said Lorist, raising an eyebrow. "We can use the name of Viscount Timba to get large amounts of food and wine into the army camp. We can say it's to bolster the army's morale. When they're drunk and passed out, we can mobilize the slave fighters for an ambush. Not only will we be able to cut down on casualties, we'll also be able to get what we need," explained Tarkal as he mimed a cutthroat gesture when no one else was looking. Lorist's eyes widened before he said, "The crucial part is convincing the Viscount to go along with our ploy. We can use the Peterson Merchant Guild's name to make a business proposal to the Viscount which he can profit from without any financial investment on his part. I'm sure the Viscount would also love it if the deal can benefit his sister and brother-in-law at the same time." Lorist stood up and said, "Well, time's running short. Let's visit Viscount Timba right away." Chapter 291 The Persuasion. Here's the fourth release of the week, enjoy the read. Lorist noticed that Els seemed rather downcast. "What's wrong?" asked he. Els looked at Tarkal. The man was calling a carriage to head to Viscount Timba's residence. "My lord, don't you think Tarkal is a little too sneaky? He was getting along so well with Kulwar and Kalak, and yet he so easily comes up with a plan that dooms them at a moment's notice. I'm a little apprehensive about befriending him, he might just turn his knife on me when I least expect it." Lorist was speechless. Els might have served as a syndicate boss in the past, but that was mainly because his subordinates had forced him into the position. He wasn't like your typical syndicate boss, he treasured camaraderie and was a man of principle. Tarkal, on the other hand, had muddled in the lowest depth of society and had seen much of the deceit and duplicity it had to offer. He appeared friendly and generous, as a good man should, but there were few lines he did not dare cross to achieve his goals. At Guldos he had suggested Lorist use the families of Count Cabra's soldiers as hostages to force their surrender. Lorist had rejected the proposal outright. He was a principled man from a military house. He would never resort to such dishonorable designs. It was a shame neither he nor his house would be able to live with. His suggestion had caused Lorist to take true note of Tarkal. He had a rare adeptness at making friends and connections, and was deft at intelligence gathering. These traits resulted in his forced relocation to the Northlands. Lorist understood that the house would require both virtuous and vicious talents to develop and thrive, so he did not mind and even appreciated Tarkal's insidious nature. Lorist was not averse to using Tarkal, as long as he was obedient and loyal. It seemed now that Tarkal was far better than Els at intelligence gathering. Els' behavior had slowly aligned ever closer to that of a standard household knight ever since he joined Lorist's personal guard. He prioritized chivalry and honor over results. Lorist could only console Els by patting him on the shoulder. "Like it or not, I have no choice but to use these methods to save Charade and the others this time," said he. Their visit to Viscount Timba's residence proceeded very smoothly. The Viscount had his aura of wealth and nobility restored. He received Tarkal and the rest with joy. Tarkal mentioned Kalix's case after some pleasantries, but, perhaps because the Viscount had heard of Kalix's visit to his residence, he only hummed in agreement. Tarkal quickly changed the subject to the state of the conflict. Viscount Timba asked, "Why are you that concerned about the war?" "Ha ha ha, well, we have been traveling for more than a year already, but because we've been trapped here by this war of yours, we have yet to visit many places, nor have we been able to set up our trade network in the kingdom," answered Tarkal. "Please, you don't need to worry," the Viscount chortled, "start a trading firm in the capital for the time being. I will act as the guild's guarantor so no one will dare cause you any trouble." "That's amazing, then, why don't I give you 30% of the shares of our upcoming venture?" offered Tarkal. The Viscount was surprised but felt that he could not possibly receive such a huge benefit for not doing that much. In the end, however, he found himself unable to refuse Tarkal's kind gesture and settled for a third of the venture's shares. "I've seen the state of Snow Shame's troops. I can't help but feel a little worried. The army is already made up of mostly just mercenaries and slavers, so they can't match up to the Royal Defense Army, but it seems they also lack the will to participate in the upcoming counter-offensive. Their morale is incredibly low," warned Tarkal. "That's right," the Viscount conceded, "Snow Shame is still far from having enough troops and their morale is also rather low. That's a given since most of those who were enlisted just escaped from Nuput. They have continuously complained and caused trouble ever since they were conscripted. Even the garrison soldiers are having a lot of trouble dealing with that lot. I feel His Majesty has been a little too hasty with the conscriptions. He should have settled the refugees first. Those with significant contributions should have been promoted and rewarded. It would have roused the ambitions of the others. It would have been ideal if he had baited the refugees into volunteering. The main difference between volunteers and conscripts lies in their combat strength and rate of desertion. These are crucial factors to success on the battlefield. They are the difference between whether a unit breaks or holds in a dire situation. If Snow Shame's soldiers desert or break, they are completely useless to the kingdom, and might even end up being assets to the Nordens, expounded Tarkal. That's what I think as well. However, the king himself is unable to come up with a method to raise their morale. Agreed the Viscount. There are ways. It only depends on whether His Majesty is willing to execute them. Our guild once had to assemble a strong combat unit at short notice. We built up their morale and improved their determination with only 3 things. We gave them lots of meat and alcohol, promised hefty rewards, and enforced strict military discipline. Even though we had far less time to train and prepare our unit than proper armies would, at the end of it they were still able to compete with regular military forces of similar size and armament. The meat and alcohol provide the nourishment and enjoyment the troops need, thus strengthening their bodies and improving their morale. Well-fed and satisfied soldiers are grateful soldiers. Grateful soldiers become loyal soldiers. And loyal soldiers become soldiers willing to die for your cause. Rewards must also not be limited to money. Coin is important, yes, but not everyone yearns for money alone. Some yearn for fame instead, give to them honors and praise. Some yearn for peerage, grant them titles and land. Anything that will make the soldiers more willing to take the field on our behalf, and obtain victory in our name is a worthy reward. As for enforcing military regulations, that's pretty much a given. The soldiers who feast and drink from your purse, who are given the chance to rise in the ranks, must earn their keep through loyal service. Kill a few of those who wish to receive without giving, and the other will fall in line. They must understand that rewards and benefits go only to those who earn it with their blades, shields, bows, and axes. Tarkal's detailed explanation successfully roused the Viscount's interest, and they continued to debate how they would reshape the army. If someone had come up with this suggestion earlier, Snow Shame wouldn't the mess it is now. Grieved the Viscount, it's too late for my brother-in-law to rescind his orders and accommodate the refugees properly. Tarkal's lips twitched, eager to spill the words swimming in his mouth. Though he kept quiet, the twitch couldn't escape the Viscount's notice. Please, feel free to speak your mind. This is actually a good opportunity that you must not miss, no matter the cost, Tarkal encouraged. I've come to understand that you are someone with excellent ingenuity and great foresight. It's a shame that many people treat you as a noble that's only relying on the name and prestige of your elder sister, the regent consort, and overlook your talent. Your sister's status is far too great, it easily eclipsed you in the eyes of others. Viscount Timba nodded softly. Tarkal's words resonated with his deepest thoughts and hidden feelings. This is the opportune moment for you to shine, for you to show others what you are capable of. Surely you understand what I mean. Snow Shame has already disappointed your brother-in-law, the king, and, as you have said, a sudden change in approach isn't possible anymore. That's the root of the problem Snow Shame has right now. But what if you make an appearance to reshape things? Given your status as the regent consort's younger brother, and your experience fleeing Nupit without any gold-ranked knight or large escort, your words hold much more weight than those cowards who discarded their arms to flee. As long as you are willing to deal with the mess that is Snow Shame, I'm sure that the king will be more than happy, said Tarkal without restraint. That's true, you speak sense. But I do not wish to lead Snow Shame into battle, agreed the Viscount with a troubled expression. No, Lord Viscount, you misunderstand my meaning. How could an exalted noble such as yourself march onto the battlefield? That is not permissible. Heck, the loss of even one strand of your hair is a huge loss for the kingdom. You will play a huge role in making the kingdom's future prosperous. All you have to do is whip Snow Shame into shape. There will be others to lead it into battle. Good Lord, Tarkal, your flattery knows no bounds, thought Els and Lorist. They were incredibly embarrassed to hear the shameless and cringy words. Viscount Timba, in stark contrast to their attitude, seemed to be enjoying the attention he was given. His eyes sparkled like two bulbs of crystal in a stream. Every word that entered his ear lowered his guard towards Tarkal that little bit more. I feel you should start to reorganize Snow Shame. It will cost you a teensy bit of money, there's no way around it, but in exchange, you will greatly improve your reputation, everyone will see you in a better light, much less His Majesty. There's no doubt in my mind whatsoever that your sister will also be very proud of you. A most ludicrously profitable trade. I can already imagine the day I hear praises sang in your name in court. O revered Viscount Timba, it almost brings tears to my eyes. If I can still gain your support in my venture when you are so highly regarded, my trip here would have been worth it. How much do you think this will cost? Tarkal, do you have an estimate? Inquired the Viscount hesitantly. Implementing everything won't cost a lot, Tarkal affirmed, I've already made some estimations. Providing the 20,000 soldiers with meat and alcohol is not that costly, it'll only cost around 800 gold fords per feast. According to my calculations, feeding one soldier to the brim only costs 50 coppers, only half of a large silver. An average baked potato costs less than 15 coppers and a large serving of ale is only around 10 coppers. A soldier will be more than satisfied with a baked potato and a large serving of ale. Add 30 coppers worth of delicious meat to each man's meal and you have one satisfied man ready to serve you. 1 gold ford is worth 20 large silvers, so each gold ford is enough to feed 40 soldiers. Even 20,000 soldiers will only cost you 500 gold fords. If you up the spending to 800 to improve the quality of the alcohol and have some surplus meat to be shared around, the soldiers will be even more pleased. This is a big step up from their usual black bread and vegetable soup. I am certain many of them are sick and tired of such bland meals. As long as you treat them well this once, these soldiers will be grateful from the depths of their heart. You should first ask your sister if it's fine for you to do this. Your sister's approval is tantamount to the king's tacit approval. With this in place, it'll be easy for you to reorganize the army and to claim credit for their improved performance. If you can show your talent today, then no one will be able to criticize you for enjoying the king's favor. So, it will be around 800 gold fords in total. Hesitated the Viscount. You can rely on the Peterson Merchant Guild to give you a hand. We will donate 500 gold fords as a sign of support, offered Tarkle. Oh! Viscount Timba mused with surprise. Tarkle, tell me honestly. Why are you willing to help me out this much? I'll be frank with you, Lord Viscount. While I call it a donation, I will easily get the money back as long as you agree to do this twice, snickered Tarkle. Oh? How so? Asked the Viscount, intrigued. Lord Viscount, will you refuse to let me supply the meat and alcohol if I donate the 500 gold fords? Asked Tarkle. Of course not. I would be more than willing to let you handle this business given your generous donation, replied the Viscount. The meat and alcohol business will actually be a very profitable transaction for me. The price per soldier I mentioned earlier doesn't take profit into account. We can make it up by selling all that in large volumes, especially by buying some old or dying goats that are incredibly cheap. After all, we're only feeding the common soldier. All we have to do is cook the meat in a large pot and nobody would be able to tell the meat's quality. Additionally, if we can get our hands on some expiring smoked meat, the price will be even lower. In other words, I'll easily be able to earn 400 gold fords in profit for every feast you organize for the soldiers. If you do this twice, we will be able to earn the 500 gold fords back, explained Tarkle, revealing the secret to his profitable formula. I also understand that after escaping to the capital without your belongings, you're a little tight on finances. If your sister accepts your proposal, you might even be able to request a 1,000 gold ford budget for each feast. You should ask for a budget for 3 feasts from the get-go. As for the meat and alcohol, let me serve you on that front. I will definitely ensure that the accounts for each feast would be flawless. That way, you will also be able to solve your financial shortage. What do you think? Asked Tarkle in a low voice. Very well, Viscount Timba beamed, your proposal is magnificent. I will visit my sister at the royal court right away, so I hope you 3 can wait here for a short while. When I return, we'll discuss the details of the plan. Is that all right with you, Tarkle? Tarkle stood up and bowed respectfully before he said, Lord Viscount, it is my honor to be able to serve you. We will wait here for the good news. Chapter 292 Termination. Enjoy the final release of the week. My examinations will be coming to an end around the middle of November, so the erratic release schedules should no longer be the case. Editor's note: hidden in this chapter is a reference to a comic series by my 2 favorite comic artists. Let's see who can find the reference and name the series. Here are 2 hints to help you on your way. 1. Both artists are French. 2. The comic series plays out in an ancient village. Tarkle's efforts were extremely effective. Word spread that very night that Viscount Timba had received the king's approval to reward Snow Shame. The soldiers made merry all night. The garrison forces and the Royal Defense Army's exclusion made them very jealous. The night was a rowdy one. The following day was even more hectic. Barrel after barrel of ale was moved from the taverns all over the capital. Jared baked potatoes and sliced beef, mutton, and pork were brought to the campsite. Tarkal also had Kalwar, Dree and the rest hire some cooks and purchase all sorts of fruit and decorations to prepare for the festivities. More than 700 men joined the army in less than a day after word got out. At the thought that the army would be at full strength in just 5 days at this rate, Lud III couldn't help but smile. Viscount Timba was also overjoyed that he managed to siphon 5,000 gold fords out of his brother-in-law's pocket. Despite that, all he gave Tarkal for 3 days' worth of food and drink was 1,000 gold fords. Tarkal did not disappoint him either and only spent small amounts to bribe the warehouse managers around the western warehouse sector for part of the necessary supplies. He instructed the chefs to whip the stored grain into bread and other pastries and purchased lots of salted fish. All the preparations were completed about an hour before sunset. The atmosphere around the army camp was one of merriment and jubilance. As the main sponsor of the event, Viscount Timba came over to have a look. He toasted the soldiers and promised that anyone who managed to distinguish themselves in the upcoming battle would be heavily rewarded. He also announced that military regulations would soon be enforced. However, the latter part of the Viscount's announcement had largely slipped out of the soldiers' minds as they stared wide-eyed at the servings of smoked meat, fresh fruit, crunchy vegetables, steamed fish, baked potatoes, and a filling cup of ale, as well as the mountain of dried rations like bread and other pastries. As the Viscount approached, Tarkal had the impression that he thought the food wasn't enough and prepared to explain, but, to his surprise, "This feast is far too much for the likes of them. Why would you bother serving them fresh fruit, vegetables, and fish? Isn't it simply a waste to prepare that much bread and dried food? Heck, we could have decreased the portion of meat by half. As for the baked potatoes, they should have been mashed and mixed with some water. That way, 1 serving can be made into 3. If my house's butler were to be put in charge of this, he would have been able to save another 500 gold fords. Sheesh, spending this much on these brutes is nothing but a waste." The angry Viscount had shown Tarkal yet another side of slaver nobles. He couldn't help but chuckle. Humph, he thinks that 20,000 people's worth of food costs that little? I had to add 400 gold fords from the funds the house gave me to prepare this feast. Oh well, since this will be their final meal, they deserve at least this much. The gates closed as evening came, but a few soldiers from the other forces managed to sneak inside, not that Tarkal minded. He had prepared enough foodstuffs and alcohol to accommodate a few seeking death. An hour or two before midnight the camp slowly fell silent. The soldiers, satiated, fell into a drunken stupor, which quickly turned into a dead slumber. There weren't even enough soldiers to organize patrols. In the whole capital, not a single alert soul could be found. In this silent darkness, the slaves emerged from their hiding places. Els opened the rear gates and, under Lorist's guidance, the slave fighters launched the boundless massacre. Blood seeped into the ground and ran streams into the underground tunnels and ducts. The place had fallen from heaven to hell in less than an hour. Just 60 minutes earlier the camp was a paradise, now it was purgatory. But, unlike the scene might suggest to the casual observer, those that died did so with smiles on their faces. Vomit soon replaced the blood on the ground and washed it from the gutters. Even the slaves who had sworn to reclaim their debt in blood began to hesitate. Killing helpless unarmed sheep was hard on the soul. Many even vomited when the true nature of their actions struck them. It was no feat to kill a drunken opponent. It was far too easy. A single, gentle, horizontal wave was enough to bring them eternal peace. Despite the ease and efficiency of the dispatch, or perhaps because of it, a few dozen such dispatches softened even the hardest hands. These were humans, not livestock. What had been a devil that all the slaves reviled and hated in common, in its drunken slumber, had become a helpless infant. This is no battle. It's cold-blooded murder, one of the slave fighters lamented as he dropped his sword. I'd rather face them in battle than claim their lives without making a single sound. You only think that because you consider yourself a warrior, Lorist said in a clear, low voice as he appeared before the slave, you are wrong. Those drunk unconscious fools are no innocents. They are beasts with hands steeped in blood and sin. The weight of the souls of innocent women and children they killed, or doomed to a fate worse than death, crush whatever innocence they might have had left. Think, how many times have they snuck into villages to kill, plunder, pillage and rape? How many of your loved ones have they deprived of their freedom? In their eyes, you are not humans like they are. They only see you as sheep. You are nothing but livestock to them, tools to fatten their wallets. Think about your loved ones who died by their hands, your comrades forced to fight each other for their entertainment. Are you still able to hold any mercy for them in the face of their crimes? Wield your blade, warrior. It is your responsibility to fight alongside your comrades. Those sleeping on the ground are nothing more than savage beasts. For each you kill, at least one innocent soul will be spared torture. The man hung his head, picked up his sword, and continued the slaughter. You, at the front, move faster! Cried an urgent-sounding voice from behind, unsatisfied with the hesitance and relatively low efficiency of the slaves in front. More than 100 Norton soldiers, wearing the equipment of the Royal Defense Army, marched forward. They didn't wear helmets, only expressionless faces as they slaughtered those at their feet industriously. A cloud hid the silver moon, the goddess unable to stomach the sight laid bare beneath. The blood moon beside her, however, glowed lustily. Even an hour of slaughter was only enough to finalize the slumber of a third of the camp. It was no wonder Charade had rushed those at the front. He had been put in charge of just over 2,000 youths. They were emptying the stores at the back of the camp and scouring the eternally slumbering for equipment. He was most worried about the enemy coming to realize what was happening before he had taken what he needed. The 2,000 youths were the result of his efforts on the day before. Their residential area was situated right behind the dueling grounds where the family members of more than 600 slaves lived. It was built right in front of the northern wall, which was garrisoned but a full regiment. From their vantage point, they could observe all the movements of the slaves within their residential area. Even so, Charade sent a few trustworthy gold-ranked slaves to bring back all the slaves they could. They managed to bring about 3,000 people to the dueling ground via the underground waterway. Lorist zoomed about the campsite and waved his long sword with great ease. Starlight glinted off his blade as he took the lives of hundreds in moments. Unlike the slaves, Lorist felt no strain nor guilt for killing these drunks. To him, it was like one of the video games from his past life. The drunks were inconsequential NPCs. Unbeknownst to him, however, his eyes gradually turned blood red. He radiated the unmistakably acrid smell of blood. It disturbed the already unnerved around him. All he could sense, however, was that his vision gained a slightly crimson tint. Lorist came to a standstill. His consciousness flowed across the slaughter field however he wished. It did not take him long to sweep across the entire campsite. He quickly found 200-odd men yet to fall asleep. They sat at a circular arrangement of tables and benches, preparing to roast a wild boar on the spit beside a bonfire in the middle. A few soldiers were in a hut off to the left. They rubbed their backs, preparing to sleep. To the right, a few cooks were making some food for themselves. Off in the distance, Lorist could also sense a pair of slaves who had secretly snuck off with some bones that still had a few strips of meat attached. Weird, why do I feel so similar to how I felt when I killed the 300 or so men back on the ship? It feels as if everything my consciousness can touch is within a piece of space that I have complete control over. I can even predict how every person is going to move. I wasn't in control of my body back then, but now I am? Lorist squatted, stood straight up, stretched his hands and waist, lowered his head, tilted his body, and even stretched all his fingers high up into the air. He made sure that he could move however he wished. It must have been the dire situation I was in back then that forced me into this red world. Right now, however, it only took the death of a few drunks to get me back here. I didn't even really exert myself. How did this happen? Why am I still conscious and feeling more refreshed than ever? Unable to figure out more about his current state, Lorist put it to the back of his mind. Since I'm already in this blood-red world, I might as well make the most of it. With but a slight leap, Lorist's form vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already at the frontmost bonfire in the camp. He twisted his body. Countless flashes appeared all around him, like ethereal blades they reaped the lives of everyone near him. The 200 soldiers may not have been asleep like their brothers were, but they fell just as soundlessly. The one closest to the fire dropped the cup of ale he had been holding. It fell, mouth firewards, and spilled its contents on the coals. The liquid boiled away in moments and the fume burst into a ball of light momentarily. The 10 or so cooks nearby raised their heads to look. But the moment their vision landed on the corpses, their expressions paled. Just as they were about to cry out in terror, a silhouette materialized in front of them. Their last sensation was cold and metallic. It slipped into the mouth and burst out of the back of the neck at the base of the skulls. With the cooks crumbling like the bread they had baked earlier in the day, Lorist recalled the 2 slaves. Moments later his form materialized next to the stove. He raised his head and saw the 2 slaves gnawing at the bones. Their shoulders bore the brands that made them property. The flat of his blade tapped the slaves' heads. If he wanted to spare them, they would have to sleep for a while. If they were given a chance to glance at the hell that had opened up outside, their sanity might not survive, and Lorist couldn't have the 2 emptying their lungs noisily. The slaughter finally ended 2 hours on the other side of midnight. The world through Lorist's eyes regained its normal hue. But, although he didn't feel that he'd need to sleep for several days like the last time, his face was still pale. Blade Master Shus came to Lorist. His face rivaled Lorist's. Tired? Asked Lorist. I don't feel physically tired, but I don't feel any joy at the sight before us. I don't understand why, but after killing so many of those slavers I hated, I don't feel any rush of relief or satisfaction. In fact, I almost feel sick of killing those poor sods. Pondered he. Lorist laughed with a raspy voice. True. 1,000 have killed 20,000. This result would be nothing short of amazing if this were a battle. And we didn't even part with a single soul. We only feel like this victory is unearned because the enemy didn't even have the chance to try and put up any resistance. We are warriors, not slaughterers, it's only right that we find such killing distasteful. Why don't you bring the slave fighters back first? The massacre tonight was no doubt a huge shock. They'll need the time to recover. Lorist pointed at the slaves around him as he spoke. They were lamenting their actions. Some stood empty-eyed and stared into the distance, some at the corpses on the ground. Others sat on the ground, they buried their heads in their arms in failed attempts to hide the tears they were shedding. Shus looked to the Norton soldiers behind him. "My lord, your household troops are truly the cream of the crop," he awed, "they're incredibly well trained and resolute. It's like the slaughter just now never happened. They believe their actions just," Lorist appreciated, "killing these lowlives is like killing magic beasts. Actually, it isn't any different. Just like the magic beasts, they invaded our territories, trampled our homes, and disturbed the peaceful lives we were leading. They know they can only protect those they care for by killing as many of them as possible. The people of House Norton don't mourn for the enemy. It's their honor to die by our blades. Besides, the only good enemy is a dead enemy. The only good enemy is a dead enemy, hey." "Well said," praised Shus. "Come, let's go check out the back," Lorist instructed tranquilly. "Charade must have finished moving everything by now. Oh, you 2 over there, come here. There are 2 slaves near the stove there. Bring them to the dueling grounds for now." "Yes, my lord," replied the 2 guards nearby. Chapter 293 The Death of a Nation. Hi guys, sorry for the late release this week. As I've mentioned in the Discord server, some electrical problems occurred and I was unable to charge up my laptop to work on the rest of the chapter until I visited the cafe earlier today. I'll still try to hit 5 chapter releases as usual, but if I'm unable to do so, I'll be sure to make up for it in the following weeks. 2 whole days passed from the start of the Dueling Grounds takeover to the completion of the Snow Shames massacre. Actually, occupying the Dueling's grounds was a rather trying act for Lorist, Charade, Blade Master Shuss and the rest. Fortunately, in the time between the takeover and the massacre, only 2 messengers were sent to the grounds. The first brought news of the impending change of shift for the Royal Defense Army. The other delivered instructions for the grounds occupants to collect the requested supplies. The messenger asked uncomfortable questions when they noticed a marked absence of familiar faces, and so, to keep the grounds state a secret, they had to be silenced, even the questions were only asked in passing. Fortunately, the feast hosted by Viscount Timba had caught the attention of everyone within the capital, so no one bothered to find out where the messengers from the Royal Defense Army and the storehouses had gone. For all they knew, the 2 had gone to the feast to stuff themselves. When the sky brightened, the slave fighters retreated. All they had to do was wait for chaos to break out when the massacre was discovered and defend their station at the Dueling Grounds until the main Norton forces come to relieve them. Els made use of the darkness brought on by the obscured moon to leave Hamidas. He made his way to the light cavalry scouts who were sweeping the plains around Hamidas and informed them of the goings-on in the city. Their new orders were to finish off the deployed forces and move on the capital as soon as possible. The moment the Hanayabar Takingdom lost Snow Shame, its fate was sealed. There were only the Royal Defense Army and incongruous mobs of mercenaries left to defend the capital. Around mid-morning, the next day, the 2 squads of Royal Defense Army troops on their way to replace their comrades at the Dueling Grounds noticed the stench of blood coming from the Royal Defense Army's camp. The squad leader felt something was amiss and quickly ordered his men to investigate the situation. 2 soldiers scampered up the walls to see what was going on. They peeked over the top and found themselves back on the ground moments later. Their half-soulless bodies tried to explain the glimpse of hell they had gotten, with little success. The gates were forced open. As the sight inside was revealed bit by bit through the crack between the solid gates, those who realized what they were seeing, turned to stone. From sand to wall to rooftop, from knife to stool to stove, everything was dyed crimson. The air itself was acrid and the sweet, pungent stench of metal brought vomit to everyone's mouth. The capital's bells were finally rung. News of the silent extermination of Snow Shame spread throughout the capital. Panic reigned supreme. King Lud III pulled the terrified Viscount Timba off his carriage and asked whether that was the result of his reward to the army before he beheaded him almost right away. Investigations later revealed clues that pointed, invariably, to the Dueling Grounds. 2 squads were sent to check. None of them returned. The Dueling Grounds loomed like a giant beast over the city. Not only did it swallow slaves by the hundreds and thousands every year, now it also swallowed soldiers wholesale. No one dared to get close to the place. The capital's force reserves were completely depleted. It only had 4,000 garrisoners, 2,000 royal guards, and under 2,500 men from the Royal Defense Army responsible for protecting the warehouses. The Dueling Grounds were clearly occupied by someone or something hostile. And it was not something to be trifled with either. It had already exterminated 2 blade masters and several gold-ranked soldiers without anyone's notice, and had thereafter exterminated 20,000 soldiers in a single night. The enemy had come prepared, and struck where it would hurt the most. Lorist recalled a saying from his past life that amounted to meaning one's territory should never be encroached upon by others. That was the current situation for King Lud III. After he beheaded Viscount Timba, his anger gradually turned into terror as he stared at the 20,000 corpses in the camp before he lost his wits altogether in a panicked fit. Given that the enemy was able to kill more than 20,000 people in a single night, how long would they take to storm the palace and take his head? The more the king thought of the possibility, the more fearful he became. He had everyone that could fight guarding him at all times. But the loss of the two squads that had entered the dueling grounds had been the last proverbial straw that broke camel's back. The king slowly lost his sanity. He frequently gave nonsensical orders. First, King Lud III wanted to conscript his citizens as soldiers. He wanted every male between 16 and 50 in the armed forces. He also mobilized the regiment of troops guarding the northern sector of the city and the palace to the dueling grounds to prevent any attempt at a surprise attack. Additionally, he ordered the slaves to clear the corpses in the campsite and demolish the camp and every building within it so that the ballistae on the walls had a clear line of fire on the dueling grounds. All the ballistae were also ordered to move to the lower section of the dueling grounds. Third, King Lud III ordered all the nobles to gather their forces and assault the grounds. The order, however, crossed the line for many of the nobles. Furious bickering followed, which gave Lorist and his forces the time needed to rest and recover. When the king gave his orders, Lorist, Shus, and the three gold-ranked fighters Jades, Messin, Sendhank were seated together at the topmost audience seats of the dueling grounds, chatting listlessly as they monitored the situation outside. "So, what are you guys going to do after the kingdom's extermination?" asked Lorist. Shus did not respond. He seemed rather lost. He had been sold to the slave kingdom and was a slave fighter for more than 20 years. All the slave fighters that had joined at the same time were dead. It would not be a stretch to call him the illegitimate child of the war god given the luck he had for surviving this long. Not only did he not die, he managed to train all the way to the Blade Master rank despite being only a silver rank when he first joined. He had never bothered to think about what he would do if he were ever given his freedom. He only ever focused on his survival. Jades was someone from the former Chrisen Empire. In fact, he used to be a knight of the imperial family. However, his ill fate caused him to faint from an injury during his maiden battle and he was looted by scavengers on the battlefield. Fortunately, he was rescued by a person of good heart. Only to be captured later by slavers and sold to a mining establishment where he mined copper for 4 years. By the time he managed to recover from his injuries unbeknownst to his captors, he lashed out in frenzied murder to exact revenge. However, he was unfortunate enough to encounter King Lud III and a rank 3 Blade Master, Loxi Kabia, who had come to check on the mines. He was defeated in moments and was sent to the dueling grounds. Messin had been the leader of a mercenary band, but his band was destroyed because of a conflict with Duke Gufman's slavers. He was sold to the dueling grounds and had been fighting there for the last 5 years. His biggest wish was to kill Duke Gufman with his own hands. He had never thought about what he would do thereafter. Sendhank wished to return home to exact revenge for the tragic events he had suffered. He used to be a noble of the Simlays kingdom. But, due to his fanatic passion for the martial arts and his youthful ambitions to break through to the gold rank before marrying and settling down, he traveled far and wide often, at the cost of his fiancée. In the end, she had an affair with his younger brother. He was drugged with force-dispersing toxin during one of his short stays at him and, by the time he woke up, he had been sold as a slave. His younger brother took his place in the line of succession. "Well, I'll welcome you should you at any time wish to serve House Norton or live in the Dominion," offered Lorist. This was the first time he asked them to join his side. "I will gladly join the house, Lord Locke. I only ask that I be allowed to observe it for a year or 2 before I swear fealty," accepted Shus. "Naturally," agreed Lorist. Jades and Messin said they would consider the offer, but wished to return to their homes first for a time. If they found family, they would bring them along. "I'm sorry, Lord Locke, but I can't accept your offer. My home lies far south of the former empire, within the Roman Empire. I want to return home and pay back my fiancé and brother for their treachery. I also want to retake my rightful position as the head of my house." "I understand, Sendhank, there's no need to say any more. I also had to offer up a life in Moronti to return and take my place as the head of my house. I wish you nothing but fortune and good luck on your journey and beyond. May we meet again sometime, in situations more fortunate than these." "May we indeed." On the third day of the 10th month, the extermination of the 20,000 men of Snow Shame had plunged the whole of the Hanayabarta kingdom into chaos. Apart from the initial 2 squads that were sent to inspect the grounds, no other offences were made. On the 4th day of the month, the kingdom finally made their move. They sent out all 6 of their blade masters. It was the only force left in the capital that could pose Lorist some threat. It was led by the rank 3 blade master Loxi Kabia. Since he was both a protector of the royal family and Lud Ii's swordsmanship instructor, he had to do something about the situation for the sake of the kingdom. Accompanying him was the commander of the royal guards, rank 1 blade master Viscount Sacri, and 4 other blade masters of noble employ that had escaped from Nuput. What blade master Loxi did not expect was that he would be at a disadvantage fighting Lorist the whole time. Even when Viscount Sacri joined him, they still only fought to a draw. What surprised him most was that the other blade masters struggled just as much as he did in their own fights. Shus fought the only rank 2 blade master in the group, the one that had chased Jisk and Yuri all over the hilly area. As the battle progressed, Shus began to gradually gain an edge over his opponent. Jades, Messin and Sendhank desperately fought against a rank 1 blade master each. It did not take long for them to realize that the 3 rank 1 blade masters were mere pushovers. After an hour or so, the 3 blade masters were worn to the bone and barely holding on. The 3 gold ranks, however, were more spirited than ever. They traded inconsequential wounds to land savage strikes on their opponents. In the end, the 3 blade masters crumbled. 2 escaped, but the third was ended. The rank 2 blade master fighting against Shus was also forced into a corner. He, too, eventually retreated. Sacri followed suit soon after. The first assault on the dueling grounds ended in Lorist's victory. Only 5 of the 6 blade masters managed to escape alive. On the 5th day of the 10th month, the kingdom once again launched an attack, but with more forces at their disposal than 5 blade masters. Accompanying the 5 blade masters were more than 10 gold-ranked knights and swordsmen, with a few thousand more soldiers from the nobles to the nobles' levies. This time around, they did manage to put Lorist in a precarious position. While he did manage to kill almost 100 in the early hours of the fight, which included just over 5 gold ranks, his power alone was not able to sway the tide. Shus, Jades and the rest were forced to the first basement. Lorist soon followed. During the second assault, the kingdom managed to force Lorist and the insurgent slave fighters down to the first basement. Messin and Sendhank were both heavily injured, Tough Shush only suffered light injuries, luckily. Lorist was fine, apart from expending a little too much energy. On the 6th day of the 10th month, the kingdom resumed their assault and attacked the first basement. Much to their surprise, however, Charade had filled the empty food sacks they took with mud and had stacked them up all over the first basement, turning it into a maze. No matter how many were sent in, none returned. Not only that, Lorist and Shus were both able to move freely around the maze. Even Blade Master Loxi was forced to retreat. The excursion ended, once again, Lorist's triumph. On the 7th day, the kingdom's forces changed their tactics and gathered up to 1,000 slave laborers instead to start digging from the top. They intended to collapse the whole first basement. But at noon, the first report of their defeat arrived. It appeared that the only cavalry unit of the kingdom had suffered a sudden ambush from an enemy cavalry unit that numbered 1,000 when they were suppressing the slave revolt at one of the manors of the royal family. All but 7 of the 1,800 men were dead. The forces of the enemy, scouts of House Norton, had already entered the lines of sight of the soldiers defending the walls. That afternoon the kingdom's forces assaulted the basement ferociously. With the dueling grounds being occupied, it would almost be impossible for them to fight properly against the enemies outside the city. Only by removing the tumor that was the insurgents in the dueling grounds would they be able to protect the capital. The fighting continued well into the night. The kingdom attacked non-stop, and Lorist and his comrades resisted valiantly. Quite a number of holes in the ceiling of the first basement was visible, with droves of the kingdom's troops dropping in from them. The ground was littered with layers of corpses. By the time Lorist and the rest were finally forced into the second basement, it was already far into the next day's morning. Both sides sustained heavy casualties, with more than 70 of Lorist's household troops dead or injured alongside 300-odd slave fighters. However, the kingdom's forces fared even worse, more than 1,000 were dead and 1,000 more injured. They had lost almost all their able-bodied fighters. There was no battle on the 8th. Neither side made any offensive moves. On the 9th, however, yet another report arrived. It stated that the Royal Defense Army had been lured into the hilly area and surrounded. The army was completely decimated and the king's uncle was dead. The already crumbling capital fell apart completely at the news. On the 10th, the Northern cavalry scouts encircled Hamidas. Some element of the scouts could be seen from every vantage point on the walls. On the 11th, the rest of the Northern forces arrived along with tens of thousands of liberated slaves. They began setting up camps and defense lines all around the capital. The 12th saw Lud III forcing the capital's people to man the walls and sending a messenger to request a cease of hostilities, which fierce Tiger Lows refused outright. At 8 that night, Lorist led the slave fighters on a surprise attack against the northern walls and managed to occupy it completely. Droves of Northern troops flooded into the capital and the royal capital fell in mere hours. Afternoon on the 13th, following the decapitation of rank 3 Blade Master Loxi Kabia, the despairing Lud III killed his 3 consorts and his 9-month-old newborn son before setting his palace on fire. The slave kingdom, Hanayabarta, founded little more than a century earlier, had truly come to an end. Chapter 294 Arrangements. This here is the second release of the week, enjoy. This chapter is still in an unedited state due to the exam season catching up with us all. The edited version will be updated as soon as it's available. Lorist laid lazily on a luxurious-looking bed. Having slept for a whole day and night, he had just woken up not long ago and still felt rather drowsy and did not feel like getting up just yet. Lorist's laziness was not because of him being in a weakened condition. He was just pondering about that blood-red world he had just experienced. At afternoon the day before, when he led the forces of the household on an attack to the palace, he had faced off against rank 3 Blade Master Loxi Kabia. Logically speaking, Loxi should be far inferior than Blade Master Zarinan, who was sent to assassinate Lorist some time ago. Zarinan was considered to be a quasi-sword saint by many, meaning that his prowess was incredibly close to that of a true sword saint. While Blade Master Loxi was still rather formidable, he was not particularly strong and was at a disadvantage when battling against Lorist. Even so, Loxi Kabia was a rather stubborn person who had managed to keep Lorist occupied for more than 2 hours. From time to time, he would retreat and have the archers protecting the palace fire volleys in Lorist's direction, causing him much trouble. The most annoying part was that Loxi's swordsmanship attribute was not particularly weak against Lorist's own, with Loxi's being a similar sneaky, chilling type. In fact, he thrived off the cold temperatures generated by Lorist's swordsmanship. In the end, Lorist once again entered that blood-red world. Within that world, Lorist could feel his speed, agility, strength, and other bodily qualities double or triple in intensity, allowing him to decapitate the rank 3 Blade Master in a mere 10 strokes, all the while fending off more than 20 hidden strikes from the royal guards. The moment Lud III saw the death of Blade Master Loxi from the distance, he knew that he no longer had hope of delaying the inevitable, so he began to set his palace on fire. At that very moment, Lorist had just receded from the blood-red world and felt incredibly exhausted. The moment he heard the guards ahead report on the burning of the palace, he laughed out in relief before collapsing into deep slumber. Lorist was wondering about the nature of the blood-red world. As much as he would like to call it a sword saint's domain, it was a little different from what he had heard about them as described by others. Additionally, he felt that his swordsmanship still was not up to a sword saint's standard. At best, he was only as skilled as Zarinan had been, being only at the quasi-sword saint level. The domain that was most detailedly documented was that of the windstorm sword saint of the Kalia kingdom, who had once deployed his domain for others to experience firsthand. Those lucky enough to be present during the demonstration described it as being put directly into a storm all of a sudden that caused them to be unable to open their eyes from the wind and rain. In that situation, most would be unable to fight properly given the decreased visibility and other annoyances and could only wait for one's impending death. That was the reason Lorist thought that even if he were to break through to the Sword Saint level, his domain would be one of snow and ice. That opinion was also shared by the Blade Masters that had faced him in combat. What, then, is this blood-red world anyways? Even if it's not a domain, I feel absolute control over my environment after entering that world. I could even kill rank 3 Blade Masters like they are livestock. In this blood-red world, with but a thought, I can appear wherever I want. Given how deeply this resonates with my soul, it feels like a domain, if not anything else. However, Lorist could not be assured of 2 points. First, he had never heard of any sword saint that had managed to master 2 different domains. Second, given how his swordsmanship still did not pose too much trouble to Blade Master Loxi to the point that the latter was able to hold on for 2 whole hours, it was apparent that Lorist's skills were still far from that of a sword saint. Should it have been the opposite case, he would have defeated the old Blade Master within 50 exchanges. But Lorist suddenly remembered that he was not training properly in the Battle Force technique he learned in his current life. Instead, he was using Battle Force to cultivate the Aquametal technique which he inherited in his past life. Perhaps, that would be a factor that would distort the nature of his domain. Thinking back at the insane boost in abilities the blood-red world afforded him, it felt almost like a buff in a video game that boosted his abilities from 10 points to around 40. That was why Loxi was unable to take more than 10 of his empowered strikes and fell at the 11th one. This blood-red world should be a domain, then. When I am in that state, my abilities should rival that of a sword saint's. That's why I suffer some fatigue as backlash after being in that state and have to rest up well. Guess I should name this blood-red world. What should I call it? Blood-red domain? Lorist shook his head and recalled the night he engaged in slaughter with bodies littered all over him in the camp. Since a slaughter always succeeds the manifestation of the domain, let's call this the slaughter domain. I should work on familiarizing myself with this ability as soon as I can. Perhaps, I should adjust my training to focus in that direction and try my best to train my body until the state it is at within the domain. Upon concluding his thought session, he felt rather relaxed and called out, "Hey, anyone?" Jim came in and asked, "My lord, what do you need?" "Oh? Why are you here? You're still injured. You should rest up," said Lorist. "My lord, I'm already fine. The military herbalist gave me a checkup yesterday and said that my body has recovered completely, thanks to the medicine Els brought to the dueling grounds that time. I only need another few days of rest for a complete recovery. Also, I'm the vice leader of your personal guard. I am only fulfilling my duties as soon as possible," replied Jim. "Fine, suit yourself. Just make sure you don't overwork yourself," Lorist said, "who's in charge of the situation right now?" "Sir Charade is, my lord." Sir Lowe's had already passed on the duties to Sir Charade the moment they met and went on to take charge of the security of the capital, reported Jim. "I see," Lorist said as he nodded, before he instructed, "Get me some food and drink. I'm starving to death already." Right after Lorist downed 2 pieces of bread, Charade entered the room with a thick stack of folders and said, "My lord, you're finally awake. Aren't you handling things just fine?" asked Lorist as he picked up another piece of roast chicken. "Ugh," Charade groaned, "Locke, I was originally going to thank you for coming into the dueling grounds alone to rescue me, but now I understand that you did all that just so that I could take over most of the work again." Lorist laughed and said, "Fatty, aren't you the one who likes desk jobs the most? Why did you change your mind all of a sudden after being taken captive?" Charade sighed and said, "Actually, I want to take a break." "What for?" "Thinking back at the household soldiers who had died protecting me at the dueling grounds, like night fad, I know this can't go on any longer. I want to take a break to properly train and break through to the gold rank. If I were a gold rank, there would be far less household soldiers who had to sacrifice themselves for my sake. At the very least, that rat-faced blade master wouldn't have used me to threaten Els. Because I've been neglecting my own battle force training, I caused so much trouble in the end, grumbled Charade. That's not your fault. You're the chief knight of the household and it's only right for the household soldiers to defend you. However, I do agree that it's about time you raised your abilities. I'll agree to let you off on a break, but that can only happen after we return to the Northlands. For now, you'll still have to help me deal with the bulk of matters here at the Hanayabarta archipelago, said Lorist. Naturally, we won't be staying here for too long. I promise you that we'll return to Silaoaz by the end of the 10th month or early next month, added Lorist. Then what will happen to the archipelago? Asked Charade. We'll take it as our own dominion. This place will be yet another overseas dominion of our household. However, we don't have the official mandate from the Andanak royal family to do so. I'm afraid we can't make this place our dominion, Locke, reminded Charade. No worries, Lorist said as he waved, the Second Highness didn't care about us when we mobilized our forces. Additionally, the kingdom we exterminated isn't officially recognized by many other nations of the continent. They're nothing but pirates gathered up in one lair. If we leave these islands be, it might actually become the homes of real pirates in the future. That's why we can't leave this place lawless and unattended. Forget about an official mandate. I don't care if others don't acknowledge this archipelago as our overseas dominion. If there's anyone who objects to our claim here, I'd like to see them try to defeat our Oceanic Legion to reclaim these islands. Since Lorist was dead set on keeping the Hanayabarta archipelago under the jurisdiction of House Norton, Charade no longer advised against it. After all, there were benefits in having yet another overseas dominion. Locke, I understand. Oh, and, make sure to sign these documents, said Charade as he passed over the folder stack. What are these? Asked Lorist. The forms for distributing food and other supplies, reward for distinguished soldiers, and a list of items the fleet will be sending back to Silaoaz. Also, there are some distribution permissions for weapons and equipment for the new local defense forces. Lorist sighed and began signing one document after another. Aren't you going to look them over? Asked Charade. The fact that you brought them to me for a signature means that you've already given it a good look. There's no need for me to spend that much effort to recheck everything, replied Lorist. All right, thanks for having so much trust in me. Actually, I still have another thing I want to discuss with you, said Charade. What's it about? It concerns the slaves. Currently, there are more than 100,000 slaves settled in at the capital. Apart from the 30,000 or so that are under the command of our forces, the rest are mostly those that worked in the manors of the royal family. If they are left to their own devices, they'll be nothing but a leech on our food and resources. Additionally, the wheat in the fields of the manors are ripe and ready for harvest, but are so far left alone. I believe that it won't be too good an idea to force the slaves to do so. What should we do about this? Charade felt rather troubled that perfectly good wheat was being left to rot, as well as the fact that they were feeding the 100,000 slaves for nothing in return. The sight of food being moved out of the warehouse to the unattended slaves around the capital pained his heart. But even so, there was naught he could do to the slaves who had responded to the house's call to rebellion. How much goods did we obtain from this place? Asked Lorist without even answering the earlier query. It's not completely accounted for yet, Charade said as he flipped open a brown-colored folder. My lord, this is the report on Port Nupit from Hector. There are more than 5 million gold fords alone confiscated there, with another 3 million gold fords worth of silvers and coppers. Also, there are lots of valuable luxurious goods that also add up to millions. Hector stated in his report that he had formed a slave scavenging unit to dig up the underground warehouses of those slaver nobles and traders. He believes that we will gain another few million gold fords worth of goods by the end of the month. Also, we sealed the 3 treasuries of the royal family and there are at least 1 million gold fords worth in there. I believe that after we scour the noble sector, we will gain even more. Lock, the lack of funds for our house is practically solved already. The funds we gained from the Hanayabarta kingdom alone is enough for us to continue development for 10 more years. Hee, Lorist chuckled, I was the one who said it first. Money comes fastest when it's taken from the hands of a kingdom. Naturally, that only applies if we can obtain victory with the least sacrifice. The only sad part is that the dominion of the house is located far too remotely, leaving only other poor folks or troublesome ones around us. Sometimes, I really wish that our dominion is located at the Folic Plains next to a juicy piece of meat like the Tarabo kingdom. Just the thought makes me drool. Charade laughed and said, My lord, we're nobles, not bandits. Don't say these kinds of things in front of others. Also, you said that we attacked the Hanayabarta kingdom as an act of retaliation of their slavers and slave traders that attacked Silawas. We are perfectly in the right for fighting back and exterminating their kingdom. We did not do this out of need for money. No worries, I know. Earning money is just one of our side goals. Everyone understands this, Lorist said with a laugh. Since we earn so much this time around, we can afford to be a little lenient on our spending. Post notices all over the capital later stating that we are recruiting the slaves for the wheat harvest. We will need to put the fields at the plains near the capital to good use and plant winter wheat after the current harvest. Even if we have enough stockpiled food, we can't count on those completely. Those who help with the harvests will be guaranteed food, shelter, and good clothing. We will also pay them a salary. I believe that those freed slaves would love to start accumulating wealth of their own. Those who work hard will be compensated a small silver a day. I believe that will entice lots to join in. Also, from tomorrow onwards, the slaves that refuse to help us out will only be served 2 bowls of porridge a day with no bread or meat. Those who don't work don't even deserve food in the first place, and our provision of 2 servings of porridge is already more than we're obligated to provide. We don't have any special relationship with them, so there's no need for us to feed them well. Charade stared wide-mouthed and said, My lord, that won't be too good, right? I don't recall you asking the light cavalry scouts to announce that when you were riling them up for revolt. Lorist shook his head with a smile and said, No. All we promised in exchange for them to help us resist the oppression of the Royal Defense Army and the capital's cavalry troops was freedom. Right now, they are free to go wherever they want and do whatever they want. No one would look at them as slaves anymore. We have already fulfilled our end of the bargain, so that doesn't obligate us to sustain them for the rest of their lives, understood? If these free men are willing to labor for us in exchange for other benefits, they are more than welcome to do so. Our house requires that kind of hard-working people who are willing to work for their own livelihoods, not parasites who don't want to put in their part of the effort. If there are any that oppose our decision, we will show them the wrath of the raging bear. Also, you can make it known that we will soon be recruiting those among the slaves to expand our army. Make sure to spread the word that we aren't looking for the fittest or strongest to join, but rather those who served us the best. Charade understood Lorist's intentions and said, My lord, I understand. Good. There are over 400,000 slaves here on the Hanayabarta archipelago, with most of them being youths that aren't tied down by other family members. If we use them wisely, they will grow the manpower of the Norton house by far. Failing that, they will become very troublesome for us. I plan to leave around 200,000 slaves here at the archipelago and give them farmland and houses. They will live here as subjects of the house from then on. Other than that, I plan to recruit 10 brigades of soldiers. Coupled with the 10 brigades already formed at Port Nupit, there are more than 60,000 soldiers, which are just enough to make up for the house's inability to keep this place defended. In chaotic times, one must have enough might to protect oneself. As for the rest of the slaves, those who don't wish to return to their homelands can be allowed to move to Silaos to replace the lost subjects there so that we can continue to develop that place. That will be the rough outline of the plan. What do you think? Asked Lorist. That sounds appropriate, my lord, replied Charade. Chapter 295 Dread Monument. The most prominent building in Hamidas, which also served as the center of power for the Hanayabarta kingdom, was where Lud III would summon his nobles for meetings or wave to the adoring masses. There were 36 huge pillars supporting the Great Hall, with all of them made from green gold stone. On the pillars were engravings of intricate patterns and murals that depicted the various legends and folktales of the era. That building was Herbitra, also known as the Palace of 36 Pillars. At that moment, droves of people made merry within the Great Hall. Lorist had hosted a large celebratory feast over there to commemorate the victory of the House of Norton as well as the extermination of the Hanayabarta kingdom, fulfilling his promise of those who slight the Nortons shall be put down, far as they may be. Let me dedicate this first toast to the heroic soldiers and fighters that have sacrificed themselves to wash away the humiliation of the house while liberating the slaves. Announced Lorist before he poured the cup of wine onto the ground. The hundreds of fully armored knights and 10 other elaborately dressed officials within the hall did the same. This second cup shall be dedicated to the slaves who have suffered for the past century under the tyrannical reign of the Hanayabarta kingdom. They have been subjugated, emasculated, and enslaved. Despite that, they were the ones who built this kingdom from the ground up. Do you see the 36 majestic pillars in this hall? Who would think for a second that those were built at the cost of countless numbers of corpses? They have lost their freedom here and became nothing more than animals. In the eyes of the demonic slavers, they are no different from livestock. But that has changed since our arrival. The House of Norton has already exterminated this sinful nation. The slaves are finally freed and restored dignity as all humans deserve. However, we did come a little too late, as there are many others whom we were unable to save. Let us mourn and grieve for their suffering. This toast is made in their honor. Lorist poured the wine once again on the ground. While Lorist's true reason in attacking the kingdom was to gain the resources gathered over the century by the kingdom, he had to pretend that saving the slaves from suffering was his main goal in the interest of political correctness. As for the liberate slaves who would not join the forces of the Nortons or help out with the harvest or other tasks and preferred to laze around in the camp despite only being served 2 meals of porridge daily, Lorist did not really care about them. Since he has already given them freedom, Lorist felt that they were free to decide their destinations and vocations. As long as they did not obstruct the house's operations, they were free to do whatever they wanted. However, all the resources around the archipelago down to the smallest grain was the de facto property of the Norton House, not to mention the ships that would be required to send those slaves off to their hometowns. Without Lorist's permission, not one of them would be able to leave the archipelago. There were some free slaves that remained within the camp that had gotten sick of eating nothing but porridge and wanted to get some farming tools to harvest some wheat for their own consumption. However, they were stopped by patrolling guards right away, because almost all the property of the slavers were already in the hands of the Norton House. Those slaves were dissatisfied from being denied their wool and argued that they deserved a share of the wheat because they had a part in cultivating it. It did not take long before they were brought to the main camp of the Norton forces and showed the corpses of near 1,000 Norton soldiers who had died fighting the slavers. Following that, those slaves were given 20 canes each to ensure that they understood the reason the wheat belonged solely to the Norton House. The fortunate thing was that they no longer had to worry about starving, as they were punished to help out with the harvests for their transgressions. All was according to Charade's plan to spread the propaganda that the Hanayabarta kingdom had fallen only because of the huge sacrifice of House Norton to liberate the slaves. That's why everything on the archipelago belonged to us, as, without us, you would still be slaves whose lives are at the whims of your masters. Even though you are now free men, your freedom came at the expense of the Norton House. So, we're under no obligation to sustain you any longer. All the Norton soldiers were rather convinced with Charade's arguments. Additionally, House Norton did not leave the slaves to their own devices for survival. They did offer opportunities for the slaves to work for proper meals, clothing, shelter, and even payment. Not only that, the slaves were not required to do anything remotely threatening to their lives. That was why the Norton soldiers despised the slaves that did not help out even when being given the chance and thought that they were thankless and shameless fools. This third cup of wine is dedicated to the slave fighters who fell before the coming of dawn, Lorist said before he gave Blade Master Shuss and the other slave fighters a glance. Without their painstaking resistance, our house would never have been able to occupy the capital with so few casualties. It was their life and blood that limited the enemy's ability to launch a last-ditch resistance against us, defending the dueling grounds until our forces arrived. This toast will be in the honor of the brave warriors and their sacrifice. After the three toasts, the atmosphere within the hall reverted to its former merriness. Everyone began to celebrate again. A group of young and beautiful female slaves with varied talents put on a magnificent show of dance, sleight of hand and performances for the conquerors of the Hanayabarta archipelago. As it was a celebratory occasion, the soldiers of the Nortons received a great number of bonuses. Those who participated in battle were awarded 10 gold fords, with the injured receiving double that amount. Additionally, they were also treated to a sumptuous feast. As for the volunteers that helped out, they received a large serving of ale and a huge piece of smoked meat. Even the slaves who did not contribute got 2 pieces of black bread sandwiching a piece of meat. On the next day, Lorist gathered the knights and important officials of the house for a meeting about the fate of the Hanayabarta archipelago. Nobody held any objection about making the Hanayabarta archipelago the dominion of the Norton house nor Lorist's plans for the 400,000 or so slaves there. However, some had differing opinions about what to do with Hamidas. Hector and some other administrative officials believed that the capital should be kept intact, especially a palace as magnificent as Herbitra. While it did have a tainted history of being built on the backs of slaves, it was still a magnificent building that should be cared for over the generations. Blade Master Shuss and 2 gold-ranked slave fighters, Jades and Messon, who were attending a meeting like this for the first time, stressed that the capital had to be demolished, especially the dueling grounds, which reminded them of their most painful experiences in their lives. Countless comrades of theirs had fallen to their deaths there and only the demolition of the symbol of their pain would appease them. Potter Fang on the other hand believed that the demolition of the capital would allow them to gain favor more quickly with the slaves. During his time being in charge of the security of the slave camps, he found that all the slaves have deep hatred for the royal capital of Hamidas, with some calling it a devil's den and others thinking it no different than hell. The slaves would definitely be more obedient following the demolition of the capital. Malak thought that the demolition of the capital would save them quite some trouble when they excavate for the hidden riches of the slaver nobles, as they would no longer have to ensure the integrity of their buildings during their operations. Charade approached the matter from a different perspective and thought that the demolition of the capital would be far more beneficial for the administration of the Norton house at the Hanayabarta archipelago. For one, Hanayabarta was quite far away from the main dominion and maintaining a castle as large as the capital would definitely put quite a heavy burden on the finances of the house. Since the house would not be moving their headquarters to Hanayabarta, there was no need for the capital to be kept. Herbitra alone would cost at least 300 gold fords yearly to maintain. While the annual amount was by no means astronomical, the upkeep over decades or a century would be staggeringly high. That way of spending was no different from dropping gold coins into the sea, one would not even hear the coins reach the ground. Not only that, given how far Hanayabarta was from the main dominion of the Nortons, an enemy attack on the island was only a matter of time. As a measure of precaution, the demolition of the capital would serve to make it easier for the house to rule over the various islands and their forces would not incur as much casualties to quell any revolts or chaos. Also, while there would be over 100,000 slaves staying behind at the archipelago that would require farmland and houses, only a brigade of soldiers would be left to defend the area at most. That was why the area to be defended must be decreased. In the future, the area around the capital would only serve 2 purposes, as a trade center and a storage hub for food and other resources. The reasons Charade brought up cemented the decision to demolish the capital. Lorist decided that apart from the business sector, that would be retained and expanded, the other sectors of the capital would be demolished. However, that would only occur after Malak and the rest finish scouring the noble sector and royal sector for their treasures. Lorist also managed to convince them to retain the 36 pillars and the half of the dueling grounds audience seats to serve as a reminder to future generations about the two buildings that were the cornerstone of the slaves' suffering. Upon deciding Hamidas's fate, Lorist declared Hector the first governor of the Hana-Yabarta archipelago, with his first term lasting 5 years. His duties during that time was to ensure that the 100,000 slaves were given farmland and houses so that they could settle down into their new lives and become the subjects of the Norton House. Gold-ranked knights Jisk and Yuri would check on the manors at the plains around the capital once more to capture any subject of the Hana-Yabarta kingdom that might have escaped, to make sure that not a single one of them was spared. They were also tasked to transport all the goods found at the manors to the capital. Gold-ranked Knight Malak was put in charge of the scavenging of the valuables within the capital as well as the transportation of the goods found at the western city sector. Apart from some food and other supplies, the rest were to be brought to Port Nupit to be shipped to Silawas. Gold-ranked Knight Fierce Tiger Lows would command the half of the Norton troops that stay behind and assist Malak with the transportation of those resources, as well as guide the rest of the slaves to Port Nupit. Only those who wanted to stay would be allowed to remain at the plains near the capital. The rest must leave with no exceptions. However, the Norton House did promise those who wished to return to their homes that they would be guaranteed safety and transport to the main continent of Grindia for no fee at all. Lastly, Lorist made gold-rank slave fighters Jades and Messonades to Potter Fang. Those three were given only 3 tasks: the formation of the 10 new brigades to maintain security through the recruitment of the 16 silver-ranked and 400 other bronze or iron-ranked slave fighters, the transport of the 100,000-plus captured subjects of the Hana-Yabarta kingdom to Port Nupit to where the other captives were held, as well as the cleansing of the battlefield. The last task involved the decapitation and embalming of the heads of the enemy corpses that would be sent to Port Nupit. The headless corpses were then disposed through burning. Some felt that Lorist's order to keep the heads of the enemies a little weird. Charade on the other hand asked Lorist how they would deal with the 100,000 or so captives of the Hana-Yabarta kingdom. Lorist stayed silent with a gloomy look for a good while before he softly announced his decision. Behead them all. Everyone present were shocked beyond their wits. Hector and Charade jumped with terror as they said, "My lord, you can't do that. Those are 100,000 human lives." "They are not human, merely animals wearing human skin," Lorist said as he thumped heavily on this desk. "They have never seen the slaves as fellow humans and are the demons of this sinful kingdom. Even if they are commoners instead of nobles or slavers, they have lived in prosperity thanks to the blood, tears, and deaths of the slaves. Not only that, I've made an oath to bury 100 Hana-Yabartans alongside each of our dead soldiers. But now, these 100,000 captives are still not enough to make it up to our comrades who died at the dueling grounds. My decision is final, and I will shoulder all the consequences of it," exclaimed Lorist, before he left to conclude the discussion. On the 24th day of the 10th month of year 1773, Count Norton Lorist ordered for the beheading of up to 100,000 Hana-Yabartans at the shores of Port Nupit, and used 176,243 heads to build a 33-meter-tall human head pyramid, which was known as the Dread Monument. Right before the beheading, the governor of Hana-Yabarta, Hector, had kneeled to Lorist and begged for 7 whole hours before he finally received permission from Lorist to spare the lives of 12,000 young women that would be made the wives of the liberated slaves of the archipelago. The genocide of Hana-Yabarta was deeply imprinted in the hearts of many. During the 3rd and 4th months of year 1774, when many of the slaves that left the archipelago to return to their homes at Grindia, word of Lorist's use of more than 170,000 heads to build a pyramid spread across the nations on the continent. Almost overnight, the name of the roaring raging bear became the go-to tale that mothers told their misbehaving children. In the 5th month of year 1774, word of the extermination of the Hana-Yabarta kingdom spread to another island-based nation, the Shirsiya kingdom. The queen of the nation that was famed for their spice production, who was the cousin little sister of Lud III, cried until she fainted when she heard the news. Her son, the young prince, instantly ordered his royal uncle to mobilize their troops against the occupying forces at Hana-Yabarta for causing his mother that much grief. The army sent out by the Shirsiya numbered 18,000 men. They left with a fleet of 40-odd ships, and by the time they arrived at Port Nupet, it was already the latter half of the 6th month. Being noon when they arrived, the distant human head pyramid was more apparent than ever for the newcomers. At that time, Port Nupet was defended only by a brigade of 3,000 soldiers, with the defense infrastructure still incomplete. As the knights of the garrison soldiers readied themselves for a battle to the death, something incomprehensible happened. The fleet of the Shirsiya kingdom circled around at the front of the human head pyramid and left for the seas, never to return, as if they had come just to witness the pyramid itself. Not one of their men got offshore for a fight. In the 8th month, Senbad's Oceanic Legion arrived at the Hana-Yabarta archipelago with 6 sail-powered, cannon-equipped warships to patrol the area. The moment Senbad heard about the arrival of the Shirsiya fleet, he set out for the Shirsiya kingdom right away. But before they even exchanged the first volley of fire, the Shirsiya kingdom raised their white flag in surrender. It was later known that everyone of the Shirsiya kingdom was terrified by the human head pyramid. Given that none of them wished for a similar one to be erected at their kingdom, they surrendered immediately for safe measure. Thus, the kingdom of Shirsiya became the first nation to subordinate themselves to the House of Norden, marking the beginnings of a new era. Seriously, that was no joke. It really happened. Chapter 296, Garrison Division. This will be this week's 4th release. I'd also like to let you guys know that this will be the last release of the week. My final exam paper is due next Wednesday, so I will have to focus all my attention on studying. Rest assured that the missed chapter will definitely be made up for in the coming weeks, after the 8th, when I can continue translating at full force. See you guys until then. You two are as close to me as blood brothers. Don't be so tense around me. Relax, said Lorist. His words didn't have the desired effect. They looked each other in the eye and said even more respectfully, "My lord, if you have any instructions, we will definitely see it done even if it'll cost us our lives." Lorist let out a troubled smile and sat back down on his sword-toothed tiger skin seat, taking a deep breath. He realized that ever since he did not heed the advice of the others around him, ever since he insisted on killing the 100,000 prisoners and using their heads along with those of the dead enemy soldiers to build the 33-meter-tall pyramid, all the household knights and soldiers looked at him with deep, fearful respect. One time, when Lorist saw Els daydreaming, he secretly approached him and patted on his shoulder playfully. The moment Els turned back and realized that it was him, however, he was so shocked that he jumped almost 3 feet high. Charade also stopped interacting with him on an informal basis and maintained the demeanor of a proper subordinate. He refused to call Lorist by his nickname, Locke. Additionally, the slave fighters who had originally intended to return home had changed their minds almost instantly when Lorist asked them to reconsider joining the Nordens. Even those who did want to go home promised gingerly that they would bring their family members to the Dominion before joining the house and stressed that they were not trying to run away from returning the grace he had showed them. Sigh, guess I've become the Demon King. Well, Dread's monument was probably a big part of it. Even the situation at Nupet was completely in order. Despite housing over 400,000 people, everything went without a hitch. All of the liberated slaves obeyed the policies and directives of House Norden without so much as starting a street brawl. Everything looked eerily peaceful. Soul, it seems that the liberated slaves fear me more than they did their former slavers. Lorist was at a loss about what to do. It was one thing to kill the 100,000 combatants they had captured. But Lorist's hatred for the pirates and slavers' descendants had driven him to kill off the civilians as well. The move made sense. He wanted to remove the seeds of vengeance from the get-go so that they would not cause any trouble in the future, but that didn't mean it wouldn't strike fear into the hearts of others. One could even say the unintended consequences were beneficial. Lorist had wanted to deter others from making trouble for him in the future, and this did achieve that aim. It was just that his chosen approach seemed to be a little too effective. It had isolated him from even his own men. The two, both of whom were technically Lorist's seniors, his father's two illegitimate children Molosink and Welixun, were on edge regardless of what he said. They behaved like they were walking on ice that shouldn't even be able to support their weight. Norton Molosink, 3-star silver-ranked household knight and current regiment leader of the Heavy Armored Division's 3rd Brigade, you have shown true heroism and your troops adore you. Norton Welixun, 2-star silver-ranked household knight and regiment leader of the Light Cavalry Scouts Division's 3rd Regiment, you have defended your station with bravery and courage despite your injury. Lorist tossed the folder in his hand onto the table. 8 years have passed since I returned to the Dominion and become the head of the house. As my elder brothers sharing the blood of my father, you have performed incredibly well. I am incredibly appreciative and have allowed you to bear the family name. I have asked you two to come because I intend to discuss the archipelago's defense with you. I believe you are well aware that the archipelago is now our overseas territory. I intend to form a garrison division for the archipelago comprising 5 brigades. Molosink, I want you to be the division commander. Welixun will be your aide. Both Molosink and Welixun were shocked. It was already incredibly magnanimous of Lorist to see them as equals, given their illegitimate heritage, but now he was giving them such a responsibility, such a chance to prove themselves. This was not something they could have hoped for, much less expected. In other noble households, illegitimate children were usually oppressed and looked down upon, but here they had not only been made official members of the household, but were even being given a chance to make some contributions and build a name for themselves. Don't think too much about this. It is my fortune to have 2 talented brothers. In fact, I expect you to rack up more contributions house. My hope is that you will eventually be given noble ranks and enfeft land of your own so you can form your own branch families. This is the only way to grow House Norton's might stably. I've decided to give you this chance for this very reason. I hope you will use this opportunity to take charge and refine your abilities to manage and command. You must build a stable foundation for your future efforts, continued Lorist. He rolled open a beastskin map of the archipelago. Come over and look. I'll brief you two on the strategy for the archipelago's defense, he called. Once the two were leaning on the table and staring intently at the map, he began his brief. The garrison division the house is going to form will have 3 land-based brigades and 2 maritime brigades. Each will be made up of 3,000 men. Their loadouts will be similar to the local defense brigades. The 3 land-based brigades will be stationed at the capital, the hilly area and Nupit respectively. We'll also construct several citadels at these locations. Lorist tapped on the map as he explained. The 2 maritime brigades will be stationed at Nupit. They will have 16 armed ships under their command with which they will patrol the waters in and around the archipelago. Welixun, you shall report to Senbad right after this and begin learning the ropes of sailing and training your troops at sea. There's no rush, you have 3 years, so take your time to learn properly and train your troops well. My hope is that, starting 3 years from now, the archipelago will supply the house with 1,000 elite soldiers annually. As for the 3 land-based brigades, Molosink, they're yours to command. You also have 3 years to finish the 3 citadels construction. Maintain order around the archipelago and cooperate with Hector to ease the liberated slaves into their new lives. I hope that the archipelago can be self-sufficient within 5 years. Nupit's inner city will be given to Governor Hector as his main base of operations. He will form another city defense brigade there and it'll serve the governor's office directly. Remember, the governor's office is separate from the military's command structure. The garrison has no control or say over the city defense brigade, understood? I understand, my lord. I will definitely help Governor Hector out to defend the archipelago, saluted Molosink. Lorist nodded and said, the detailed plans for the division is with Lightnovel. While the governor's office has power over the garrison division, that is only limited to annual supply and inventory checks. It doesn't mean they can direct military affairs. I believe you two won't let me down and taint the Norton name. Go now and report to Lightnovel to discuss the details and difficulties of the new division's formation. Understood, my lord. We'll take our leave now. In actuality, the largest benefit obtained from the Hanayabarta kingdom's extermination was not the wealth and resources, it was the manpower. The main reason Lorist had been unwilling to expand his military by recruiting civilians from his dominion was that he did not want to deprive the dominion of the manpower it needed to develop. The Norton forces were mainly two umbrella units, namely, the standing assault units, and the defense units that defended the towns. The assault units consisted mainly of two heavy armored divisions, two spear cavalry divisions, one carro ballista division, one wheelbarrow ballista division, and a mounted archer brigade, scout brigade, the thunderbolt brigade, guard brigade, night brigade, the female brigade and 5 other local defense brigades. There were 43 brigades totaling roughly 120,000 people. The defensive units consisted of the new recruit brigade, 5 police brigades formed mostly from retired soldiers from the main force and responsible for the defense and security of warehouses and factories as well as the transport of resources and the various garrison units of the towns and villages. They totaled 60,000 men. The defense brigades don't receive as many benefits as those in the assault brigades. For example, the police brigades only pay half the salary of the assault brigades, and garrison soldiers got only a third of that. In essence, both the police and garrison units were considered half soldier and half civilian. Those in the new recruit brigade did not receive any salary at all, only an allowance and a few menial benefits. With Lorist's formation of the new Oceanic Legion, which already had more than 17,000 personnel, the Norton's forces totaled more than 200,000 men. With the total civilian population of the Dominion and its overseas territories being little more than 1.1 million, the soldier-to-civilian ratio was around 1 to 5, which was already quite excessive. To expand the military even further would be utter madness. Even so, Lorist had his reasons. While the number of troops was no less impressive, only around 80,000 men from the assault brigades could truly be mobilized. For instance, the mobilization of only 45,000 soldiers almost bankrupted the house. Despite all that, the military's expansion was an inevitability, with its growing influence and territory, and the prisoners whose term of service were expiring soon. Slightly over 30,000 youths had been taken captive after the Duke of the Northland's defeat, and, after 3 years of service, their terms had expired. Around 10,000 had been fit for military service, and with their inclusion, the house's forces grew to 80,000. The house had no choice but to recruit them. It would have do them no good to have the released prisoners join and serve other noble families. Following the defeat of the Second Prince's 100,000 strong army, more than 60,000 captives had been taken in. Coupled with the civilian youths who had wanted to join the military over the past few years, the house's forces had gradually grown to their present size. In the first place, Lorist's recruitment of the released captives was so that the Dominion's civilian population would grow. Given the benefits joining the military entailed, the captives that joined the force would definitely bring their families over to the Dominion and settle down, inflating the population in the process. Not only that, those who qualified to join the military already had their Batla force awakened, so refusing them was akin to pushing them to serve other noble houses. Only idiots would push away such a great deal. Apart from the captives, the house made no attempt to recruit soldiers from the civilian ranks, save for the formation of the Oceanic Legion, because that would adversely affect the Dominion's development. Given its thriving state, manpower was in short supply and the liberated slaves were just what it needed. Apart from the 40,000 refugees and 6,000 Icelanders abducted from Silaos, there were another 410,000 slaves liberated, including over 100,000 women and children. Of all of them, 170,000 elected to stay at the archipelago. Most of them were second or third generation slaves that had been born there and had come to see the archipelago as their home. Among the remaining 240,000 slaves, 30,000 wished to return to their homelands. Apart from that, most were able-bodied youths who had lost their families and had no homes to return to. Most were civilians of the former empire. They were either sold into slavery by their dominion lords or had their villages raided and pillaged by the slavers. Lorist ordered Potterfang to pick out 60,000 to form 20 police brigades. He also intended to form a garrison division and a city defense brigade. This left only 120,000, whom Lorist intended to bring back to the Northlands to hasten its development. The military's expansion was motivated mainly by the lack might required to defend the Dominion. It was currently an era of chaos, so conflict was never in short supply. The Second Highness was currently leading his force across the Red Lee's kingdom. By the time he manages to reunite the Empire, it would be entirely possible that he would set his sights on the Northlands. Lorist had already warned Count Kenmaze, Baron Felim, and Baron Chazin to strengthen their military in preparation. The Nortons would not hide behind their allies either. They will stand together with them, side by side on the battlefield. "Milord, Sir Senbad has returned," reported Jim as he entered the tent, breaking Lorist out of his train of thought. Senbad was incredibly busy as he had to manage more than 300 ships for the transport of resources from the Hana-Yabarta archipelago to Silauaz. He had already made more than 2 trips during the 9th and 10th months, but only a tenth of the resources had been transported so far. Lorist was currently rather reckless with his financials given that the wealth of the whole Hana-Yabarta kingdom had just been added to the treasury of the Nordens. Putting other things aside, the money the kingdom had already amounted to 17 million gold fords. More than 6 million had come from the underground treasuries under the palace burned down by Lud III, much to the shock of everyone. Lorist did not really understand why the descendants of those pirates liked to bury their stuff underground. It only took some simple questioning on the servants of those slaver nobles for the underground vaults to be determined, easily netting them millions of gold fords worth of goods. Looking at all the goods he unearthed, Charade smiled greedily with satisfaction and knew that all that would last the house for at least the next 2 to 3 decades to come. "Have every knight and those above the regiment leader rank head to the main tent for a military meeting to discuss our future plans," instructed Lorist. All those who were summoned did not really understand the reason for the meeting, given that the Hana-Yabarta kingdom had already been eliminated. All within the tent wondered whether Lorist intended to start another war. "Silence! The Lord Count is here," announced Els, causing the rest within the tent to quiet down and get into order hurriedly. Lorist entered the tent with 2 blade masters, Englich and Schuss, followed by Jim and Tarkle from behind. "We pay our respects to our lord," called out the household knights as they saluted. "All right, take your seats, gentlemen," said Lorist as he waved his hand dismissively, before he headed to the tiger-skin chair. Englich and Schuss stood at the sides of Lorist while Jim, Els, and Tarkle all stood behind him. "Tarkle, report the intelligence you gathered to everyone here," instructed Lorist. "Understood," Tarkle said as he stepped forward and opened a folder in his hand. "The Northern Fleet of Chikdar Merchant Guild travels to the Hana-Yabarta archipelago to engage in trade every 5th and 10th month. Their fleet includes around 40 to 50 ships, among which are 16 to 20 large-class, long-distance cruisers with the rest being middle-class armed ships. Their crew number around 6,000 men and there is 1 rank 1 blade master among them. During every one of their trips, the northern fleet of the Chikdors would first travel to the Shirsia kingdom to trade for spice before making their way to the Hana-Yabarta kingdom for trading and ordering daily goods, weapons, alcohol, and fashion or luxury goods. It is said that the yearly profits obtained by the northern fleet amount up to 400,000 gold fords annually. During the end of the 5th month this year, the 3rd young master of the Chikdors, Morabak, had travelled to the Hana-Yabarta kingdom and revealed to the slavers during a banquet about our recruitment of more than 60,000 refugees to Silauaz to aid in development, which ended in the slavers' invasion of Silauaz, causing us to sustain major damages. After Tarkal finished his report, he stood back down. Loris looked at the household knights within the tent, furrowed his brow, and said, I don't have any evidence whether the third young master had intentionally conspired with the slavers of the Hana-Yabarta kingdom. But based on the hostile relationship between Chikder Merchant Guild and the Norton House, we will consider our two parties as being in a state of war. That is the reason I've called for this meeting. We shall discuss whether we should exterminate all of the ships of the Northern Fleet when they come to Port Nupit without letting a single one of them off. Chapter 297 Surrender. I'm finally free from my exams. Here's the first regular chapter of the week to commemorate my liberation. Muahahaha. I'm free. Swerve the ship towards point 26, half sail. Yelled a voice. Understood. Swerve ship towards 26, half sail. Replied Kurt loudly as he spun the ship wheel with great strength. The ship tilted and the world outside slowly shifted. A few well-trained marines hung on the mast and lowered half of the sails adeptly. Rain drizzled on the ocean. Eventually a series of bumps appeared on the horizon. Eventually the bumps became distinct from the ocean itself. The captain of the ship, Skumak, let out a relieved sigh and ordered his helms to change their direction. The ship corrected its course and headed for Nupati, slowly fading into the chilling drizzle. It was only 6:15 in the morning and it already felt like the sun would not be showing itself for the day. All Skumak could hope for was that the drizzle would let up when they reached Nupit. He didn't want the ship's unloading to be delayed. He was not concerned with how slippery the port would be for the slaves transporting the cargo. Rather, his worry stemmed from the fact that his cargo that was not waterproofed properly, making them unfit for moving in times of rain. Droplets of water rained down upon the grayish-black beast-skin rain shield. Skumak raised his head, looked to the sky, and estimated that he would see Nupit by noon. Given his long experience at sea, his estimations were usually rather accurate. Looking back at the fleet of ships of which he was in charge, he could not help but feel a sense of pride. This was the Northern Fleet of the Chikder Merchant Guild. In other words, it was the strongest fleet the Northern Seas had ever seen. Skumak's effort had paid off long ago when he was given the honor of commanding such an impressive fleet. It required between 20 and 26 days to sail from Hydegold Bay to the Shirsia Kingdom. The kingdom was situated near the southern side of the various island nations. A survey by the Chikder Merchant Guild found that sailors' psyches would suffer if they didn't see land for more than 15 days. The first symptom they would demonstrate was a steep increase in irritability. At the 20-day mark sailors would begin to suffer from despair and aggression. The combination of these three malaises meant that fights were frequent and often over the most insignificant of things. It wasn't very rare for the most trivial of disagreements to burst into a fierce fight from which life-threatening injury could result. The fleet stopped over at the Shirsia Kingdom to complete their assignment to trade for spices. When they first set sail, the sailors and other crew members were patient, obedient, and easier to control. While the journey to the Shirsia Kingdom was not a short one, they managed to arrive before any misfortunate incident occurred and the sailors had 10 odd days to rest up before continuing the voyage. The trip to the Hana-Yabarta archipelago from the kingdom took less than 10 days, so the average voyage shouldn't encounter any problems. Should one sail from Hydegold Bay straight to the Hana-Yabarta kingdom, one would have to travel for easily more than 20 days. However, it took no more than 10 days for one to travel from the island nations to the continent to Grindia, after which one only had to sail along the coast of the continent back to Hydegold Bay. That did not in any way suggest that prolonged voyages were something to be encouraged. Sailors would naturally begin to worry about their families and homes after 2 months absent. All that know-how was something the Chikder Merchant Guild had discovered over the years. This time around, the journey involved 67 ships. Before they departed, the management intentionally transferred over 22 large-class, long-distance merchant vessels, mainly because of the letter now in Skumak's room. The war with the Tarabo Kingdom had caused the guild great losses. While their armed fleet did not incur any losses, the guild lost 2 rank 1 blade masters and 7 gold-ranked swordsmen, all of whom had received painstaking effort and investment from the guild over the years. Fortunately, thanks to first young master Sarihanam's cunning plan, the Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild's president, Koblight, started to trust the Cheekdoors deeply. He unfeffed the whole Urabaha duchy to the guild as compensation for their contributions right after the war ended. But whilst they had finally obtained their own dominion, they were in an even deeper pit than before. It was common knowledge that the Urabaha duchy was a poor nation filled with mountainous regions. The most troubling part was that the availability of cultivable land was so bad that the nation was barely able to sustain its own population. The reason for the formation of the two armies for rent was to earn some extra coin for the duchy, all the while decreasing the number of people that required feeding. As for the civilians, those that wanted a proper diet would become pirates or bandits. The late Duke Urabaha did not care much for their shenanigans. All he cared about was that he be able to collect his taxes. In some instances, his two armies were hired precisely to solve the banditry problem. Either way, he stood to benefit from the situation. The two armies were absorbed into the Cheekdoor Merchant Guild when they took over, and was currently a massive burden. Both the Crimson Legion and the Tricolor Sword Legion only had 24,000 men each, but as a whole package, there were another 200,000 family members that had to be fed, almost a quarter of the whole duchy's population. The late Duke did not care about the families. He only cared about those that could bring him money, and only as far as their ability to make him money stretched. He felt that his giving his soldiers a job with pay was already more grace than they deserved. Now that Clan Cheekdoor had taken control over the two armies, they did not wish for them to be as disloyal as they had towards Duke Urabaha. Not only did they have to make them formal standing armies, they also had to ensure their loyalty. They had to enforce military regulation as well as take care of the soldiers' families. However, the War of Glass had caused the prices of food to skyrocket. That was especially the case now that the continent's nations had become cautious towards the Union. Most of the established trade routes had been closed off, with important supplies such as food and metals put under embargoes. The insane prices for food and other supplies within the Union didn't come down as they had expected and hoped, they remained just as high, and even increased. The Urabaha duchy required food first and foremost. Only with food could the guild grasp the unwavering loyalty of the civilians within the duchy. For one, Sarihanam's plan to develop basic infrastructure within the duchy to rectify its poor state was a step in that direction. Within just 2 or 3 years, the guild would be self-sufficient with the duchy. It might even begin to see profits. The main problem was that, no matter how much money the guild had, they were unable to purchase food from the neighboring nations. Even if they did, it would cost a king's ransom. It was not a price even the rich and mighty Cheekdoor Merchant Guild could afford. The main motivation behind the transfer of more than 20 of those large merchant vessels to the Northern Fleet was to procure large amounts of food, at least 1 million pors, from the Hanayabarta kingdom. Incidentally, a por is the unit of measurement used in Grindia. It equates to about 50 kilograms. The measurement and name is derived from the linen sack by the same name and the weight it can hold. The letter within Skewmak's ship cabin was penned by President Cheekdoor personally. In the letter, the president requested that the guild be sold food based on the years of amiable interactions the guild and the kingdom. The reason the king's explicit permission had to be obtained was the alarming amount of food actually ordered. For that, the president had also prepared lots of exquisite gifts. The fleet traveled through the waterway leading to Nupit. Skewmak looked at the islands from the deck of his ship a little worriedly. Did the slaver lords actually develop a conscience and stop their slaves from working in the rain? It did not take long for Skewmak to choke with laughter at his passing thought. Well, why should I care? The slaves got nothing to do with me anyway. Currently, the decks of the merchant vessels were filled with sailors. They were far more excited to be at the Hanayabarta kingdom than the Shirsia kingdom. Other things aside, merely the quality of the women in the brothels here were far superior to those in Shirsian brothels. The women who fished for customers at the docks of the Shirsia kingdom were mostly descendants of fishermen or farmers, it was revealed by their tanned skin. Some sailors were convinced they could even smell the stench of fish and mud on them. The Hannah Yabartan harlots were mostly female slaves brought over from all over the continent. Not only were their services cheap, there were more than enough of them to satisfy the sailors' needs for a few days and nights. After passing by Featherfall Island, Skewmack finally spotted a group of slaves. It was a family of 3. They stood by a rundown stone house on the island, looking at the ships expressionlessly as they sailed by. "This is weird. Since when has the slaver nobles allowed a family of slaves to live together?" asked Rank 1 Blade Master Cooked. Originally, the guild was backed by 5 Blade Masters. However, with the loss of 1 during the interception of the Flying Fish of Dawn and 2 during the War of Glass, 1 had perished to defend President Koblight during an assassination attempt and the other was tricked into being killed by Duke Urabaha when he was at his most defenseless. Only Cooked and Udi, a rank 2 Blade Master, remained. Blade Master Cooked was attached to the mission because the guild would not permit any mishap on a mission as important as it. He had been specially transferred from his original post at the Southern Armed Fleet. Sir Blade Master, you might be unaware, but the Hannah Yabarta Kingdom does allow slaves to form their families," said Old Kurt, the helmsman. "Old female slaves are allowed to wed their male slaves as reward. However, most of the female slaves are used ones that have probably been impregnated by the slaver nobles. They allow them to be wedded to the other slaves precisely because it would save them the trouble of having to raise their unwanted kin. Should they ever wish to have fun with the female slaves again, their husbands would have to stand guard outside their house when they get on with their business. Haha, it seems that the slaver nobles live quite plentiful lives. With all those slaves running their manors for them, they are able to live carefreely. They can get their hands on anything they could possibly want and they have the slaves' lives in their hands," said Blade Master Cooked with a chuckle. Skewmack, on the other hand, shook his head with displeasure. "All those fellows consider is how life is from the slaver's point of view, not the slaves'. I can only imagine how horrible it must be to be one of those poor souls." Even so, given his post as the captain of the guild's northern fleet, all Skewmack could care about was whether he would be able to complete his mission. He didn't have the luxury of sympathizing with the slaves. Past Featherfall Island was Gold Shark Island and Duck Island. Nupit was already visible far in the distance. "Hey, there's nobody at the port. Must be because of the rain. Those jetties look oddly empty though. Shouldn't there be at least a ship or 2 over there? What's going on? Did something happen at the port? It shouldn't be that quiet around here," said Kurt, slightly surprised. "Well, the empty port can only be good for us," Skewmack said as he rolled his eyes. "We won't have to worry about finding a spot. Besides, weren't we informed that the kingdom's slavers set out to attack Silao's island? You know, that island belonging to some count that the guild wanted to take as its dominion not too long ago? Perhaps the slavers' ships have gone back to attack it again." That line of reasoning was indeed rather reasonable, so no one bothered arguing. Even so, as they approached the city, more and more sailors filled the decks of the ships, impatient to get down for some fun. Why did the slaver nobles build that small hill? Is that a pyramid? What's it for?" asked Old Kurt. As they got closer, Cooked suddenly gasped. Others began chattering incessantly. "What's going on?" asked Skewmack. Those are all, human heads, stacked up, pyramid," stammered the Blade Master. "What are you going on about?" asked Skewmack, before he turned to look. He instantly felt a cold wave wash over his body. His whole being felt frozen, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. When the fleet was less than 100 meters away from the port, the 30-odd meter tall pyramid entered the sights of those on board. Pyramids were no rare sight. The continent had its own fair share of pyramid-shaped buildings in the ruins of the ancient civilization, but most of them were tombs. The pyramid that was on the Nupit's shores, however, was constructed wholly of stacked human heads. It was apparent that the heads had been intentionally embalmed. The pale faces still had the despairing, frenzied looks on their faces from the moments of their deaths. Not one, but all the heads wore similar expressions. The shock brought by the sight was unimaginable, especially with the transparent, resin-like material that filled the space between the heads, making the pyramid look like a crystal encasing countless human heads. All the sailors on board the ships looked at the shores in deathly silence. All they could feel was the cold numbness that assailed their limbs. It froze them in place as terror crept out of the depths of their psyche and made their teeth chatter and their limbs shiver. There were quite a number of savage sailors that had seen their fair share of death, some had even crawled directly out of piles of bodies, but faced with the pyramid in front of them, not one managed to maintain their composure. All they did was stare blankly at the structure. They forgot their duties entirely. More than 10 ships actually collided after the helmsman saw the pyramid. The whole fleet was brought to a standstill. Just when Scumac snapped out of his stupor and attempted to give the order to get back into formation, he heard the familiar sound of Nupat's horn. Countless elite soldiers rushed to the port and got into formation. They awaited the fleet's arrival. Some even brought with them countless ballistae to the front lines. The expressions on Scumac and Cookid's faces changed immediately. Subsequently, horns resounded from Gold Shark Island and Duck Island and either side of the waterway the fleet was traveling through. Unending rows of soldiers came out and pushed their odd-looking pushcarts. A few minutes later, a horn sound sounded behind the fleet. More than 8 large class ships blocked the waterway the fleet had just come through. The whole northern fleet had become a helpless sitting duck, it could only wait for its fate to arrive. Lorist brought Blade Masters Englich and Schuss as he headed to the port. Facing the fleet, he called out, "Disarm and abandon ship if you want to be spared." All the Norton soldiers roared in unison, "Disarm and abandon ship if you want to be spared." The northern fleet responded with silence. Lorist waved his hand and the horns blared once more. All of a sudden, the rows of catapults launched flaming projectiles at the fleet. The projectiles crossed over 400 meters of water before falling into the water and beating up countless waves. Scumac mused with a pale look, "What do we do now?" Cookid grit his teeth as he muttered, "We have no choice. There's this Blade Master on the port radiating seething killing intent. I'm afraid that I'm not his match." Scumac looked at the sailors who were on the deck. Not one of them dared to look him in the eye. It appeared that all of them had lost any will to resist when faced with the pyramid. Given that they had been encircled, all that would follow resistance was annihilation. Scumac solemnly nodded and uttered his last command as the fleet's captain, "Lower all sails, put up the white flags, and approach the shores slowly. We're surrendering." Chapter 298 Shocking News. Here's the second release of the week. Stay tuned for the third in another 10 minutes. It's double release day. Lorist only managed to return to Laos by the end of the 11th month along with the 10 police brigades formed from the liberated slaves. In the following winter, the Oceanic Legion would not have time to rest up. Instead, they had to continue shipping the food and supplies, soldiers, and liberated slaves all the way to Laos. The whole process would continue until the second month of the next year. Currently, the Oceanic Legion numbered around 45,000 men, with more than 400 ships spread out across the seas. Lorist ordered the Oceanic Legion's commander, gold-ranked Knight Senbad, to reorganize the Legion following the completion of the transport process in hopes of forming 2 armed patrol fleets with cannons as their main armament to defend the coasts of the Northlands as well as Laos. Not only that, he intended for 3 transportation merchant fleets to be formed, as well as release around 200 ships that he had commandeered before his campaign and compensate the losses of the owners to ship some of the slaves who wished to go back to their homes on the continent of Grindia. As for the 20 slave-formed police brigades at the Hanayabarta archipelago, they would join together with the 5 local defense brigades at the Dominion to form a local defense legion, comprising of 5 divisions which each encompassed 5 brigades. In total, the Legion would have 75,000 men and would become one of the most important defensive forces for the Norton House. Having benefited from the wealth upon exterminating the Hanayabarta kingdom, Lorist had more than enough funds to reorganize his army. Not only did he form the local defense legion, he also intended to form 2 open-field battle assault legions. Firm Rock Legion would be infantry-focused while Tigersaur Legion would serve as a shock troop unit comprising mainly of cavalry. Time flew during the course of the busy days. During the 3rd month of the next year, Lorist hosted a New Year's night festival at Firm Rock Castle within the Dominion and announced his decision to reform their military. The formation of the Firm Rock Legion would involve 2 heavy armored divisions, 1 wheelbarrow ballista division, and another division formed from the combination of the 2 scout brigades that were consolidated from the ranks of the mounted archers and light cavalry scout brigades, the Thunderbolt Brigade, and 3 other logistics brigades, with a total number of 60,000 men spread across 4 different divisions. It would be headed by gold-ranked Knight Potterfang with gold-ranked Knights Malak and the newly joined Messin as his aides. The Tigersaur Legion would be headed by gold-ranked Knight Fierce Tiger Lows, with gold-ranked Knight Yuri and Divine Marksman Jisk serving as his aides. Tigersaur Legion would comprise of 2 spear cavalry divisions, 1 Karo Ballista division, another division formed from the combination of a scout brigade, the female brigade, and 3 other logistics brigades. It would also have a total number of 60,000 troops. Finally, the local defense legion comprises 25 brigades, numbering 75,000 men in total, with gold-ranked Knight Freyar as the commander, with 2 gold-ranked knights, Belnik and former slave fighter Jades, as his aides. Apart from the 3 legions, Turman would continue his post as the commander of the 3 Norton Knight Brigade numbering 9,000 men. Lorist himself on the other hand would control his own personal guard brigade of 3,000 men. Other than that, the Oceanic Legion Senbad commanded had 18,000 men. In other words, the total number of troops the House of Norton had was 225,000, and that did not include the police brigades, garrison legion, and town and village guards that had more than 100,000 people in total. Firm Rock Legion would be the main infantry assault force and would be stationed at Silauaz. Tigersaur Legion on the other hand would be stationed between Salis and Redriver. Given that the Northlands was desolate and mostly empty, it was the place where cavalry troops could shine with their advantage in mobility. The 25 brigades of the local defense legion on the other hand were stationed at different locations, with the 1st Local Defense Brigade assigned to Firm Rock Castle, the 2nd Brigade assigned to Port City, which was named North Sea by Grand Master Siroba. The 3rd and 4th Brigades were stationed at the citadels at Hyde Bull Mound and Tortoise Hill respectively to defend against any potential barbarian invasion. As the western part of the Northlands had already become the livestock rearing area of the Nordens, Lorist agreed to Charade's suggestion to reinstate the smuggling path through the Black Edge Mountains the former residents of Wild North Town used. That was the path that the troops of Duke Loggins, led by gold-ranked knights Shivani and Hennard, used to sneak into the territory of the Nordens. With the passing of almost 7 years, the vines that had been set aflame had long grown back and could be used again to construct another suspension bridge. With the new path, the livestock produce of the Northlands did not have to be shipped through a large detour past Firm Rock Castle into the dominion of the Nordens. Instead, they could be brought straight through the smuggling route at Black Edge Mountains into the dominion within only 2 days. Lorist did not plan to have a proper bridge constructed as he planned to have a vine bridge built based on the ancient bridges of Sichuan he saw in a documentary in his past life. Following that, he intended to build a citadel near the cavern where Shivani died and defend it with the 5th Local Defense Brigade. The remaining 20 local defense brigades would begin training within the Dominion in various aspects, such as Battle Force Awakening, military engine training, and other martial training. Lorist informed his household knights that he hoped for the Norton House to have an unparalleled elite force that is fitting for the name of the Roaring Raging Bear within the next 2 years. Following the announcement of the military reorganizations, Lorist began to talk about the results of developing the Dominion in the past year. With the development of Redriver and North Sea concluding in the current year, the only development project that remained was Nico Academy, with the exception of the restoration of the smuggling path and the construction of the citadel nearby there. Lorist assigned Shadecamp the tasks of maintaining the roads within the Dominion, including widening and flattening them better, so that the state of transportation within the Dominion would improve. The development plan of Sai Laoaz would proceed as previously planned, with the main workforce being the tens of thousands of liberated slaves brought over from Hanayabarta. Coupled with the aid of Potter Fong's firm Rock Legion that would be stationed at Sai Laoaz, the development should be complete within the next 2 years. The main supervisor of the house's census department, Hansk, was appointed to be the new governor of Sai Laoaz. Lorist found himself some free time after the meeting and headed to visit his disciple, Howard. When he left for the Hanayabarta kingdom, he had stopped Howard from accompanying him on the campaign despite the latter's insistence. Given the dangers involved, Lorist would not be able to spare extra effort to look after Howard during the conflict. But Howard had maintained that given that he had broken through to the iron rank, he would be more than capable of defending himself from some random soldiers. Lorist merely smiled at his disciple's response and got ready to start training Howard to develop dynamic vision, which Lorist stated was one of the main requirements a disciple of his had to fulfill. Given that Howard was already an iron rank, Lorist advised Howard to take the chance during his absence on the expedition to develop dynamic vision. So, Howard left with Reedy in the end. When Lorist returned to the Dominion, Reedy reported to him that Howard had indeed successfully developed dynamic vision. However, given the difference in physical traits between Howard and Reedy, it took the former up to half a month before he got used to the vertigo-inducing ride on the spinning chair, the embarrassment of which prevented him from coming to see Lorist himself. By the time Lorist arrived at the training grounds behind Firm Rock Castle, he saw Howard training in swordsmanship. It was apparent that his swordsmanship had improved quite a lot following his development of dynamic vision. Lorist was rather satisfied with the results and felt that Howard would be more than capable of taking on silver ranks in another 2 years of training. Apart from guiding both his disciples, Lorist went to pester Telesty on occasion or visit his concubine Irina to relieve his sexual needs. 2 months later, both Irina and Telesty got pregnant once again. Irina was more than delighted at the news, but Telesty was furious beyond belief, given that she had to focus on the construction of Nico Academy in the following year. Thus, she declared Lorist an unwanted guest and refused to let him visit her. Having no other choice, Lorist returned to Firm Rock Castle and happened to meet Charade, who was preparing to submit his request for vacation. Charade intended to enter seclusion training with Blade Master Angelika's personal guidance for 2 years to break through to the gold rank. That was a matter Lorist had agreed to back when they were still at Hanayabarta. After accepting Charade's vacation request, Lorist opened a few bottles of wine, ordered some snacks and drank with Charade for one last time before his seclusion. After a few drinks, Charade finally asked, "Why did you launch such a large military expansion effort right after the extermination of the Hanayabarta kingdom? Do you have another target in mind? Given the current number of more than 300,000 total troops, the military costs have long exceeded the income generated by the Dominion. It would cost more than 1 million gold forts to maintain our military based on a rough estimation. I'm worried that this would become a huge burden for us in the coming years." Lorist chuckled before he brought over a map of the Madras Duchy, thumped his fist on it, and said, "No worries, the Madras Duchy will become ours in another 2 years." When Charade wanted to ask more about what he meant by that, Lorist had already slumped unconscious onto his sofa. It did not take long for Charade's absence to cause a chain of problems of its own. Before 10 days even passed, Dulles, Els, Jim, Waxima, Pajik, Pete and a few other silver-ranked household knights submitted their own leave requests, with the same reason of wanting to break through to the gold rank in the following 2 years. Even former bandit Ovides of the Thunderbolt Brigade did the same. "What the hell are you guys up to? Are you going to go on a leave too?" barked Lorist angrily at Ovides. Ovides said in a troubled tone, "My lord, didn't you give me a high-ranked fire attribute Battle Force manual when you first took me in as a household knight? Back then, I was already at the 3-star silver rank. By now, I've already familiarized myself with the contents of the manual and am already at the peak of my rank. I feel that I will be breaking through soon, so I had to ask for a 1-year leave. Ugh! Moving closer to Ovides, Lorist did in fact feel that he had the aura of peak 3-star silver rank. Right away, his rage turned into joy as he patted on Ovides's shoulder and said, "All right, I'll approve of your leave. Work hard and make your breakthrough soon. The sooner you become a gold rank, the sooner the house will have another gold-ranked knight in its ranks. I already have a manor at Redriver ready for you." Upon mention of the manor, Lorist suddenly understood the reason for the sudden rush to take leaves by all the 3-star silver ranks among the household knights. With the 8 manors at Salis already given to Potter Fang, Lowe's and another 6 gold-ranked knights, and 3 manors at Redriver assigned to Senbod, Jades, and Messon who joined not too long ago, only 5 manors remained. All the 3-star silver-ranked knights were worried that they would be one step too late to claim a manor for themselves. Gosh, these bastards! Why are they all in such a hurry? It's not like the house is short on knight manors. There's no point in rushing to see who's first," exclaimed Lorist. Despite that, he agreed to let those knights take their leaves since it did not seem that the house would be in any foreseeable conflict in the next 2 years. On the other hand, he opened a map of the Northlands and contemplated which part of it to develop next. On the 23rd day of the 5th month, Lorist returned from his visit at the Gunpowder Research Lab at Black Edge Mountains. Before a suitable metal alloy can be developed, there's no point in developing firearms. It seems like the age of firearms would not come anytime soon. All we are able to make now are bronze cannons. Focusing too much effort on smaller firearms simply isn't beneficial in the long run. After all, Grindia is a world of battle force, and cold weapons are far better than firearms for warfare. Other things aside, the steel ballista developed by the Norton House could fire up to 300 meters away, whereas the firearms they made could only shoot up to 150 meters away. In a line firing formation, ballistae still far outperformed conventional guns. Howard knocked on the door, entered, and said, "My lord, there's an urgent report from North Sea that states that the Flying Fish of Dawn has returned from Silauaz with news of the latest war developments. The Ford Trade Union has already conquered Kenbana province of the Red Lees Kingdom. The 170,000 soldiers led by the Second Highness is trapped in the 3 provinces of the Red Lees Kingdom and has already lost contact with the Andanak Kingdom. Additionally, the first young master of the Chictor Merchant Guild, Sarihanam, has just arrived at Silauaz, saying that he has come as an ambassador of peace and wishes to have an audience with you. Supervisor Hansk had him wait at Silauaz and is awaiting your instructions on how to deal with this." "What?" exclaimed Lorist in surprise. During the 9th month of the previous year, the report he received about the Second Highness's campaign in the Red Lees Kingdom concerned his successive losses at Magic Province. However, at that time, he still had more than 200,000 troops at his disposal, not including the 100,000 he stationed at the Andanak Kingdom and the various provinces he conquered. Lorist thought that with the number of soldiers the Second Highness had, victory for him was only a matter of time. Upon his return from the extermination of the Hanayabarta Kingdom months ago, the first thing he heard about the Second Highness was how he was still entangled with the nobles of Magic Province. During that time, Second Highness Auguslo had sent his 100,000 troops to the Handra and Farkle duchies with the demand for the 4 central duchies to relinquish their status as sovereign state and return under the jurisdiction of the empire. However, the 4 dukes refused that demand and formed an allied army to resist the force of the Second Highness and also gave the magic nobles military support. At that time, Lorist was more than glad that the Second Highness was finally suffering consequences for his own actions and understood that anything could happen from then on. Thinking back at their meeting back at the imperial capital some time ago, the Second Highness had announced that the dukes of the 4 central duchies were still loyal to the Christian Empire and would soon join his ranks for the reunification effort. But now, things started going south. While Lorist was part of the Andanak Kingdom faction, he understood that Second Highness Auguslo was more than wary of the military force of the House of Norton to the point that he had never summoned them to join the war effort. However, Lorist felt back then that the Second Highness would be able to hold on despite the odds and did not pay it too much heed either. After all, sending soldiers to meddle in the conflict without a formal summons from the Second Highness could be considered treason. Given that he was under no obligation to send in any reinforcements, Lorist holed up in the Northlands once again. But little did he expect that with the passing of half a year, not only was the Second Highness's attempt at exterminating the forces of the Red Lees nobles unsuccessful, he was also stabbed in the back by the Union and lost Kenbana province and contact with the Andanak kingdom as a result. Currently, Frederica, Anderwolf province and Badalger province which he occupied was still within the territory of the Red Lees kingdom. Coupled with the chaotic front at Magic province, the Second Highness was in a precarious spot. Having lost his supply line, it was a huge uncertainty whether he would even be able to hold his ground at the front lines. Weird, where did the Union get that kind of force to pull that off? Lorist mumbled as he stood up. He turned to Howard and said, "Pass the order down that I intend to make a trip to Silawas." Chapter 299 Reconciliation. Here's the third regular release of the week. If nothing goes wrong, there will be 6 releases this week in total to make up for the chapter I missed last week. Please note that this chapter is still unedited. Respectful greetings to you, Lord Count. This one is Sarihanam of the Cheek Doors. I have come to express our peaceful intentions on behalf of the Chickder Merchant Guild. The one dressed in the standard noble attire of the Union, Sarihanam, bowed respectfully to Lorist before he presented his list of gifts. Howard received the list and placed it on a small table beside Lorist, who gave it a glance and saw assortments of jewelry, fashionable clothes, high-quality armaments, wine, and even 4 Xeno horses. All of them combined were easily worth over 30,000 gold fords. Lorist thought back at the times when he toiled so hard only to earn a little more than 8,000 gold fords a year. To think that the gifts by the Cheek Doors would easily rival the wealth amassed by a silver-ranked swordsman over 30 years of hard work. "Please, take a seat," Lorist said as he waved his hand. "As the first young master of the Chickder clan, I wonder what business do you have with me for you to make such a long trip all the way to Silawas?" Sarihanam smiled bitterly before saying, "Lord Count, you should know better why I've come. To be frank, my third brother's reckless actions has caused your house huge losses and put us on a hostile standing. Back then, the guild was mainly focused on the war with the Tarabo kingdom and didn't have any opportunity to make it up to you for that incident. That's why our misunderstanding grew even deeper, causing our guild even more losses. I have come on this trip in hopes to resolve our differences and form an amicable relationship between both parties. I hope that you will be forgiving and release the crew members of our northern fleet. The guild is more than willing to pay their ransom to get them back. Lord Count, please don't refuse my earnest request. I understand that the Norton House has exterminated the Hanayabarta kingdom and did the most righteous deed of liberating more than 400,000 slaves. I hope you will be able to extend the same vein of mercy to our honest and hard-working sailors as well who only want to make ends meet for their families. They are only serving in the fleet because it is their job. I'm sure their families are eagerly awaiting their return. Lord Count, if you have anything you're dissatisfied with, please don't hesitate to tell me about it. The Chickder Merchant Guild will definitely do all in our power to ensure that you are compensated in full. The main reason for my trip here is for the release of our sailors so that they can be reunited with their families." Lorist looked at the man who was only a few years older than him with scrutiny. The man presented himself as frank, honest, and sincere and would easily be able to make others feel like they can get along with him well. "Please sit down, Sir Sarihanam." Lorist beckoned for the man to sit again. "I believe you of all people know why I am so particular against men of your guild. To be honest, the Norton House is practically at war with the Chickder Merchant Guild. The only difference is that no official declaration of such conflict was made. Let me also add that all of this started because of the guild in the first place. Lord Count, please just address me with my name. I am most undeserving of being addressed with such a respectful title," Sarihanam said as he raised both his hands. "I understand your point. Apart from coming here to ransom our sailors back, I've also come here in an attempt to resolve our conflict. The Chictor Merchant Guild does not in any way wish for war with the Norton House. I believe that you know that we originally intended to have Silauaz as our dominion. But now that we already have the Urabaha Duchy as our territory, the main cause for conflict between us is no more. I have come here to ask for your forgiveness for our actions in the past so that we can start anew with a relationship that will benefit us both, instead of one that will dye the seas with blood of the innocent. Sarihanam, even though you said you don't wish for the innocent's blood to dye the sea, do you know how much blood of the innocent Icelanders at Silauaz was spilled? Did you know why our house mobilized our troops to exterminate the Hanayabarta kingdom? Asked Lorist with a stern tone. Lord Count, I am well aware. That was caused by the actions of my reckless third brother when he was drunk at a banquet at Hanayabarta. However, I can assure you that the leak of intelligence about Silauaz was purely accidental. My second brother and I have always been against our third brother's plan to take Silauaz. To the guild, Silauaz is too far from the southern seas which we control. Apart from its convenience of being an island, it is not suitable at all to be the dominion for our guild. Not only that, we were involved in the War of Glass at that time and have since put our northern strategy on indefinite hold. It was that which caused my third brother to feel incredibly frustrated and resulted in his trip. It was after that during the banquet at Hanayabarta when he unconsciously blurted out the status of Silauaz in a drunken fit, which caused the slavers and nobles of the Hanayabarta kingdom to set their sights on the residents of your island. This is definitely not something we could envision happen. It's not that I'm trying to push responsibility away from us. We were also worried during the end of last year when our northern fleet didn't return from their voyage. It was not until the third month when we were able to get hold of information of the extermination of the Hanayabarta kingdom by your house and that our northern fleet has been held captive. My father then questioned our third brother promptly about the issue. At that time, even my third brother was unaware of what was happening. It was the attendants that served him who recalled that he accidentally leaked our northern plan when he was drunk at the banquet. For that, my third brother had suffered 2 harsh slaps from my father and was exiled to the wastelands of the Urabaha Mountains. My father said that since it was the fault of my third brother that your house suffered such huge losses, we are willing to give you all the ships of our northern fleet as compensation. All we ask for is that our sailors be allowed to return. Lord Count, regardless of whether my third brother leaked the information, surely nobody can refute that the slavers have already been targeting the 200,000 refugees at the 2 southwestern provinces of the Andanak Kingdom. Your house is bringing in of more than 60,000 of them for the development of Silauaz would have alerted the slavers about it eventually. All my third brother did was say the wrong thing at the wrong place. He was merely venting his frustration without the intention of causing trouble for your house. Well, aren't you a talkative one? Lorist said as he looked at the round-faced Sarihanam while shaking his head. Well, the matter has already been over for a year, and there's no longer a point in pursuing whether the third young master was intent on causing trouble for us or not. The slaver traders and slaver bands of the Hanayabarta kingdom have already attacked Silauaz and made hell of it, and the house has already repaid that debt in blood by eliminating the kingdom and slaughtering their civilians to build the dread monument so that future generations won't forget this lesson. As to why we captured the Northern Fleet, the main reason for that is because the Norton House is on a hostile front against your guild. It was your third young master that harbored hostile intentions towards us and dreamed of making Silauaz the dominion of your guild through the execution of your northern strategy. Other than that, it was your northern fleet that happened to make its way to Port Nupit. It's not like we sought them out intentionally to capture them in the first place. Fortunately for you, they were smart enough to surrender without resistance, so all we had in store for them is 3 years of labor. I want to stress that the House of Norton is capable of being reasoned with. We won't oppress those weaker than us. While we appreciate peace, we do not shy from war either. If the Chictor Merchant Guild truly wishes to cease hostile relations with us, I am more than happy to allow that. However, I must first see the sincerity in your actions. While it was you who started the conflict in the first place, it's not up to you to end it at your convenience. I would like to know what kind of price your guild is willing to pay for that to happen." Sarihanam took a deep breath before he stood up. During the start of the third month, more than 10 ships that had been returned following the expropriation returned to hide Gold Bay. Up to 1,000 liberated slaves brought word that the Hanayabarta kingdom has been ended by the Norton House, as well as how the young count heading the house ordered for the genocide of the civilians and nobles of the kingdom to construct a human head pyramid that was made up of more than 170,000 human heads at Port Nupit. That news shocked the whole Union. Following the gradual release of expropriated ships, and the slaves that traveled on board them, word of those incidents spread far and wide. It did not take long for the fame, or notoriety, of the Nortons to skyrocket. In the history of the Grindian continent, massacres during wartime were not uncommon. However, there has never been a precedent in which a whole kingdom's civilians were killed off. The slaughter committed by the Nortons was nothing short of cruel. Even the chroniclers, historians, and journalists of the continent were afraid to make their way to the Hanayabarta archipelago to see all that for themselves in fear of having their own heads stacked up on the human head pyramid. However, when one of the alumni of Dawn Academy revealed that the current head of the Nortons was no other than Iron Lock, the Silver Undefeated, the Academy began to swarm with journalists, much to the dismay of Academy head Levins. In the end, the old fox wrote a recommendation letter for all the pestering journalists and guaranteed that the Norton House would definitely not cause trouble for them with the letters in hand. Only after that were the journalists daring enough to go to Hanayabarta for a visit. Thus, the journalists found a few of those formerly expropriated ships and traveled aboard them to the archipelago. After a round trip of a month and a half, they began huge coverage on the incident during the 5th month about everything from how the enmity between the Nortons and Hanayabartans built up all the way to how they ended up conquering the capital. The journalists and scholars were warmly welcomed by Governor Hector and brought on a tour across the island, causing them to cast the Nortons in a more favorable light. When they reported on the human head pyramid and depicted pictures of it, they did not fail to mention the touching tale of how Governor Hector had begged the count by kneeling for 7 hours straight to spare the 12,000 females. However, that did nothing other than cast Count Norton as a cold-blooded despot. All of the reports were gathered by Knight Lundmord, who had his own pediatric and gynecological clinic at Moronti, and delivered to Lorist. When Lorist read the reports, he did not put them to heart, as he was well aware that this was the reputation he would gain when he made that order back then. Sometimes, only with cruelty will the enemy fear oneself and think twice before causing trouble. Lorist was curious to see whether there were any other enemies who would face the forces of the Nortons with confidence. During the whole chaotic affair, the Chictor Merchant Guild had kept a low profile and only observed from the sidelines. They knew that something was off when their northern fleet did not return at the end of last year. Even the scout ships they sent were nowhere to be found. Actually, the scout ships that flew the flag of the Cheekdors had ran into Flying Fish of Dawn and Windstrom when they were on patrol. 3 of the ships were captured with another 2 sunk, with not even one successfully returned to send word of the situation. The Chictor Merchant Guild originally intended to have the Southern Armed Fleet to be sent to find the whereabouts of the Northern Fleet, but by the 3rd month, the expropriated ships had been returned and they began to understand the situation based on what the slaves said. The capture of the Northern Fleet by the Nortons at Hanayabarta was no secret. Many of the captains of the expropriated ships were able to provide reliable information about that matter. Fortunately for the Chictor Merchant Guild, the Northern Fleet did not incur any losses. They only fell into a trap and was forced to surrender. It was later discovered that they had been sent to Silauas to work as laborers. By then, no one in the guild even dared to mention the Northern strategy again. Even the 3rd young master, Morabak, kept completely quiet. If he knew earlier how much might the Nortons possessed, he never would have dared to propose taking over Silauas in the first place. They had exterminated the Hanayabarta kingdom, a full-fledged kingdom. Other things aside, the blade masters that had died by their hand numbered 14 without any losses on the side of the Nortons. The news of 170,000 civilians being beheaded and stacked up on that human pyramid brought chills to the third young master. When President Chikder learned that it was his third son that had accidentally revealed the information about Sai Laoaz and incited the interest of the slavers, he gave his son 2 harsh slaps and ordered him to head to the dominion of the guild at the Urabaha Duchy and never leave. After that, he launched an urgent meeting with the other higher UPS of the guild to discuss how they would end hostile ties with the Nortons as soon as possible, resulting in Sarihanam being sent on this mission of peace. Count Norton, our guild is willing to spend 200,000 gold fords to ransom the sailors of the Northern Fleet back as a token of apology to your house. Other than that, we are intent on purchasing 56,000 sets of equipment of the stainless steel Model 107 variant at your set price of 89 gold fords each without any need for discounts over the next 3 years. We'll pay the sum in full every time we receive a shipment, is that all right? Sarihanam secretly sighed and thought, had it not been for the 6 million gold fords we found at the treasury of Duke Urabaha, the guild would not have benefited one bit even though we acquired the whole duchy as territory. The spice and other goods on the Northern Fleet confiscated by the Nortons cost easily more than 1.5 million gold fords, and we still have to spend such a huge sum to ransom our people back. If only we knew better. Lorist tapped on the table by his side in thought. Have you seen the blueprints of the armor set ordered by the Peterson Merchant Guild? Asked Lorist. Yes, we have, Lord Count. We also know that they are produced by your house. It is far superior than those produced by the Wesham Merchant Guild, both in terms of design and defensive capabilities. After making the Urabaha Duchy our dominion, the 2 armies for rent of the duchy will be reorganized into a proper garrison legion of 48,000 men to defend us from enemies. That's why the guild is willing to give this business to the Norton House as a sign of our goodwill. Other than that, we are also willing to give up the trade route to the Shirsia Kingdom for spice to the Norton House. In the future, we will purchase spice from your house at Sai Laoaz. Additionally, this is one of the plans my third brother devised for the Northern strategy. With this floating box port plan, I'm sure that the cursed coasts would no longer prove troublesome to you. Sarihanam brought out another document which Howard received and checked, before handing it to Lorist. Lorist inspected it and found that it detailed a flexible port made by linking floating boxes meant to be deployed on shallow waters around the reef area. Sarihanam was correct in that it would be able to neutralize the troubles of trading along the cursed coasts. In the event of stormy weather, the linked floating boxes could even be retracted and made into wave breakers and filled with earth to make a permanent port. Finally, Lorist revealed a smile and said, "All right then. I am willing to reconcile with the Chikder Merchant Guild on behalf of the House of Norton. We will cease all hostilities with your guild and engage in a peaceful relationship." Chapter 300 Refusal. Finally, we're at the 300 chapter mark. It truly has been a rather hectic, and rewarding, journey for us. Here's to the next smooth sailing release of the next 100 chapters. Hope you all enjoy the read. P.S. It's the 4th release of the week. Please note that this chapter is still unedited. Looking at the sails in the distance, Lorist furrowed his brows in worry. First young Master Sarihanam of the Cheekdoors was aboard that very ship. As the 6,000-odd sailors of the Northern Fleet would not fit in one ship alone, Sarihanam had casually hired the Norton House's men to transport their ransomed crew back to Moranti. Lorist was not concerned for the safety of those transport ships as there would be no chance the Chikder Merchant Guild would be willing to get into conflict with the Norton House just for the sake of those 10-odd measly ships. However, before Sarihanam left, he had revealed where the troops of the Union that occupied Badalger province had come from. Even Lorist could have never imagined something like that being pulled. A few days back, following his conversation with Sarihanam, Lorist came to understand some more details about the internal affairs of the Union. Ever since the Union obtained victory in the War of Glass, the nations neighboring them had sealed their borders and erased the trade routes as a knee-jerk response to the sudden expansionist policy of the Union. But given that the Union had occupied 7 other nations following the war, their territory had expanded by at least 4 to 5 times. As long as they allocated and managed their resources well, there would be no cause for concern for their sustenance. However, after the big 7 guilds of the trade union obtained their own dominions, they refocused their efforts and resources to their own territory. In that situation, their grasp on the control of the union itself had waned. At the same time, the sub-council that was usually relegated to the sidelines had increased their influence. It was then when the after-effects of the War of Glass began to show. The Union's sub-council comprised mostly the representatives of the citizens, the second-rate merchant guilds and representatives of guilds of various crafts. The sub-council's main purpose was to take care of the miscellaneous stuff like enforcing security, and bringing in more civilians. Following the war, the Big Seven had managed to successfully realize their goals to expand the Union. But even though the territory had expanded greatly, most of it was swept up by the Big Seven guilds and some other outstanding second-rate guilds. As a result, there were those who still had yet to have enough of their fill. For instance, during wartime, the short-sighted merchant guilds and mercenaries who only focused on plundering the wealth of the nobles of the nations they invaded disobeyed orders from the military to do their own thing, much to the dismay of President Koblight, then commander of the Union Army. That was why the president decided to get back at those disobedient folk when the time came to split the rewards up, greatly decreasing the benefits they ought to have received as a punishment for disobedience and also kicking out a few that were promised noble titles out of the list. It was already too late for the second-rate guilds and mercenary groups that had lost the lands that were once promised to them to regret. But that did not stop enmity from building up in the subsequent discussion of the sub-council of the Union, much to the trouble of the Big Seven guilds. But given that the war had ended, there was no longer any place they could take for more territory to appease those parties. As a result, the Wesham Merchant Guild, one of the Big Seven, came up with an idea. Back then, the Union had good reason to be wary towards the Second Highness and his army of 300,000. But given that he had been entangled with the nobles of the Red Lees Kingdom all this time since the War of Glass, those at the Union had begun to see through the Second Highness's facade of might. Additionally, if the Second Highness eventually manages to occupy the whole of the Red Lees Kingdom, he would proceed to the Lormo Duchy and force Duke Lormo to return under the banner of the Empire. That was something which the Union would never allow to happen. Since Second Highness Auguslo was eventually bound to be their enemy given their conflicting interests, the Union definitely did not mind driving the proverbial knife up the Second Highness's back to destroy his dreams of reuniting the Empire. Other than that, while the Big Seven guilds have obtained their own dominions, the nobles who originally controlled those lands were not easy to deal with. This would be a good opportunity to send those nobles to the front lines to earn achievements to qualify for new noble titles and land. That was the reason for the military intervention conducted by the Union at Badalger province. Only the Wesham Merchant Guild participated in the attack. The rest of the Big Seven were busy settling down into their new dominions. It did not help that the Second Highness had made an error himself, choosing to gather his troops at the Magic Province, leaving only a small number of old garrison troops at the citadels around Kenbana Province. Perhaps, he had thought that there would be no point in stationing so many soldiers at places so far behind where his army was currently located at. But never did Second Highness Auguslo expect that the Union would launch a surprise attack and actually manage to conquer Kenbana Province. Given that the citadels over there was his only connection to the Andanak Kingdom, the strategy of the Union could be said to almost been executed with surgical precision. With but one strike, they had cut off the lifeline of the Second Highness. Not only that, the 4 central duchies have once more refused the Second Highness's beckoning to return to the Empire and even formed an allied army of 100,000 men to face off against the troops of the Second Highness and reinforce the troops at Magic Province, causing the Second Highness to be surrounded by enemies front and back. Lorist breathed a long sigh at hearing all that. "My lord, what are you worried about?" asked Potter Fang from the side. "The Second Highness's situation at the Red Lees Kingdom," said Lorist. He did not feel the need to hide anything from his treasured subordinate. "My lord, there's no need for you to concern yourself over this," Potter Fang said frankly. Ever since the experience of being manipulated and used by the Second Highness, he had held the grudge close to his heart, especially with regards to some of his friends which the Second Highness had poached. Since the Second Highness didn't ask us to deploy our troops, there's no need for us to go out of our way to clean up his mess. Even if he's considered to be a senior noble of our house, we've always fulfilled our due obligation to him. I believe that Milord shouldn't have sent Supervisor Hansk to the imperial capital. You also shouldn't poke your hands into the affairs of this conflict. It's best for our house to rest up in the coming 2 years to reorganize our military and wait for better opportunities. Lorist shook his head and said, no matter what, the Second Highness is still a senior noble of mine. I should at least worry about him a little. If the imperial capital requests for us to deploy our troops to rescue the Second Highness, all we'll do is to send our forces and breach the enemy front at Kenbana province. As for the nobles of the Red Lee's kingdom at Magic province, I couldn't be bothered to care about them, unless I stand to see the first prince gone for good. Weird, as the king of the Red Lee's kingdom, why is the location of the first prince still unknown? It's already been a year and a half since his disappearance. At the end of the 6th month, Supervisor Hansk, who was sent as an ambassador to the imperial capital, had returned. Lorist was sparring with Blade Master Shuss at Seaview Manor at that time. After resisting over more than 100 strikes from Lorist, Shuss eventually discarded his weapon and surrendered. As Lorist wiped some sweat off his face, he received the letter that Hansk handed over. Upon opening it, he could see that the letter asked for the Norton House to stay put and not involve themselves into the military affairs of the Andanak kingdom. The letter was even sealed with the insignia of the kingdom's regent. Lorist read the letter over and over before turning to Hansk and asking, who's in charge at the imperial capital currently? Milord, the one who received me at the imperial capital was Marquis Reed. When he read the letter you penned, he respectfully refused help from our house and said that he has already ordered the 2nd Royal Local Defence Legion stationed near the borders of the Madras Duchy to barge its way through Kenbana province to arrive at the front lines to re-establish contact with His Majesty the King. He then wrote this letter and had me deliver it back to you, replied Hansk. Marquis Reed. Lorist murmured, as he recalled the old man he saw at one banquet of the imperial capital. While he could not quite remember how the man looked like, he did remember that the young son of the old man had brought a bunch of other noble youths to occupy Seaview Manor on Silauas for up to 5 years. It was not until Lorist's arrival on the island that they were apprehended and punished. Ha ha ha. This old guy is definitely doing this out of spite. Soul, for him to let his private feelings affect his decision on the military matters of a nation and deal with this in such a childish manner. Humph, you think I wanted to send my soldiers out? You just saved me a bunch of trouble, old fool. With this letter in hand, Lorist had all the reason in the world to completely ignore the Second Highness no matter how dire in need he was in. Well, Howard, make sure to keep this letter well no matter what. This is extremely important, said Lorist as he handed Howard the letter. Milord, just before I started heading back here, Marquis Reed assigned an escort for me. When I arrived at Gillen Harbour, I heard the garrison squad leader make an order to not let the soldiers of our house step on the shores even one bit, added Hansk. Confused, Lorist asked, what is the meaning of that? Are they treating us like enemies? Hansk made a bitter laugh and said, well, I don't know why myself. But that was the order I heard. They were also told to monitor our troops on high alert. But, Sir Hansk, even if they give that order, they shouldn't say it in front of you. Did you offend anyone of the escort? Interjected Howard. Hansk mumbled as he scratched his head in thought, I don't think I had. All I did was stop them from attacking those helpless refugees on the way back. Did they have to offend us just because of that? What's that about the refugees? Lorist asked, tell me about that in detail. Well, it all started like this. We encountered lots of refugees during our stay at the imperial capital who were originally from the 2 southwestern provinces. We even managed to recruit up to 60,000 of them to go to the island to help out with the development. However, after the Second Highness's assault on the capital of the Red Lee's kingdom, Frederica, he conquered Kenbana province without even a single fight. It was then when the Second Highness settled the refugees down at Kenbana province temporarily. But now that the forces of the Union have occupied Kenbana province, those refugees have nowhere else to go and traveled to the imperial capital, explained Hansk. Why would they go to the imperial capital? They could always head to the territory of the Union, or even Moronti, said Howard. That's because the Union doesn't welcome them. They are, after all, civilians of the former Christian Empire, a scapegoat for the hate of those of the Union. The former empire had been at war with the Union for almost a century, and who knows how much blood has been spilled over those conflicts. Both sides hate each other profusely. This is a grudge born for life that is ingrained deep in their bones. Don't be mistaken about our amicable relationship with the Peterson and Chichter merchant guilds. They are merchants, and they don't believe in justice or injustice, only profits. However, the civilians under their rule are different. Only after another century or so would the grudge between those two parties begin to fade, said Lorist as he stroked Howard's head. Having lived at Moronti for almost a decade, he understood the mindset of the citizens well. Hansk said, "My lord, that's exactly the case. Those refugees told me the same thing. According to them, the soldiers from the Union occupying Kenbana province would attack them for no good reason. There has already been plenty refugees murdered for no just cause. The refugees were forced to leave that place. Fortunately, they set out on their journey early. Given how the Union's forces have already arrived at the two southwestern provinces, it won't take long until they reach the capital." Hansk clutched his chest in worry and continued, "During our journey back, we would frequently encounter refugees in the way of our path. The ones escorting me would not hesitate to cut them down with no discourse whatsoever, and even cursed the refugees for being cowardly leeches that allowed Kenbana province to slip from their hands. They even blamed them for not being willing to fight to their deaths with the enemy and wanted to punish the refugees with death as they would deserters. Good soul!" Lorist cursed uncontrollably. How did knights like them even think that the refugees are responsible for this war? It's not their fault that Kenbana province was lost. Their brains must be rotting from the insides. That's all too right, my lord. The behavior of those knights got on the nerves of Sir Reedy, who promptly walloped them and gave their faces a few harsh slaps. "Oh, now I know. Those knights must have been pissed that they've lost face to the enraged Reedy. That was why they bothered to announce their disrespectful orders right in front of us in an attempt to shame our house," said Hansk as he began to flush with embarrassment. Both Els and Jim, who led the guard brigade, had gone on vacation to break through to the gold rank, so Lorist had Reedy take over as the leader of the guard brigade temporarily and accompany Hansk on his trip to the imperial capital. "Haha, they wish to shame the House of Norton? I'd like to know where they got the guts to do that," Lorist said while snickering. "Howard, pass down my orders. Have Senbod prepare his Oceanic Legion and get Potterfong's 1st Division on board the ships. I want to head to Jilin Harbor to see for myself the one who gave the order to not allow Norton troops to step on the shores of the kingdom. My lord, if you do that, they'll think that we're trying to revolt right away," said Hansk in a hurry to dissuade Lorist. "Worry not, my governor. I won't be stupid enough to actually order our troops to attack Jilin Harbor. All I want is to bring my guards there for a shopping trip. I'd like to see whether the garrison of Jilin Harbor will dare to attack a count of the kingdom like me. It's well within my rights to bring a guard escort with me around the kingdom. The moment they attack us, I'll charge them for treason for attempting to harm me, a count of the kingdom. After that, we'll be fully within our rights to act out of self-defense. I want to see evidence for the order to not let us get on shore with my own 2 eyes no matter what," said Lorist. However, he did not act rashly with anger like Hansk had predicted, and was rather clear-headed instead, causing the old supervisor to heave a sigh of relief. "Lord Locke, let me come along with you for a stroll," said Blade Master Shuss proactively. "All right, we'll leave right away. Let's see which fool dares come causing trouble for the House of Norton."